be accepted. They want to be understood. And I love making people feel good. And if that's like, how's your day? What can I get you? You know, like, yay, go you, you're awesome. You know, I'll be your biggest cheerleader. Like everyone wants a cheerleader on their side. Like, but I didn't even realize that was empowering people. And that's amazing.
Yeah, I think just making space for people, creating a safe space for people for women especially to just share, and holding a space for each other to reach out and again, just like what we're doing tonight and what this whole community has been about for me. So again, I'm very grateful to be a part.
Awesome. Yeah, this is a really good conversation. I don't think any of us really understood like where it was going to go, you know, as far as like when we got on. But I definitely think that with Angie and I, and it was similar, I reached out to Angie and it was just a reach like, hey, and we, the first time we talked, it was a 3-hour conversation and literally like she's in her hat, just got out of workout. I'm in my stuff. I'm just getting out of my workout. So it was a really fun connection. But I truly believe that things like this that we're doing right now with all of us it's something that I think not only we need, but it's something that I think other women would really get a lot out of because there are so many different women on this call right now with different levels. Donna, for example, you know, Donna's in a role that, you know, she didn't even like, I'm pretty sure that, you know, you didn't see this coming 5 years ago, right?
Gosh, no, how could I have?
Right.
How could I have? Yeah, no idea.
But even, you know, and I don't think any of us are right now where we thought we would be a year ago or 2 years ago, you know, however we've gotten there. But there's a lot of women, I believe, out there looking and not just like they're not searching to glom onto something. They really want to be able to see that there are other women within their space that are not necessarily struggling, but how are they overcoming? Like Felicia's overcoming, you know, how she got into her business, and Paige is sharing, you know, how she is delegating, and Donna's just like, look, I'm empowering this way, you know. So there's a lot of things that I think combined in this conversation we can all offer. And this is where I'd like to just open up to Angie and say, you know, what do you think for you coming from the corporate space into where you are right now? How did you really think about what's going to happen right now? Like, how did you plan for this, or did you plan for this?
This was definitely not planned. What I was hoping for when I left corporate America and starting my own entrepreneur journey was, you know, I watched some other people, I got in some coaching programs, and they kind of sold me on the idea that, you know, you build a funnel and it's going to make you money and you're going to hit, you know, $1 million, and there's, you know, very quickly, and you're going to go from seed to stage and things like that. And you know, and you get kind of caught up in that rah. But after I started down that path, and I spent a lot of money on these high ticket coaching programs to get really a funnel that took me months to build, and no money during those times. My family, they're looking at me like, are you crazy? You have all these corporate offers that are 6 figures plus, and you're saying no to do your own thing, making $0 for months. And I'm like, yep, I know. And it was hard because I didn't really know where I was going. I fought that through the months, the mindset barriers, I had to just push through. And it was people like this community, like you women, you know, the support, the feeling, the sense of belonging, and people that I can lean on. And I mean, instant friends, like in the space. And that's what, like, I chose all of you guys for this call for a reason, because it's like, I've met you guys in a sense where we have this instant connection. There's no need to explain ourselves. There's no judgment. And I mean, that there's so much to say about that, because as an entrepreneur, you get a lot of people in your life, my friends, family, they can't explain what I do. They still can't. When I say the word GrooveFunnels, are like, Groove what? I mean, like, what do you do? Like, what is this company? Like, so you don't work for them or you do work for them? And I mean, so it's, you just don't, you can't explain yourself. And so that's for me. I didn't know where this was going, but what I'm telling you is that I have the biggest sense of belonging that I've ever had. And I love it, and I can't wait for more of it. Two, I finally found my passion point where I'm a nerd. I love being behind the scenes, but this has given me a platform to be more visible and to help other people with it. And I just love it. And so it's great because I get to mix my passion points and I get to serve others and also make money at the same time. So my family's happy. But I feel like, back to your question, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But what I do know is that I'm just pushing forward. And I think like all of us coming from no matter what background we have, we just got to go and push for that thing that we want. Right. And for me, it is, it's not $1 million. It's not money. It's just more about being passionate about what you do, having the tools to systematize your business, and having the people in the community that raise you up and don't put you down. And that's kind of what I'm going for. And I have that here. And I just can't even tell you where, like, my husband and my kids are like, you work all the time. I'm like, I know, I love it. I'm sorry, but I think that, my girls, like, they see it and they're nerds too. They love computers and techie and stuff. And even my son, he got my label maker out yesterday and he could do everything. I didn't even teach him how to do it. He did it all by himself. He's only 5. So we're tech family. My husband's techie. But the point is like, you have to find your passion point. And I found that. And I found the right tribe. And, the company GrooveFunnels has made me feel like family. And I felt like family when I was visiting the Filsaimes, and Donna has been awesome, through this whole thing. She's saved me on the Groove Digital Presents, and, and I've met so many friends in the space, Paige and Sarah, and obviously Nicole. Like, the one thing I will say about Nicole is when she reached out to me, I had a lot of people reaching out to me, but she reached out to me and I took the call. There was just something about her that I took the call. We jumped on the call. We said we were going to keep it for 30 minutes and ended up being 3 hours. And the next call, we said we were going to keep it for an hour and it ended up being 3 hours. And so we just keep talking. But the thing is I don't have many females to look up to in this space. I just don't. I haven't met that many people until now. And I think that's what Groove has given me. I was in the other space, the ClickFunnels space, and I had some females that I looked up to, but they were almost like peers versus they have been in this business. They can give me the what to look out for, people to look out for. And I feel like Nicole has done that for me. And that's why we have so much of a connection. And so anyway, my point is, and I'll end here because I know I've been rambling on, is friends at work, finding your passion point, and just finding the company like GrooveFunnels. It doesn't have to be GrooveFunnels, but a company like GrooveFunnels where you can actually merge all of those things into one: community, passion, and doing what you love. So there you have it.
That's an awesome way to explain it. It's something that comes to mind with all of you is that the Heart Center is really big right now. And it's not that it's not big, but I was in the store today and I took a picture of the new O magazine. And on the cover of the new O magazine, now, Oprah's always on her covers, right? She's always the face of the O. But today on the cover, it's the power of connection, your guide to overcoming loneliness, building community, and finding joy in every day. And when you consider that O magazine is front and center at basically every checkout end cap, and this is what's happening right now. The concept of having these conversations on a more regular basis, and from what I hear and what I'm experiencing as well with Groove, is that Groove wasn't built for let's make $1 million. Groove was built, and I don't see like it's more than $1 million, but Groove wasn't built on that premise. It was built for the premise of how can we make this a platform that can help the entrepreneur not have to duct tape, and that's really from the site, not have to duct tape everything together. And so in speaking to that, all of you would be, I'd love to know what it is. I mean, the heart is a big part of it, and Mike and Michelle bring that to the table right away. But even beyond the heart, how do you feel about Groove in the way of, and we said we weren't going to get on the Groove thing, but we're on the Groove thing. But how do you feel about Groove bringing the community together, and what do you think that we could do to make it an even bigger heart-centered community that really cares about not only just, you know, what we're doing, the 38-page funnels that I build and all these other crazy things, but like what can we do to bring that community together, and how do you see that fostering and moving forward?
I love this question. So I'll start off and come back with another question, which is, have you ever noticed that the more you say I love you, the more people say it back? That's the foundation of Groove. I very intentionally try to use all 5 of the love languages when communicating with our members. So we try to praise whenever possible our members that are doing amazing things, or have a great template or design, or you know, giving reward and recognition where it's due. We provide acts of service like this, and our webinars, and our training is just going and trying to help you. And many times, like David Lemon on his trainings, will jump into someone else's site and fix it for them. That is a very direct act of service. Gifts, we provide gifts to our members really often. But even things like physical touch, like this is the way we provide physical touch. We give you things that you can have around you that represent Groove. Very soon we will have, not soon enough, but we will have plush GrooveZilla dolls that you can physically hug Groove at some point. And all of that, I think, is important to make people develop a sense of community, to feel like they belong, to feel like they're appreciated, and that they're loved. And the more our community feels like they can be loved, the better off Groove is going to be, and the bigger it will grow. So my answer to your question, how can we foster that heart-centered community, is just spread more love, be more loving, and start with yourself. So that's my answer.
It's amazing.
I love it.
Can I chime in on this a little bit? I was actually like pretty well inundated in the ClickFunnels community as well. You know, 2 Comma Club, X coaching program, $2,500 a month, and trying to find my way through that environment. And I think, you know, I'm new to this community. I've done some affiliate sales for Groove. I was on the top 30 leaderboard for at least like a couple of these days of the last 2 weeks. And I'm really hoping that the thing that can continue to make this community shine is authenticity. When there becomes like fake claims, fake over sensationalized things that feel like bro marketing, that's when you lose me. Like, I think that the heart has to be there. And I really want authenticity. And I think sometimes it's uncomfortable. Like, Nicole, you're right. Oprah's normally always on the cover of her magazine. And actually, before this connection one, Breonna Taylor was on the cover of that because she was murdered, actually, literally 2 miles from where I'm sitting right now. She was murdered in this town. And I think it becomes really important to grow a community that's based on truth and based on honesty. And so, I mean, I'll say something a little bit uncomfortable right now, is that, you know, I was a little bit curious as to why, of all the 21 amazing giveaways and amazing gifts that Groove is doing, why one of them is a bikini and there's no men's swims trunks. And so I put a post in the group and it got taken down, and I thought, you know, the way to really build trust is to keep that authenticity, to keep the voices in there that say, I don't know if this is right, but can I ask about it? And that's what I really feel like builds a true community. So yeah, those are just the things I'll say, is that I see the possibility of it just being an incredibly authentic place. And that's what I hope for.
I think Donna can speak about mankini that she wore on stage, right, Donna?
Well,
You wore it?
about that. I did wear a mankini. That bikini was my idea. I absolutely freaking love that bikini. I am happy that there is a bikini on the leaderboard. Obviously, it's my idea. It's even a little saucy if you read the caption on the back of it, and we voted on it. As a company, I said, I really want to put this on the leaderboard for the last prize. It's usually some sort of funny prize. And I said, and I wanted to say this on the back of it, and thumbs up or thumbs down. And we all voted thumbs up for it.
Really? Okay. Amazing.
Very good job of letting you know if you're in the right place. If it offends you, you are not in the right place.
Well, it wasn't so much as an offense. It was like more of like a, where did this bikini come from? Yeah.
Yeah. Because for years and years, something like a mankini would have been on the leaderboard. And something along those lines as a joke. There were always these bro jokes for the last place on the leaderboard. The person that's just under the good prizes gets some sort of booby prize. And I wanted to take that over and make it ours. So
you're reclaiming it. See, there's so much power in that. Yeah. So I was confused as to like, they were like, that was Donna's idea. And I'm like, okay, I want to learn more. Yeah. This is amazing. I'm glad to get to hear this.
The wrong person saw that message, so you didn't get to ask me. It got taken down because I didn't get to say, look, it's there because I wanted it there.
That's reclaiming. I like that. That's why I call my show Titty Confidence. I'm like, it's like the vagina monologues. Like if you want to reclaim the mankini, okay, so what does it say?
So it says get into the groove on the back of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now
and the G is very carefully placed.
Yeah. It is the G
you part of that, Michelle?
And I will be wearing one on the cruise, provided that I give up the cookies.
Provided the cookies don't get the best of you.
No, still wear it with the cookies. Rock it, girl. Yes.
You're right.
Is it true that you guys did do a giveaway once and you gave Tom Beal's mankini? Is that correct?
Yes. That is absolutely true. Tom Mankini was a giveaway as one of the prizes. And I did wear one on stage with a full flesh color bodysuit underneath it.
Yes.
So it wasn't, obnoxious.
I can't wait to see it at GrooveCon.
That's amazing. I'm so glad I talked about it. This is what it's about. Community is about being able to say things that are honest and like get to the truth of things. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of censoring in our groups. Obviously, we try to keep the mood positive. We don't let people come and say bad things about us in our house.
Oh no!
So so we're very good about that. But
yeah. Oh, and I want to say too that my post was also, it was like, hey, bikinis are actually empowering. If it's a good thing for you, that's great. It was more of like an inquisitive of like, what's with the bikini? Of all the gifts,
it's kind of a gag gift. It refers to the bro mentality that it usually surrounds leaderboards, and it makes me happy.
Okay, all right.
I'm a little worried because.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I'm a little worried because I rose up to number 7 at some point, and I've been fluctuating between like 15 and 13, and then now I'm down to 19. So I there's a chance I could win that.
You're gonna look great in it.
We'll look awesome on the cruise together.
Hey, free bikini. No, I'm just kidding. But I love this, guys, and so I just want to say, like, Paige, thank you for having the courage to say that, because I know like you probably were worried and you didn't know how it was gonna go, and this is an open forum, and that's what I love about Groove. And Donna is the most open person I've ever met. And then I got to hang out with Michelle, who is the most down-to-earth person. She's so welcoming. Seriously, like the best hostess for the mostest for the host, whatever that term is. But I'm telling you, like Groove, all the founders, like Matt Serralta gave me a huge teddy bear hug. He even carried my luggage out to the car. John Cornetta wanted to do a selfie with me. I mean, I'm just telling you, like, they are real down-to-earth people, and that's what I love about this company is they're not pompous. Like I really thought, and I told Mike this, I said, There he is right there.
Hashtag Mike sighting.
You heard me talking about him. I told Mike this. I said, you know what? When I met you, or before I met you, Kathy Walls, who she was going to jump on, but since we have a full crew, she said that she'll just watch from the sidelines. But
Kathy,
Kathy, woo-hoo. But we had this image in our head of what Mike and Michelle would be like. And honestly, this is
what was it? Go into detail. I want to know.
We thought they would be like, I don't know, very hoity-toity, and they they're millionaires or whatever, and they're just very not egotistical at all, but just very. They
have like a slight British accent, like a little bit, like
He's always up.
You just have this image in your head, like they have been in this industry, they have done amazing things, and they're this power couple, right? So you just have this image in your head, and then we get there, and we're nervous, right? We're like, okay, we're gonna stay the night at their house, and they have this huge, office center, like they've created like these workstations in their house so that people can.
I hope you guys like peeked around a little bit when they went to sleep. Did you like get to?
All I have to say is that they like to sleep in. I'm an early riser. We were up like tiptoeing around. We're like, they're still asleep. It's like 10 a.m. But and they have 3 cats, and I loved like seeing Mike like baby talk with the cats, and him and Michelle like never missed an opportunity to hug and kiss, and they were just so accommodating, and it was like, wow, like this is so crazy. And even in Mike, he didn't care. He wasn't all about wearing fancy clothes. Like he just wears t-shirts, and he's just down to earth. And I think that's what was so cool for Kathy and I, is that we were like just so taken back, because we're like, to us, we're like these little tiny people, and we're just trying to play in this big space. And, and they never made us feel that way. And I think that is what is welcoming. And here's the thing. Anybody could have gone to their house and they would have made them feel that way. Felicia, am I wrong? Donna, am I wrong?
1,000%. 1,000%.
Yeah.
We'll karaoke with anyone.
They also
yes, karaoke.
I'm karaokeing, so just be warned. So
yes, I'm in.
And I just have to comment. I mean, 8:30 a.m. really isn't sleeping in.
I also have to comment that
sleep until
even annoying when they do karaoke, because they're good at that too. Like really good at that too. Everything they do is really
very,
good.
very good.
I love it.
I don't know why all of a sudden I picture them doing duets with coordinated dance moves.
Honestly,
not far off.
That would be amazing. We actually love to sing "Shallow," but I don't think we have not practiced coordinating dance into a song and dance. So we have the song part, but not so much the song and dance part. But
you could do some like ballet moves on that one.
Yeah.
Not the dance yet, but there is a coordination between when it's like hangout party time and when it becomes karaoke time, because no matter where you are in the house, you could be hanging out in this room or having a conversation, shooting some pool or whatever, but all of a sudden it's in the shed. And that kicks off karaoke night, and then everyone gravitates to karaoke. I've never seen it done before like that. It's
or Mike rocking out to Bon Jovi.
Just something. My life. It just happens. No one is about it. Just that you hear it. It starts, and that means it's karaoke time. Beeline over here. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Is that most people, when they do karaoke, they're very controlling about their space. They want to do it by themselves. And that's not the way Mike and you operate. Like, you guys want everyone up there, and they have like 4 mics, and they want you all up there singing every song with them. And that's rare. Like, usually good karaoke people, and they are good, they want just the solo act, right? And they didn't. You guys were very like, come on, everyone.
I want everyone to belt it from their bellies. Like, just go for it. I love it.
Now we know why the cookies are important. Therein lies the reason that you still need the cookies. Oh, this is great, you guys. There's one more question, not question, but more of an observation for all of you in this space, because as you guys are going through, you know, the building of Groove, and this is at its infancy, you know, we're still in beta. There's a lot of people that, like myself, who are, I just built out a 6-page sales funnel yesterday and today.
Awesome.
And yeah, actually, you know, Donna, I should actually send this to you. You dig it. It's pretty good. And then Angie's shown me some really cool third party that I've been using as well. And the point of this statement is more of, in all of this, as you guys are moving through, you know, the infancy of Groove, how do you see this playing out in a way of being able to keep the heart centered, you know, and this is something that, you know, might morph into, you know, the Groove Girls on a Friday night or something like that, you know, because it's really, I think it would be really helpful for a lot of the, oh, I love it.
Is it flashing for you guys?
This is great.
Is it flashing?
As long as you're not at the light.
It is flashing, yes.
Let me try that again. But I was trying to show, oh man, that's me, my husband, and Michelle.
That's awesome.
I didn't know a live video was gonna happen.
That was like a strobe light happening right there.
Yeah, no doubt. You really brought that out, didn't you?
I'm sorry, Nicole, go ahead.
No, it's good. But how do you think that you're going to keep this sense of really this awesome community? Because it really is an awesome community as we go through this. I mean, you're meeting so many people within the GrooveFunnels community every single day within the group. How many people are in there? It's like 30,000 people or something, or 60,000 people in that group.
100.
No, I think it's over 100, isn't it?
Oh, 100?
110,000, right?
Okay, because I had a picture in my mind of like it was only like 30 or 40,000, but that was when I was making a comment in there, and I think it got like buried, and I never got my answer.
That might be Groove JV, because that one's lower than the Groove Digital.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I probably had. So the point is more of, you know, this kind of forum right now that we are Filipinos love. This kind of forum that we're having right now would be something that we could capitalize on in the way of really building the community even further. You know, once a week for the women's community in Groove, for women builders, for women designers, you know, people that are really interested in this. But beyond, you know, before that, how do you see how do you see this actually playing out in, you know, keeping this community, Donna, in that same frame? You know, what we're doing right now, you know, is it going to be able to continue? And if so, how do you see that building upon itself?
So I am not worried about that at all. I'm not worried about the community getting too large, losing a sense of intimacy, losing a feeling of belonging. Nothing could be further from my mind. So, and the reason why I feel so strongly about that is, first of all, it's not the foundation of the company. The foundation of the company is a loving community. And I don't think that you pivot away from that foundation when you keep it in mind every day. So from I hate this expression, I need to find a better one. From the top down, the company is about love and support and community. And the reason I'm not worried about it is because we haven't been around for very long. And look at how many of you have risen up to take on that cause of your own volition, of your own desire, because it speaks to you. And when you have a worthy goal and you get other people in line with your worthy goal, it's bigger. It's bigger than us now. It really is. Like Groove is beyond us. And, you know, we'll have Groove TV so that we can continue to be a positive force. I'm very, very excited about that plan in our future, so that we continue to be a voice and give people a voice of love and positivity and just all things good, all things groovy.
Love.
Yeah. See, and look right here. I mean, I'm looking at, I can't count, 6 beautiful faces that are taking the reins and sharing that message. And I don't even need to be here tonight because it's happening without me. and it's beyond me. And that's such a great feeling. So yeah, I'm not worried. I think that the community is not going anywhere, and it will just continue to grow, and people will make connections and be aligned with subgroups or sub people within the community. And it is just going the way it is. Simon's correcting my math. I wasn't counting.
I think Simon should jump in here. Simon, you want to jump in and give us
Simon does
a
not
male
want to be one of the
perspective? He's in the green room just hanging out. So he's just listening to us. I think he should pop on. But so I wanted to just, continue what you were talking about. And it's like the community is the reason why, to me, ClickFunnels is still.
We're going to start calling them bleep funnels, by the way.
Bleep funnels? Okay.
Bleep funnels. Hashtag bleep funnels.
Okay, bleep funnels.
Like what they did with Confusionsoft. Okay, I can dig it.
Bleep funnels. But, they did a great job of the community, and that's what has drawn people to be loyal. Yeah. And I feel like this movement, is been crazy. Technically, the official launch was last Tuesday. So, we are just getting started, and just imagine what it's going to be like in 5 years. It's going to be epic. And I think that's what I'm most excited about. I can't wait for the events. I can't wait. I hope COVID goes away so we can see each other. And
it will.
You know what I mean? Like, I just can't wait. And GrooveCon, Marketers Cruise, all the different things that you guys are going to be putting together over the next, several years. It's just going to be such a blast. And we're just getting started. I think that's what's mind-blowing, right? Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
I just want to say something. I just want to add to that a little bit, because community, love, awesome, great. But I'm also not like the most sentimental, heart. I'm just genuinely not that kind of person, the most heart-centered. I love it all, and I do, but it's just, for me, this shit is wild what happens in Groove. The stuff that works in there. I've used bleep funnels. I've used everything else to bleep this first. I've used Blartra, whatever else you want to call it. And I'm telling you what, this is just some wildest shit that I'm so excited about for my business, because it is literally going to make things so much easier. And it's literally going to make things so much cheaper to be able to run everything in one place. I'm glad there's a community. To me, that's a huge bonus for the fact that I get this bomb ass thing to run my business. I'm ready to migrate yesterday, and I've already started that process. And I'm also a nerd. I'm also a huge techie nerd. So this stuff, I got emotional about that. Seeing how quick I could build a page in that light builder. That kind of stuff really lights me up, because that means I have this much more free time to spend with my fiance at the end of the day when I'm not, working on X, Y, and Z thing. I could see that helping me in so many ways to save time. So that plus bonus of community to me is amazing, or bonus plus that, but however you look at it is awesome. I'm just really excited about that.
I think that's awesome. Now, I want to ask Nicole a question, if you guys don't mind. So you've worked on the Tony Robbins team. Does he have quite the community that Groove has? Or how can you compare? I don't even know. So I'm just asking in the dark. So what would you say?
So I worked on the messenger bot part with David and Philippe. So I was more in that arena. No, there's not. I've never been a part of and I've been around for quite a while. So I've been through all of the bleep, and before the word funnel came out, if you're looking at 2004 when we were coding in HTML, and I didn't even know what HTML stood for, but I just knew that I needed to learn how to do it. And don't get me wrong, you guys, I'm talking I learned and I don't think any of you are old enough to know this, but there was this computer called a Wang, W-A-N-G. And do you remember those, Donna? And you had these little things that you would stick in, these little discs, and they would hold maybe one page, okay? Literally. And it was the first computer, and we thought we were really keen on that. That was super cool, right? And that was that was 1989, 87, whatever. Anyway, but in 2004 is when I really started on this. But the point of the story and answering your question is that there is no community doesn't exist in the world of tech. Like, you know, and this is true because I've been in Silicon Valley for years. I graduated and lived there, and I know Silicon Valley very, very well. But tech and community, it doesn't work. And when Google decided that they would start having meditation rooms and things like that, that's when literally you saw a rise in their revenues. Is when they started pulling in the community, is when you started to see the rise in the revenues. And I can remember when Google Glass came out and they had no community for Google Glass, which is why it was just such a flop, because there was no community. The same thing with everything else. And to get into the TR, DG and RB thing, there wasn't a community. No, it was just get this done. How much money can it make? And that was really, that was the speed of it. It was the speed to the bank, and that's really the speed to the bank with everything else. It's like Paige said, we want something authentic, without all of these claims. I think that people are tone deaf at the claim anymore. I think they are tone deaf and digitally deaf anymore to the din of a digital download. And I came up with a funnel, and Angie, I'll show it to you guys. But I did come up with this amazing funnel, and I've built it out. It's got 17 different, literally I did this and I'm still doing it, but it'll be done by tomorrow. 17 different, modules in it. It's pretty slick. But I started it on Wednesday and it'll be done tomorrow. So is it possible for us to get things done faster with Groove? Hell yeah, for sure. Is it still in beta? Are we still having some technical difficulties? Yeah, and that's just going to be the case. But are we going to grow a community around what doesn't work, which is what you see where other communities are saying, oh, well, that doesn't work. Oh, well, let me tell you what doesn't work. Let me just show you what doesn't work. We're in Groove, we're like, hey, this is working. So to answer your question in a roundabout way, no, there was no community. There was a race to the bank. And basically it was, you were getting in a $5,000 program to watch a bunch of videos and download digitally and do it on your own. And so I think people are seeing in this community so many ways that they can literally learn from other people who are at the same space or a little bit higher than them. And they're pulling from that and they're saying, you know what, I would much rather have a moment with you than know that I'm going to have to build out this funnel and watch 17,000 videos for hours and hours and hours on end and still be freaking confused as all hell. Like, you see, so no, community, I don't see it happening. And it's never happened like this. Like, I've never, ever, and this is 2008, you guys, since I've seriously been in this, and I haven't had a paycheck since 2006. So understand, oh, there we are, Michelle. So, I mean, this is where, I see Groove as being something that, to answer your question, Angie, is that, we have a community that and like Donna says, it's premised on where we care. Where we care is where we're going to succeed. And even in the way that you you answered my message, Angie, the way that Donna answers messages, the way that Michelle answers people, the way that, Felicia is still, even though she's not heart-centered, she is, to this point, she's like,
I'm heart-centered. I love the technology too.
Right. And like, I'm into the technology. I feel you there because like, that's what we bring to the table. So I truly believe that in all of this, no, we're fostering our own community. We're building it up. Whereas in other communities, we were told how to do it based upon the claims that they needed to make in order to make that community grow.
Mm-hmm. I have a question. So Donna, as a founder, what do you think the next 5 years are going to look like?
Yeah.
Busy. Busy is the answer. Yeah, I think that it's near impossible for me to imagine what we're going to be like in 5 years. I'd be wrong. Like anything that I have now that I guessed is going to be wrong.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of things that I know. I know that in 5 years, Groove will be category king in the online business platform software. Like, no question in my mind. I know that will be true in less than 5 years, but in 5 years, it will still be category king in business software. Very little, George, is the answer. Very little. Working on that. I know that the leadership team that is in place right now will still be the leadership team in 5 years. I don't see anything happening in that regard. It's a very tight team full of people that love each other. I know that the community will have guided Groove to become something greater than we can possibly imagine. And I mean that in terms of both, this that we're on now, Grooveathon wouldn't be Grooveathon if it weren't for the community. And it was not in our dreams a month ago. And here it is in reality on day 13 or however long it's been that we've been doing this live stream. I could not have guessed that even a month ago that we would be here now. So, but I do know that we're not giving up, that we have a goal to become the best, that we can't imagine retiring or working any less, or like we love what we do. I think that there's more software in our future. I think that there are bigger things in our future, and I don't know what they are, and it's a beautiful thing. And I know that whatever it is, Groove will rise to the challenge, because that's what we do.
Yes. Oh, Donna, I love that. I'm going to chime in and say I'm so glad to be here with some fellow software nerds and people that see the beauty in that. I did not use Wang. I am slightly younger than that, but I did write my first website by line HTML code when I was 14 years old. Wow, it was a fangirl website to my favorite television show, Dark Angel. Had a massive crush on Jessica Alba. She was amazing in that show. I don't know if you guys saw that. And I've been a software nerd since I was a child. My parents started a computer business, and all of the bookcases in our childhood home were filled with softwares. And so to see this, I hear so many people, they ask me like, "Oh, Paige, how do you promote it as an affiliate?" I'm like, you just talk about the features. You just talk about the apps. You just screen share.
It's the easiest thing ever. It's almost like silly to even think, oh, how would I talk about it's the easiest thing I've ever had to explain to someone why it's good.
Yeah.
In the most simple way of saying that, I guess.
Yeah, you're like, look at this, click here. There you go, right there. And
look,
you do
does everything. Does your thing do everything? No? Look.
Yeah. I think that's what was great about meeting Nicole, because I'm a software person, I'm a nerd, and meeting another female who's a nerd who is an entrepreneur is very rare, the trifecta, right? And I wrote my first website. It was for A.G. Edwards and Sons in 1999, all HTML. Nice. And then it moved to a thing called Team Site, and then it moved to Front Page, and it moved to, so it moved on. But I've always been kind of a nerd, and people just don't get that. My friends don't get that. Mm-hmm. And so having this is awesome. And so Nicole is also a nerd, and we hit it off. And then obviously Donna, I just love the background of your expertise, and because I get it, because I'm that kind of person. And then Paige and Sarah, and just like everyone that I'm meeting, and now Felicia, I'm like, there's more of us. There's more nerds out there.
We're coming out of hiding.
All the whiteboards over here. That's me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's my dream.
Yeah.
Donna, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, so I know that the GroovePages and GrooveSell, it's free for, lifetime access. And that alone is pretty much all that ClickFunnels is doing for $97 a month. And when I first saw the video by Mike, he said it's because of COVID we decided to make this free. And I also knew deep down it was because you guys wanted a user base and you wanted to just knock them out of the water. What was that conversation like between you and him? What were you saying, and what did the conversation sound like when you guys were like, okay, we're going to do this for free and everybody else is charging?
It's shockingly easy to work with Mike. Like we are, I guess because we sort of walked the same path together for so many years, we're on the same page about so many things that very often, like the other day, I forget exactly what happened, but I had made a post in our marketing channel in Skype answering someone's question and talked about something. And 10 seconds later, Mike calls me on the phone and we have a whole conversation about that topic. He hadn't seen the post that I made in the marketing channel. It's just that we were both thinking about that same thing at the same time. It was on our minds and we got together, and that happens more often than not. So when he said, let's make it free, I was immediately on board. And he started with just GrooveSell. Let's make GrooveSell free. Absolutely. No one wants to pay for a shopping cart anyway. They need it. It's a necessary part of their business. Let's make it free because it's not a business in by itself. So there's, it's a very good idea. And he came back later and said, what about we give them some GroovePages? And still, from my standpoint, good idea. I don't remember whether it was discussed then or I just made an assumption at that point, was that everything would have a free version. And Mike is also on board. Everything will have a free version. You will get, I tell people it's drug dealer marketing. You will get a taste.
What?
You will get a taste of everything.
I didn't even know this. This is amazing.
Yes.
What, the drug dealer marketing or the 16 things that come for free?
I had no idea, you guys, that all of this was a free taste for all of these apps. Mind blown. Mind blown.
Because we know, like, we bought our own Kool-Aid. We started off with this. We want to make online business accessible for people during this time. And then we realized that we just want to make online businesses accessible for people.
Yes.
Not during this time, but just in general. We want to help people and break down the barriers and the obstacle illusions that people have in the way. And whenever there's a barrier, if we can help you around it, that's what we're trying to do with the software. And that's why we want to give every little bit for free, because I don't know, maybe you don't want to send email. Maybe you want to do webinars. Well, now you can try it. Or maybe you don't want to do webinars, but you want a membership site. Now you can try that. So I think that it breaks down the barrier. It allows you to try something out, see if you like it, see if you have a talent for it without having to invest a whole lot. And we really are playing the long game, because if we make it fun and we make it easy and we make it approachable, and you have a dream, because that's the only part we can't sell you. We can't sell you your dream. Lots of people do. But you have to come with your dream. You have to, like Leanne just said, find your groove. And when you bring the dream and mix it up with our software, which allows you and gives you a voice to make that dream happen, we know that you'll be successful, which means we know that you will need to email more than 500 people a month. We know that you'll need more than 100 people on a membership site. We know that you'll need to do more than however many webinars we decide to give you for free. And I don't have those answers yet.
But the truth is, though, I mean, it's one of those things where, when you have your stuff set up in a place like that you've been building on for a while, like, it sucks to think about potentially moving all of that out. Yeah. So what's lovely is that, it's just pages. Maybe you have your membership and everything else in a different platform, but your page builder sucks and it's not optimized. You're not getting Google ranked. you can just literally start with the pages and see what that does to change your conversions. And it's like, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there. It doesn't need to be anything that's overwhelming, where like most platforms, when you make a switch, you got to make like a full hard change. And that's what sucks. What I love about Groove is that you can start like piecemealing. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. I'm not, you know, losing my shit because I have to have all of this moved over by midnight, or, you know, none of the crazies.
Yeah.
So you don't have to invest to move your stuff.
Yeah.
You can do that at the free level, and then invest when you're ready to mail, or invest when you're ready to put more than 100 people into a membership site.
And if it's now or like a year from now, you can start just piecemealing it over and over and over. So it's a gradual process instead of like a one and done.
So that free accountant level, I don't anticipate it will ever go away. Obviously, if it stops working for us, then we'll rethink our business model like any good business. But I think it's around to stay.
And Donna, to your point, so many times the technology will shut people down completely, and they won't even begin to be able to experience what dreams they have because of that one thing. I know personally I've experienced that, where it just holds you back. And then it's just like, you know, I don't have these dreams to just become some web developer person. That's not what my passion is or my wheelhouse. It's other things. So whatever that would be for someone. But I think this technology and what GrooveFunnels has done is removed all of that so that people can really shine and be in their zone of their brilliance and whatever they bring. And the tech just kind of sits in the background.
It supports the dream instead of the other way around.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good tagline. We support your dreams.
I like that too.
You bring your dreams. We have the software to make it happen. Like I wrote down, bring your dreams. We have the software to make it happen. Like that's a great tagline, because a lot of people do have the dream of, you know, learning how to do this or needing to do it and can't. You know, I mean, I've been in that position, and it's difficult, and it's trouble. You know, for us as geeks, you know, we'll go out and find a way to make it happen, but it's still troubling because it takes so much time. You know, and where we would keep moving in that direction, a lot of people will stop, and they just won't go.
And then to top it all off, you have baked in a community around. So when you do get stuck, you're not just sitting there for an hour or 3 hours trying to figure out like this one little thing. You can just jump in, and people are so giving and helpful to help you figure out your issue.
That's awesome. So guys, we have about 9 minutes left, and I wanted to take a minute, if you guys don't mind. I don't know if she is in the background here, but is Deb Cole? Do you see Deb Cole?
She is not around.
Oh, okay. Well,
I've been the one.
No, okay.
Potentially resting.
So I just want to take a minute, if we can, just to give her some love. I mean, that woman is working so hard. Donna, you start. Michelle, you're next. You guys, seriously, like, she's been amazing. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. She is very, very brave. She's awesome.
And it's her birthday tomorrow.
And it is her birthday tomorrow.
No.
It is?
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. When I was
really has been working so hard to put this together for all of you.
Yeah, she's doing a great job. She's super committed and just really has been amazing.
Yeah. The book, 336 hours of people and hosts and
everything. It's totally stress-free.
And you know, so events, that's the one area that, like, I would be really happy if Groove never did a live event. Only because I have so much trauma from past live events. And that's how I got into marketing. I was an event producer, promoter, the my first foray into this world. So I have so much trauma from live events that I'd be happy if Groove never did one. But now, like, I realize that I don't have to organize it. I can just show up to a live event.
Putting people in the places where they succeed, right, Donna? That's your skill.
Right. That's exactly right. So I'm excited to the opportunity to connect. And when it comes to, Deb, she loves producing things like this. And she's done a really great job of just trying to keep it all on track. And it has not been easy. It's not an easy task to give someone 10 days notice, 4 days after they start their job. Give them 10 days notice that they're going to put on the longest ever live stream that we're aware of. And she has done just a phenomenal job.
Trombone.
I love you very much, Deb. Thank you so much.
She's been around for a long time, though. And, one of the things about Deb is that she's worked with Mari Smith. She worked with Nick Unsworth and myself when I was with Nick long years ago. And she's done so many events in this space. And when she started out, when what was it with the Google Hangouts? She did the Google Hangouts, and she's done. She's always been in this presenter space and the producer space, and it's more of like with her, she's grown into this in a way that is so organic that it's like it's just so perfect for her to be in this space. Like this is where she shines and where she thrives, and it's as if like it's not even a job for her, because she just does it so well. It comes so naturally to her that it's just, she just lives it. So one of the things about Deb that, I've known her now for years, and, every time I see her, she's always producing something new. And this is no different. But this, I think in all of the years that she's done things, she's never been able to really put her roots down and say she's a part of something, because everything else was so temporary. And it was just like, oh, let's get Deb to do it. Oh, let's get Deb to do it. And Deb will do this part, and then it's kind of over. So I think to the point of like bringing this community together, Deb was like the perfect gravitational pull into this, because she is absolutely like, there is nobody else on the planet that could do what she does in such a great way and get it done as seamlessly as she does without freaking out. Like Deb doesn't freak out, So I love the fact that like just in her nature, she has literally taken, it's like as if there's a magnet and it just pulled her right to Groove. And that's where she belongs. Like this, everything that she's done up to this point has led her to this. And it's like, it's where she needs to be. Like this is exactly where she needs to be. And she's going to be like one of the best. She already is one of the best, but she's an asset that's only going to, like, you put her in such great soil, she's just going to flourish. Like everything about her is just going to, branch off. She's going to be one of the best leaders as far as like production leaders. She's going to have great people underneath her that are going to produce, because she's just in her space. Like this is her element. And it's so great to see her shine in such, it's so awesome to watch somebody that you've watched for years shine the way they do. And like, that is what Groove, I think, is at the umbrella. It's like where people can shine.
And being here behind the scenes and everything, Deb actually, she's been the producer and switching cameras, highlighting comments, and then we empower our hosts to do that as well. But I had no idea that I loved producing until I was sitting there and watching her, what she was doing. And now I'm literally sitting there like, looking at every camera, changing camera angles, highlighting comments. Like even just sitting here, I'm highlighting like these awesome comments. And it's amazing. It's amazing. Yay.
That was my segment. And you were like doing the clapping. That was awesome. It was awesome. No, but we have to close this out, guys. We have another segment coming up, but I just want to say thank you guys for jumping on. I know it's late, but this has been fun. It went by fast. And I just would like to go around just one last time and just give maybe some words of wisdom for our audience with GrooveFunnels. Felicia?
Oh, me first?
Yeah.
This is the same thing I keep telling everybody. Like, it's ridiculous. It's the easiest, silliest no-brainer of a decision. I probably told 45 people from the second that I got in there, like, oh, this is clearly what you should be doing if you like to make things easy for your life and you have a business online. And it's by the best people that I've ever known. I will follow Mike wherever he goes because he's never led me wrong. And he's the smartest person that I've ever known. and Donna as well. And yeah, it's if you have a business online that you want to stop wasting money with your integrations here, and here, and you want to make everything really cohesive that makes sense to make your life easier, to make more money, Groove. It's one word.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, it's hard to make I feel like you want to say more things, but it's a no-brainer.
All right, Michelle, any words?
Yeah. We welcome you to the Groove community. Everyone is here to help, and just keep on grooving.
Donna?
I think it's important to remember that every single day you wake up and make a decision to be the person that you are that day. And when you can be whoever you want to be on any given day, choose to be groovy.
I love it. I love it. Paige, any words of wisdom?
Yes, Angie, first of all, thank you for having me. Felicia, Michelle, Donna, Sarah, Nicole, amazing to meet you ladies. Seriously. My advice is very similar. Go out there, be true, be honest, be real. Just talk about what's great. And this is a great opportunity.
Awesome. Dr. Sarah David, are you frozen? Is she frozen?
She's peaceful.
Nicole.
Self-care.
Nicole,
you guys are awesome. I had such a great time with you tonight, and it's such a pleasure to meet you, Michelle. It's always great to see you again. I love seeing you.
So great seeing you.
Yeah, we had such a great time that day, and I'll never forget just how much we really connected. And Donna, I've heard amazing things, so many amazing things about you. So it's such a pleasure to be on this live with you. And I feel like I've gotten to just have a new friend that's amazing, just a beautiful new friend who's amazing. And Felicia, you're what a powerhouse, girl. I mean, you are like forced to be reckoned with over there.
Rockstar.
Yeah. So good on you. I mean, I'm really excited that you get to do something with such an amazing icon in this industry. I mean, Mike's been around for years, and you're in a very amazing position to be that close, and it's enviable as well as it's magical. So,
I feel the exact same way. Personally, I feel very fortunate. Thank you.
Yeah, and Paige, I mean, just amazing to meet you as well, and see what your whole arena is and way of empowering women. I think you guys, in all of this, I think what we have done tonight, even though we're a little bit over, Simon, I apologize, but what we have done, I think, is set a precedent at this point. And I truly believe that, like, with what we've said and how we've handled everything, and the answering the questions and going through this has been so it's empowering for other people, men and women, to see all of us here. And one thing that I think we should take away is that this is just the beginning of what we can really end up doing with Groove, as well as the community together, the 6 of us, 7 of us. And Dr. Sarah, thank you for being here and taking the time. You're with all of your business. I mean, it's amazing that you're even here and up, that you're so busy, right? So, all of you, it's been just amazing pleasure. And, Groove is our platform, but really the people in this arena right now on this call, on this live, are what's going to be the impetus to move us forward in a positive and caring way that's empathetic and compassionate, as well as creative, and being a part of that community is just only going to foster all of us to grow even bigger. So thank you.
Awesome. So Dr. Sarah, do you want to close us out with some words of wisdom?
Yes, thank you. My internet got disconnected, but it's been such a delight to be here with all of you heart-centered entrepreneurs, and I'm just really feel very fortunate. But I would say Groove has something for everyone. Regardless of whatever you do, you can bring it to Groove and do that. And we have no idea of what we're capable of whenever given the proper tools like this to really inspire and really help us achieve our dreams.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for
Angie, thank you.
Thank you. It's been such a pleasure.
Thank you for everything you do for this community.
Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Donna. Thank you all.
I love you guys. Okay, we're gonna go to a
Love
commercial.
you guys. Love you guys.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Grooveathon, and we hope you're enjoying it. You know, normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Grooveathon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important, and that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to groovefunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at groovefunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to groovejv.com. That's groovejv.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to groovejv.com. Over there, you will find, as I said, all of your affiliate links and more information in a video explaining our two-tier affiliate program. Now, free members get paid 20% commission on anyone they refer, and if you upgraded and you're an upgraded member, we double your affiliate commission to 40. And on top of that, we pay you 10% on tier 2. Now, there's a video that explains this math and why people are making so much money promoting GrooveFunnels. People will love you for it. It's a free product with a suite of products and no credit card is required. Now, we do a really great job convincing people to upgrade based on the value of our software and our value proposition. So all you need to do is get your affiliate link and start promoting. We give you banners, blog, written blog reviews, email swipe copy if you have an email list, a place where you can get solo ads, do press releases, post on Facebook, post on YouTube. We give you all the tools to get your affiliate link out there. People absolutely love GrooveFunnels, and there's a movement going on right now. And the reason why you want to get your affiliate link out there is we do something that you'll find at GrooveJV in a more informative video. But in a nutshell, it's called First Tag Wins. What that means is if you simply have somebody click your link and they sign up for GrooveFunnels with no credit card, if they sign up an hour later, a day later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, or a year later, or several years later, it doesn't matter. They are tagged to you without using cookie technology. We have an exclusive technology that does that. What that means, if they sign up on their phone or on a laptop and a month later or a week later, they sign up on a completely different computer or at a hotel lobby using the internet cafe at a hotel, and they decide to upgrade to Groove, they are hard-coded and locked into you for life. That means all you need to do is get the word out, get people to find out that Groove is awesome, just like you do right now. They'll sign up for free. They'll thank you for it. And when they upgrade, you'll get a 20% commission. And if you're an upgraded member, you'll get paid 40% commission and 10% on tier 2. These commissions are massive. And we have people that are making a full-time income. As we said, just this week, we paid out over $300,000 in weekly commissions. So take a little break from the Grooveathon right now. Press pause, go to groovejv.com in a new browser, make sure to get your affiliate link, follow all the steps in the promotion tools, and then we're going to welcome you back to the Grooveathon. Thank you very much.
Unmute. Welcome back to the most must-see late-night TV show in all of Grooveathon, which is, of course, the only late-night show. Welcome back to, the final Groove at Night. Yes, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, today is absolutely the very last scheduled, at least for this Grooveathon, not talking about Groove TV or anything like that, huh? Hint, hint. This is going to be the last time that we have a scheduled show for you, and it's going to be another 8 hours of jam-packed content. Now, if you are here, how can we possibly follow up with what we just saw? 7 of the coolest ladies right here at Groove. Of course, we call them either Groove Girls or Groove Ladies. Put the hashtag of your favorite phrase on what we should be calling this new groovement of category, because let me tell you, I think that as part of everything that we are here in the GrooveFunnels community, one of the biggest things that I am most proud of is the diversity. It is no joke. It is no secret. It is not anybody's, closet that right now we are dealing with some very sensitive times in not just the country, but the entire world. There's a lot of sensitivity and insensitivity that's going on. And one thing I am most proud of right here in the Groove community is that everybody has the right, the freedom to express themselves, to share their views and opinions without fear of being bombarded by negativity, by hate, by trolls, or anything along those lines. And that's because we are who we are. We are people with a diverse cultural background, beliefs, and anything that we feel like we can share and still mutually respected by everybody here. And so I'm very proud to have all kinds of friends that we can see in different gender, in different races, different ethnicities, different background, and we all embrace one another. We talk a lot about empowerment, right? About women empowerment, about Asian empowerment, Black empowerment, whatever. All of that is the same thing. It's empowerment among everybody. As long as we share the same vision, the same dream, we are all as one. And that's one thing I am very proud about Groove, because unlike many of the other companies, other even competitors, right? We are very straightforward. We are very respected. We're very respectable as well. And we make sure that all of our members feel the exact same way. So regardless of your background, regardless of where you came from, regardless of the color of your skin, right? Regardless of anything, just know that we are all one right here in the GrooveFunnels community, and we are very proud to have you here with us. With that said, I want to share with you our screen, because I know that we were all so bombarded by all the amazing content that we had with the 7 amazing women just now that many of you probably missed my post. As you can see here, today is the final Groove at Night. And yes, even though we say, hey, who cares what's been planned, right? It's the last one. You should be here. And that's why you're here right now. We also want to make it a little bit fun, okay? P.S. What are some of your favorite memories and takeaways from Groove at Night? We want you to share with us your comments right here below. And our favorite comment that comes in before the end of tonight's show is going to win a prize. Okay, so make sure that right down here, you can see that a few of them are coming in already. Ryan says, we can't wait to watch it. Well, the wait is over because we are starting, right? Shay say, can't even believe that we are here. Charlene is saying, it's been such a journey. I'm so inspired and impressed by the Groove team and yourself. Thank you very much, Charlene, who happened to be one of our guests last week, especially showing up and being so consistent, bringing massive value to everyone here. This is the beginning, absolutely. And we are just in the starting days. Just wait until you see what is coming up in the future. And I'm certain in the later days will be far more glorious than now for the Groove fam. Absolutely. FinFab says, boom, impossible to pick a favorite. All so good and so informative. Thank you very much for your kind words. Of course, we look forward to many of your comments as well. But now, as we move on to the core of what we want to share with you, our very first guest today is going to be very different from many of the guests whom we've had over the past 2 weeks. Why? Because one thing that we've been very proud of course, is because our network is so high, right? They're so big. You've heard from Beauty Queen. You've heard from the Tony Robbins of Southeast Asia. You've heard from many successful multimillionaires. But the beauty of the Groove Mix, the Groove community, is that not only do we know people who may be in the limelight, we also know people who are behind the scenes. People who may not necessarily be what you would call successful, whatever your definition might be. Now, for this gentleman, he also told me that I don't consider myself to be very successful. In fact, I met him all the way back in 2006. One thing that you will notice about a lot of my guests is that I've known them for a very long time, a lifetime in internet years, and probably the very same event where he also, along with Tom Beal and people like Mike Filsaime as well, met for the very first time in San Antonio. So he is also no stranger in internet marketing. However, one thing that I'm very excited to have him here is that he is probably more relatable. In fact, the most relatable to many of us who might be watching right now. In his words, not mine, he said that I've seen all the great guests that you have, not only from Southeast Asia, but also Australia, UK, US, from all around the world. I would consider myself, he said, to be the crappiest. And I just busted out laughing earlier this morning when I was on the call with him because he considered himself to be the crappiest. But I will tell you, I consider him to be the most relatable among everybody else, simply put, just because of his decision after that seminar, when I went off into my own way, quit Google 3 months later, right? And I went on to become an internet entrepreneur, become a speaker. Many of the other fellow attendees at that very same seminar, did the exact same thing. This guy, he decided to go back to corporate America. He decided to go for the steady paycheck. He decided that in due time, he wants to start a family, and now he has, and he wants so much for that consistent paycheck, that consistent income to take care of his family. But as we all know, in 2020, many things changed for many people, and now he has actually started his internet marketing journey once again. And today, he's going to share with us just how far he's come over the last several months and why he's considered to be an underground marketer and why he's relatable in the form that just like many of us right here watching right now in the community or will be watching in the replay, why he is just like every single one of us in that situation, why he'll be learning from all the experts, just like all of us who are learning right now. And so what I want to do right now is to introduce you to my friend of 14 plus years now. He is definitely, I would consider, an expert in his own right just because of everything that he's gone through. He's got 14 years of educational experience, and he is going to share his story with you today on everything that he has learned over the past decade plus in terms of mindset, in terms of attitude, and in terms of what is going to help drive him into imminent freedom, imminent success. What is going to get him to become that person that will reach their goals, and how you can replicate that exact same attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome to the Grooveathon Groove at Night, Mr. Johnny Sue. Let's give him a big round of virtual applause. Welcome him into the comments, show him some likes, show him some love. He is one of my close friends. He attended a lot of very special occasions in my life as well in the past, right? Because now we all have new lives. 2020 is a brand new start for all of us. And here he is right now back in California, right? And we are half a world away, but it is 9 p.m. here, there where he is. So it's obviously a very start of a brand new day for me, but ending a very good day for him. Welcome to the show, Mr. Johnny. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Hey, Gabe. You know what, Simon? You know, with that introduction, I actually feel like super big. You know, like I understand about building up. You know, as I told you, you know that it is simple. You know, many years ago, you know, when I met you, Simon. You were and you are an amazing person that came out from Google. Say, you know what? Hey, you know, I know. You know, for me, Google, it was just a thing. No, hey, And then dual check was a thing. No, just search stuff and that's it, right? But the thing is, they didn't know that by that time there was you know pay per click. Actually, Simon was the person who actually led that team into success, and now everybody has to be inside of that part of Google. Now, I think at the time that Simon was, trying to find his own search for his own new soul in the internet marketing, I was trying to, find the same thing. I was trying to actually generate leads and create another business for myself. And that time, actually, things were different, and then as Simon said, I say, you know what, after being in many on many events in the intermarketing arena, and I am one of those guys who actually wants to learn everything. I think I bought everything, right? I actually put my credit card into debt at 100%. I can tell you that. I have to. As Simon said, I have nothing to hide. And then the problem with this, with all this information that we got around, is that everyone have excellent products, excellent things. They have all solutions, internet marketing, blueprints. They have all the answers that you want, and for you to create a successful business. The problem on creating a successful business is you, or in this case, is me, right? I actually, when in that time, actually, I bought all the programs. I knew everything. I have Mike Filsaime's program. Actually, I never did anything with Mike Filsaime's. What was the butterfly marketing?
Yeah.
I never did anything with that. As I told you, I wasted my money. The other thing is, then I say, oh yeah, hypnotic marketing. I got. You remember hypnotic marketing? Joe Vitale.
Joe Vitale, of course.
The secret guy, right?
Yeah, of course, yes. Our good friend, my good friend, for sure.
He's a good friend, right? I got a whole book, a big package of that. Actually, just to let you know, his information now, I am utilizing it now for my internet marketing business. Just to let you know, but I think as he's selling it, but it's not the same thing like before, right? I got many programs. I got multiple programs. Some of them are like I joined StomperNet. I was already everywhere. So as I tell you, I know that I already. If you search myself in the internet, sometimes you will see pictures of me with many people, including Mike Filsaime, including John Beal, Donna Fox. I know them all. Of course, they don't even remember who am I, right? Like I just was there in the cruise and all the stuff. I didn't do anything. The problem, it was me. The problem is whatever was building. I am a person who wants to have all the tools first in order to move on. And the thing is, there's so many tools, and then the tools get like outdated so fast, right? Yeah. That I have to learn the new tool.
Yeah.
Right. So. And then even today now, as I was talking to Sai, right? Things that have been happening to me. I'm already making some money here and there. I'm not breaking even, but the thing is, I know how the things are, and then how the system works and all the stuff. Now, even though my English is horrible, I'm still doing some copywriting thing with the hypnotic marketing package. That technique is great.
15 years ago, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, now because my knowledge increased, and I was not following up anybody on the internet marketing. It was because you, Simon, tick on me and blip on me on Facebook and told me, hey man, how you doing, man? And then I explained to you, the things were happening to me. But the thing is, I don't know, is there any way that we can share my screen, or?
Yeah, no, we'll absolutely get into that in just a moment, because Johnny actually has a presentation planned for us at the very last minute that he decided to do.
Yeah.
And the reason
sorry,
why,
man.
no, it's all good. And the reason why I continue to, I find it entertaining as Johnny is sharing his stories, because, in the beginning I mentioned how he is the most relatable to anybody who is starting out right now. But in addition to that, he is the most relatable to me as well, because we started at the same time. And so all the things I was talking about, I invested in butterfly marketing, I invested in StomperNet, I invested in the whole hypnotic series with Dr. Joe, right?
Yeah.
I did the exact same thing. And before we actually met each other, I think we were still on the same boat, not knowingly, right? Because I was actually doing, I was at Google, obviously, and I was a full-time employee. But at the same time, I was learning internet marketing on the side, and I was investing in many different courses. And when I finally met Johnny in San Antonio at a seminar, right, it was like, wow, we've been through the exact same path. We've invested in the same courses. We followed the same, gurus and all those things. And funny enough, I learned that at that time, we met in San Antonio, but I was living in either San Jose, California, or San Francisco at the time. I don't even remember anymore. And Johnny was actually just about an hour away from me in California. Was it Hayward or something like that?
Yeah, it was Hayward. Yeah.
Hayward, right? So it was about an hour and a half away from me. And so small world, right? Out of anybody that we could have met, and at seminars, you should know, if you've attended any seminars, you see people, you meet them from all around the country, from all around the world. And to finally actually meet somebody who is so close to you that, they're probably like just an hour away, it's definitely something that we figured, it must be a sign or something like that. And especially with a very similar background. And so we became mastermind buddies. And I believe we had another friend who was also very nearby to us as well, that we also invited into our mastermind group. And so with all of that, it was just an incredible learning venture. It was a beginning start to a journey, because Johnny was there along the way. As he mentioned, he followed me, right, to the cruise. We went to the cruise together. We also met Mike there as well, and Tom and Donna as well. And I don't know how many of them, remember you, just like how they probably didn't remember me the first few times that I met them. But of course, I mean, it all starts somewhere. And, you chose a much different path than me, but it was the path that was right for you. And there's no wrong, right? There's nothing wrong, and there's nothing that's right. It's just whatever it is that is right for you. And I commend you, for actually making that decision, because at the end of the day, we all need to make choices that are right for us. Back 15 years ago, of course, we were able to make that choice. If we wanted to go back to corporate America, or we wanted to do whatever else, then it's something that we could do. But right now, I'm sure you'll agree, the choices have become a lot more limited, right? People who want to be employees, people who even want to start businesses, not all of them have that choice anymore, because of lockdowns, because of the changing environment, because what they wanted to do is no longer suitable, at least not for now, right? And so there's a lot of people who are going through a lot of different things that no longer are they able to make that choice. And I think that's one of the bigger reasons why you also decided to come back into internet marketing, also come back and rediscover and pick up off the dust of all the things that you bought 15, 16 years ago and start implementing them now, right? Blow the dust off and apply them. As they say, is never too late, right? And they also say it's better late than never. So, of course, depending on where you are, if you're starting internet marketing for the very first time this year, you came across GrooveFunnels, and that's your very first experience in internet marketing, welcome, right? But even if you've gone through that path, right, then, of course, as Johnny is a testament to, it is never too late. And, we got Eldon, who agrees. Sounds like information overload. Been there, right? I like the sound of butterfly marketing, says business inceptions, So we have many people who can definitely relate to you, I believe, right? Definitely amazing. Can't keep up syndrome, right? Cruising
Oh yeah.
buddies. We got many people who are very much along the lines of what we are talking about right now, who can relate to you. So
Well, I
definitely, I
thought it
think
was
that,
alone.
yeah. But here's the other thing as well, right? I mentioned that, usually we got the big gurus, the big experts who already make lots of money, the professional speakers or whatever else.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny, right? You can tell he's not a professional stage platform speaker. I mean, I'm sure you're good at training because you've done presentations, in your past life, in your current life, whatever, for the various jobs, you need to
Yeah.
be a presenter, do sales or whatever else. But you can also hear from Johnny as well. He's also not a native English speaker, right? So that just goes to show, again, it doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter if you have an accent. It doesn't matter if you're not comfortable, not confident, or you're not used to doing something, right? I asked Johnny, hey, do you want to come and do like an interview, do a session, whatever, right? Sure. Why not? No questions asked, right? Except, what am I going to talk about and whatever else, right? But he's like, well, I don't know. I'm not confident about what I'm going to talk about. I'm not confident in what I know. I'm not confident in my English. Forget all of that stuff, right? You need to train yourself to step out of your comfort zone. He's already been there. Johnny's already done that. So he knows that, yeah, if I'm going to get anywhere, this is my opportunity, right? To talk to you, to be a bigger part of the GrooveFunnels community. And so here he is, all because he grabbed hold of this opportunity, and that's why he's here today. So before we actually get into your presentation, Johnny, I mentioned that your English is not your first language. Yep. You're not from America. You're an immigrant and everything else, just like myself, right? So before you get into your presentation, maybe you can tell us just a little bit about your background, about yourself, anything of interest that you feel like we should know about you.
Okay, yeah. It's many years ago, right? Actually, if you hear a Chinese guy with a weird accent, it's because I have a weird accent. No? And the problem is that I don't have the weird accent, right?
Yeah, it's a different
I don't have a weird accent of Simon. No, Simon's accent came from Hong Kong, Hong Kong's English. My accent is weird because I speak like a Mexican, right? The thing is, not in the bad way. I speak like a Mexican because my first language is English. It's Spanish. Sorry.
Español.
So, yeah, yo hablo español perfecto. And
Mi
then,
amigo.
yeah, no como tacos. And then,
yo quiero Taco Bell.
yo quiero Taco Bell. So that was simple, right? I lived in Venezuela and South America for many years. And then what happened is that by that time, things were easy. My dad was an entrepreneur. We have a business. We used to have a business in there. Life was good and easy. Petroleum. Sorry about what I'm gonna say, but beautiful women's. Life was great and easy, right? Hey, business owners in Venezuela, you're rich, right? The problem is that things change, right? In this case, the country actually voted for a bad president. That sounds familiar. Okay. Okay, but for a bad president, and this president till now actually brought the country to collapse. The good thing, it was my dad's vision was actually what changes everything. I didn't know. I was a very young and stupid, kid, and then I told my dad, "But everything is fine in here. Well, we should leave." And that's I think that this is going to become a communist country. There's nothing wrong with communist, but it's the people who actually manage things. And I think that it's time to go. So that my dad actually make everything for us to go, and then we landed in the United States. Why? Because it's close, and there's Chinatown, and there's San Francisco, and they can eat their food and stuff like that, right? That was his excuse, but not mine. So I stayed longer in Venezuela for a time to finish my degrees, and then after that I moved here to the United States. In the United States, everything was different, right? My degree doesn't, worth anything. So I have to start from the beginning. one of the things that I did was I took my courses, I took my education in there, and then I became an information technology specialist, and by that time, in between technology and taking care of stuff, no family at that time, I was curious, and then went to check on things on the internet marketing arena, right? On the internet, I met I got the pleasure to meet Simon. I got some pictures later on. I show you, right? And then I met many great people, including Mike Filsaime. I still don't kind of find the pictures of Mike Filsaime and Simon all together, but later on I show you that. Anyway, we migrated Venezuela. Came to United States. Everything changes. No friends, no nothing. Start over, study, things like that. So hey, you know what? I can even write a novella, only about this subject, about changes and things like that. No, changes happen, so you just have to accept them. After that, then on the intermarketing side, Simon became a guru. Actually, he is the guru.
Nola.
So I'm gonna start meditating and everything. I feel your and the other part, yeah. On the internet marketing, what happened is that by that time things, I don't know, environment, it was not exactly the same for me, and things didn't it changed a lot. So I decided to come back to corporate American and use my strong points that were technology, engineering, and things like that. Because now I'm actually I work in the information security as an information security engineer / architect and stuff like that. So I make good money. I make good money. The thing is, as Simon said, environment change, right? It's not that nothing happens to you. It's the outside. Everything changes, right? Now the government, the politics are affecting the country. Economy is affecting the country. Whatever it is, the only thing that you can do is like what Bruce Lee say, and I know it's Bruce Lee related. Oh, Oriental guys, yeah. Bruce Lee say that we have to be like water. If the water is poured in a teacup, it will become a teacup. If it's poured, you have to be like water, like the river. The river actually flows everywhere it goes. It doesn't get stopped. Right. So governments can do whatever they have to do, but you are the one who have to change. We are the one who have to do the decision to make the choice, like what you did many years, 14 years ago, Simon, right? My choice was different. I say I want to be in corporate America and blah, blah, blah. Yes, I make good money. I'm not saying no, right? But the thing is, I want to be like the ultimate internet marketing guy. Melky saying no. I'm talking about Jeff Bezos. He's an internet marketer, right? You're talking about Bill Gates. Bill Gates is an internet marketer.
No, well, he doesn't have to be. Yep.
Yeah, eBay. They're internet marketers. So if we, of course, we come from the point of view of Silicon Valley and all the stuff, and we've seen these things happen, right? And then the thing is, we have to get a piece of the internet now. Why? Everybody is buying stuff online, right? And then before, when I started and you, Simon, started, we have to go to Bluehost and get a domain, and that's the thing. We have to host it, and after hosting it, we have to have a script like a WordPress thing, and then after that, we have to put plugins and that, and then after that, the plugins make the website slow. Then you have to hire or get your pictures, and they have to put everything together, right? Yeah. And then after that, oh my God, this website looks like crap, right? We need, right?
Yes.
We need to hire a professional. And then all these professionals, $20,000 for a website. What? And it is, of course, some of them, they do it for 500, 300 and all the stuff. But the thing is, the guy who does the website, they don't do pictures. The one who do pictures, they don't write. So you have to put a team together just to make things happen. And that's actually what happened to me. right? So I'm leaving that. So that's why, you know, Simon called me, but the thing is, he called me the right time because I was already doing that before he called me, right? Say, you know what, how's life? So, okay, I'm doing this thing, you know, and then of course, affiliate marketing. I was already familiar with that. I made some little money, but then didn't last longer. Now I'm doing a little bit better. But then, hey, do you think that things don't happen to us? Hey, I got shut down my Facebook account. See, so overcoming these kind of things, how to have a hard mind, a hard head, in order to keep, you know, hitting the wall. Those are the things that actually been helping me and showing me a path that I haven't, you know, I haven't followed before. Why? Because it's easy. You go to corporate America, you know something, the company needs you, right? And then you build that something for them. But the thing is, still, that vision is the vision of that company. And they pay you something, a little bit, for you to do your job. But the company is the one who get the benefit. You're buying their vision. And then they pay you good enough to keep you, you know, there, you know, all the time, you know, waiting for your paycheck every week or every 2 weeks or whatever it is. Of course, the more knowledge you have, the more things you can you can negotiate high pay. But the thing is, it's never exponential, and it only depends on you. If you get sick, you're done, right? You have no income. So those are the things that I'm seeing now. Because you know, I finished my contract. Now I don't have a job. Now I have to apply for a new job. Of course, you're gonna pay me better because I'm hoping from one company another. But then still the same problem. So having an income that will make you money, or a business that will make you money even though while you're sleeping, is something that I already tested and it works. Right? Actually, I got paid very well. You know, making sales, you know, on a product that was promoting, and that's it, right? So if it's possible for us, or for a guy like me, I'm still a rookie even though I know these guys, right? And I still have to buy packages and products in order to, you know, do this. Now promoting GrooveFunnel. I actually not promoting it personally, you know, but then I see the potential and the power of GrooveFunnel.
Not yet, right? Not yet.
Not yet, because the thing is, now I have to move all the products that I'm selling with Shopify to GrooveFunnel. I have to test this thing.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing with Johnny is that he's been around for such a long time. He knows all the tools that existed before GrooveFunnels, so he's using a lot of those to try and build something that we are all trying to build right now for those of us who are new to the community. So what's really interesting to learn from Johnny is, even though he's still in a very similar level, right? The difference is that Johnny's got the experience. He started around the same time that I did. You know, he attended the first seminar that I did. He bought all the same products that I did. So the investment wise, the educational wise, right? Johnny knows these things. The only difference was that he chose to go the corporate America route, and as a result, didn't get the chance to really build that business, you know, go through the trials and errors and have the time that it takes to actually achieve those results. So that's why it's so valuable, not only to have Johnny as a part of our community, but to also hear from him today and what he has to share, because he's in a very similar route as all of us, but not in the mindset of a rookie, right? Not in the mindset of somebody who is just getting started. He has the experience, he has the education, he has the knowledge. He just needs to apply that knowledge. Right? So all of us who have been learning all the past 2 weeks and even before that on how to do all these things, well, we're actually in the very same boat as where Johnny is right now, because now he's like, I need to transfer all these things over from all these different platforms over to GrooveFunnels, which he's going to do because, you know, when I first called him up, he was actually at his job at his previous job, and he was like, yeah, my contract's expiring. I'm telling him about this opportunity. He's like, yeah, I'm using Shopify, I'm doing all these different things. I said, well, hey, you know what, GrooveFunnels actually can help you, because there's Groove Carts, there's Groove Mail, you can do email marketing and all those different things. And he said, oh wow, I'm going to look at it, right? And so he did, and I referred him, and he is on my team. And so he said, hey, let's plan all these different things together, because there's a huge opportunity in the affiliate marketing aspect of it as well. And so that's why he's saying I haven't promoted yet, because my contract just expired and I'm in the middle of even looking into potentially getting a new job while I continue to build this business with the e-commerce platform, with the affiliate marketing program, and with all the other tools that are also within, right? And so right now, Johnny is working on making sure that, of course, he and his family is taken care of, but at the same time, never losing sight of the opportunity and the potential itself within GrooveFunnels. And so I'm taking a look at some of these, comments. Eldon agrees, yes, must get your piece of the internet now. Now is our opportunity. Jolene is talking about your Bruce Lee quote, like be like water, and find your own level as water does. And Business Inception agrees, we must be like water. I'm thirsty to flow with ease, the path of at least resistance along my dreams. And you have many people who are also sharing very similar visions with you, right? Peter saying, I feel you, Johnny. I was just like that, So a lot of people who are following their dreams, they always want to. Everybody wants to follow their dreams, right? Not everybody. If we want to think about it, we don't all feel like our calling in this world is just to work for a company until we die, right? This is a part of us of why we are here, because we have bigger dreams, we have bigger goals, we want to do bigger and better things. That's why we're here. Now, is it wrong to work in the meantime while you're building something? Of course not. If we've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. It takes some people 5 years, 10 years to be that overnight success. A dream, a passion is not going to feed you and a family for the next 5 or 10 years. Do what you need to do in the meantime, just like what Johnny is doing, right? He's working. He's in corporate America. His contract just expired, and he's going to look for a new job in the meantime while he still continues to build his business. And that's why I feel he is so relatable to many of us, because he shares the same vision as all of us. But at the same time, he shares the exact same situation. The only difference, again, is that he has the experience to back it up. And that's why it is so valuable for us to learn from Johnny. Okay, so I understand, Johnny, that you have something planned for us. If you want to share your screen, you can go ahead and click on the share screen button that you see on your StreamYard. And you can click on that and let me know once you've done so. And I can click on the button to approve it, so that you will be able to share your screen and start your presentation with us. Okay,
the share screen. Okay.
Some additional ones, as well. Treasures Networks is saying, this is my path as well. Eldon is saying, or over decades. It says, yes, absolutely. It's taken many people, sometimes 15, 20 years, and maybe they're still looking for a way out, right? Johnny is just a prime example of that. He started 15, 16 years ago, around the same time that I did, right? And he's still on his path just because he chose a different route to go to corporate America. But business inceptions, you're absolutely right. The right strategy can save you decades. It can save you a lot of time, effort, even money. And I believe, honestly, being right here in the GrooveFunnels community is absolutely the right path to go. Okay, so I see, Mr. Johnny, that you have your slides up and ready. If you're okay, we're gonna hand you the mic, hand you the stage and the presentation. And so the time is yours. Are you ready, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think so. Let me see. Still trying to figure out how this thing works. Go ahead.
Okay, amigo. I think
we just
yep, we can see your screen just fine. We can see your presentation. You just go all the way to the top, and then you just play the slideshow or whatever else, and we'll let you.
Okay.
On your own.
So
yeah, good. All right, take it away.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, like I'm this is a very simple presentation, but this is something that actually I've been doing to myself. So it's like talking to myself, and But just to let you know, overcoming marketing objections. This is actually my brainwash every day. These are the things that I do every day. So, just to let you know, this is how I met Simon. You see how handsome we used to look like. You see all the people in our mastermind group. There were we were sitting and all the stuff, and showing around and eating stuff. But
Johnny, we're still seeing your overcoming marketing objections title slide. So are you already on the next slide?
I am.
Maybe,
That's
yeah.
different slide. Let me see. Oh,
Yeah, 'cause you're talking about the pictures, and I don't see the picture, so that's why
yeah.
I
Let me see.
jumped in.
Display setting. Display setting. Can you see me now? Can you see this?
No, I can see things moving. Yes. Go to the picture slide real quick.
Let me see here. Can you? Or I go like this.
Yep. Can see now. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, okay. So, yeah, overcoming marketing objections. Let me see here. Okay, I think you can see it, right? So, very simple. This is, handsome, Simon Leung, I don't even know who was the marketer on the right side, but anyway. So, and then, in
That's
here
Matt Frouch, he used to work with Sterling Valentine.
Sterling Valentine's still alive, man.
Dude,
I bought packages from even him too. Okay, yeah. The marketer that launched his product with a broken laptop, right, Simon? Okay, so one of the things, very simple. That's how we met Simon Leung. This is one of maybe some of the seminars that we went together, all the stuff. But then the main purpose is this, right? One of the main things that actually intrigues me, right, is the way our thinking before, the way the things developed on myself, right? So what happened is that many years ago, I didn't have the maturity and the mindset that I have now because I've been reading a lot of books and all the, like a lot of things, or a lot of I actually been reading maybe 1 or 2 books a month. But the thing is, in order to understand myself and how I behave and how the things are, the thing is, one of the main things that's actually got into my mind is where you are and where you want to be. Is there are 2 things there are 2 different things. Where you are is where in on the time of the in on the 14 years ago, on the time of the internet marketing time, where I was just joining and checking things, right? That was where I were at that time, but I just wanted to find an income or something better, right? So that was not where I wanted to be. Now is different. Where am I is here, right? And I'm engineer, an engineer, working my days off every time, and days and nights and all that stuff. But the thing is, things are different. Things are changing, right? The environment outside change, and then the thing is, if we don't move and we don't flow like water, actually we're gonna get, we're gonna collapse. We're gonna actually be part of the 14% of people who are already out of job. And then if it's like that, then we have to find a second thing or a second income in order to supply that. Not the second one, but I already told aside my plan in order to have multiple streams of income. And then we got that from Robert Allen and then all his teachings, right? But the thing is, the things that happen, the big transition have to happen when in your mind. The things that happens have to happen, the big transition have to happen in your life, in your mind. What happened is that now I see that there's things that worries me, right? I see the things that are different, and then that thing that I saw is that actually is making me meditate and understand that we have to change. And then I think that GrooveFunnels got that tool, got that platform that will help us on that, because before we used to have everything together in one We have to put everything together from different sources in order to have something that works. In this case, we have to, get web hosting. We have to have the domain hosting. We have to have all these, Lego parts in order to build something at the end. It's not something that with vision, it was because we don't have the skills of everything. Of course, we can delegate, and that costs money. But the big transition have to happen in your life, has to start in your mind. And then how do you change that transition in your mind, right? When you have so many things that talks to you, right? And then what are the things what are the voices that talk to you every day, right? When you're trying to do something new, or when your environment actually doesn't understand what you want to do. Because like a week ago, I was talking to my wife, hey, I'm doing marketing again. Actually, a week, I talked to my wife, say, hey, I'm going to start to, build a marketing business again. And then actually, I'm talking about like at 2 a.m. She woke up and said, you cannot do that. Oh, marketing, you have to find a steady paycheck, and you have to find a steady job, because the thing is, what are the people going to say that you're going to do marketing again? And what is marketing? That's not a profession. And all those voices, and then all those voices kills my dream. Actually, I was already I got affected by that thing, and I was having nightmares for a whole 2 or 3 days, because I was trying to put myself together back, just to keep myself working, right? So the thing is, I can give up a regular paycheck, right? That's one of the things that makes everything negative. Invest. Are you gonna make me lose all my money, right? We can actually, and by the way, this is not the time to invest. Why? Because the market volatility is so bad, right? That it won't even make sense to invest, because it's going to be very hard to pace with all these ups and downs. The other thing that happened to me is I tried that before, and that will never work. I tried marketing, internet marketing before, and that's not going to work. But the thing is, past experience doesn't define future events. Whatever happened to you before, it doesn't mean that's going to happen again in the future. And the other thing is, we have to learn from our own mistakes, what we did wrong before, and then how can we improve whatever we're doing now in order to get better results in the future, right? Each person have different skills, and you can see things different anytime, anywhere, right? And then the other part is, I don't need to know how to read financial statement. I can get by. The thing is, people who are in the rat race, like Mr. Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, says, hey, if you don't know, if you don't have financial intelligence, how do you know in which stage you are financially, and how do you know that you're going to achieve whatever you want to achieve, right? So the thing is, you need to read your financial statement. You need to know, if the investment that you are doing or doing right now, it will make sense for your future. And then what are your actions with the current investment that you're doing? It can be stocks, real estate, marketing, internet marketing, whatever it is. But the thing is, it takes some investment, and it will take some expenses monthly in order to achieve that. What is your financial statement? What can you spare, and what kind of investment and time you can give in order for this to happen? So if you keep repeating that again and again, you're never gonna know. Why? Because we're naturally lazy. We're lazy people. We don't want to. How you say that? We don't want to read something that will be so painful to read that, oh my God, my financials are so crappy. That's why I don't want to see them. Oh, I'm spending too much on this and this and this and this. But why? Because that is painful. We have to modify this. We have to adjust, right? I am not smart enough. I am guilty of that one too. Those are my own questions. I'm not smart enough because I need to know more. I need to be like my Filsaime. I need to be like Simon Leung. I need to be. Hey, I never have a time to be myself and understand myself, right? So the other part I talk about this already, my husband or wife will never go for it. Hey, my husband and my wife is already like, and then I actually stop her saying, if you really don't understand what I'm doing, right, you shouldn't talk to me, about how bad it is, right? So just, let me be. I asked her for my space, and then, I solved it. But anyway, what will my friend said? Actually, I got that from my wife too. Like, what are my friends gonna say that you do marketing? Like, really? Like, that's not a serious business. Hey, but there's plenty of people who are making good money on that. I say good modest money because I am not talking about the guys who are showing a Lamborghini that just rented yesterday to take a picture or a video and then showing it you to say, hey, I'm making a lot of money in drop shipping or internet marketing. Like, maybe some of them will do it, but the thing is, anyways. So the other part is what my friend says, right? Hey, are you making these because you're friends? Are you trying to join in and get a business because you're friends, or because you want to have a steady income, right? The image that you give to other people, it doesn't mean anything. What it means and something is that whatever you think of yourself and you are capable to achieve. So let's move on to the next one. I'm young. I'm still got time. Yeah, I used to be young many years, 14 years ago with Simon. Times you cannot get it back. I'm sorry. So it doesn't matter if you do it younger. I actually met a marketer that he was 19 and he was making $7,000 a day. $7,000 a day, right? So if they can do that, or he can. Sorry, I have to close the door. But the thing is, it's hot liquors in here. But then he if they, he can do that 19 years old, right? And he never thought about that he was young. He just thought that he can do it. So that's the reasoning, right? The other part is too late for me. Hey, talking about late, Kentucky Fried Chicken, the person who, the general, actually, I don't remember his name, but then he started his business on Kentucky Fried Chicken when he was already very old. The franchise of McDonald's was the same thing. So it's not about, it's how hungry you are. And then I can do that. If you already shut yourself down about without I can do that, I can't do that, then you got a problem. So whatever I say before in here, nothing is going to change in your mind because you already decided that you cannot do that. It makes sense? Well, I hope it makes sense. The other part is, like, how can we have or set your mind in order to set the path for success, right? How can you do that? Have a growth mindset. A growth mindset is simple. It's just that find whatever you did, you've been doing wrong. Fix it. Grow. Right? Get into the cycle of embracing yourself and understanding yourself about what are the things that you can do in order to improve. Are you satisfied with what you're currently doing? Like I found, soon enough I found my dissatisfaction because I was, even though way before of reading the book of multiple streams of income, then I understood that I was in that rat race. Hey, uh, I'm walking this, endless treadmill, getting paid this. Yes, I getting some financial reward, but then is this what I want? Is this enough? For are we gonna depend on Social Security in the United States? Like, really? so I want to have that independence of be whatever I want whenever I want it. So and I explained that to Simon already. But the thing is, the other part is every in order to something have to happen. You have to shift your mind. The other thing is there no risk, there no reward. So if you don't risk yourself, you don't risk your time, you don't risk your money, you don't risk pain. Pain, it means pain of failure, pain of the pain of having that have the people criticize you all the time. Then you're never gonna get reward. Of course, you're gonna be comfortable on your couch playing video games, right? Or doing whatever you do for leisure and all this stuff. But then, and then that's actually what happened to me. I got dormant for 10+ years. Of course, again, I was getting paid. I thought that I was doing something, but I was not doing anything that meaningful that will change my lifestyle. Okay, yeah, I work and I make money, good, but there is something else, right? And then now I understood that I got my mistakes, right? I embraced my mistakes. I understood what happened, but then whatever from any mistake, you have to analyze your mistakes. The thing is, but you analyze the mistake not to remember the mistake. You analyze the mistake in order to move on and keep, exploring new ideas, new path to be successful. For me, success is different than for your success. Your success is going to be different from your neighbor's success. Everything means all of them say, hey, I wanna have $7,000 like the kid. Actually, he's making now $10,000 a day, right? For like that kid, and I want to buy a Lamborghini and all the stuff. But then it's not the right mindset. You have to build something that lasts longer, lasts longer in the sense like even that you're dead, still making money. So that's one of the things. Curiosity will keep you thirsty for more, right? So if you're not curious and doing things, right? If like every time that we work, right, we work for someone, we just do the things that the other guy is telling us to do, right? But then, of course, if we are good enough and they respect us, if we got curiosity and then we show them something new to them and they accept it, right? They are the one who profit from your curiosity, from your advice. Of course, we get paid, great, but then they are the one who profit. What about you utilize your curiosity, right, to start sniffing things that might help you, grow more. And the other thing is, you have to be curious enough to being thirsty all the time. You have to drink more. You have to go. Hey, if you can get a keg of beer, why don't get a keg of knowledge, right? Every time, right? So yes, that is something that actually make me understand. Curiosity is a powerful feeling because, and this is actually what brought me back here, right? The curiosity is a great feeling, and then following on the path, the other part is that you have to find a little bit gratitude. What I do is like Mark and Ellen Roy, right? I actually meditate, and one part of my meditation is being meditation about being grateful for the things that I have, being grateful about my family, my mom, my dad that passed away, the path that I'm following, my friends like Simon, and my friends, my close friends. Of course, being having find gratitude, and not only that, celebrate other people's successes. It's not like the competition of success, right? That if that he's more successful, then I feel like crap. I was about to say something else, right? But but then it is like that. And then the other part is you have to weed out the negative. feelings, right? You have to start looking for positive things, right? Hey, how can you use your mind to convert whatever is negative into something positive? This is actually how can you be a little bit, you will have that mindset of success. Successful people, they never say too much about their negative part. They say more about the positive part, and the other part is how they have a vision, how they see things in the future. Be healthy in mind and body. Hey, you know what? While I work for corporate America, I spend the whole day sitting there, right? I barely move, and now that we have video conferencing, is worse, right? We have to. We're sitting down 100% of the time, and that is not exactly as a life that you want to. You want to be healthy, and then I need to be healthy for my son. I need to be healthy for my wife. I need to be healthy for my family, and and to be, there for them, as I've been, with for them, now. But then I want to, last longer. Of course, my dad actually, passed away at 99 years old. Imagine that, a whole, 100 years, right? So, and the other thing is keep your energy high. How you keep your energy high? Eat well. I'm not talking about eat well. It means eat healthy, and then find your energy by watching what you eat. Whatever you eat is whatever you become. But then your energy high is means exercise, eat healthy, etc. Everybody knows that, and they're super basic. But then it's so hard for some other people to achieve it. No, and actually, just to let you know, one of the biggest evergreen markets is the healthcare industry. There, where even myself, I'm making some kind of money in there. So just to let you know, there's nothing new to talk about, but it's that one of the things. Nurture your better self. Have every time that we create some, we buy some package, right? The package got a beautiful sales letter that is super long, that tells you everything that you want to hear. The thing is, that is telling, that sales letter or whatever marketing material you're reading or whatever thing is their vision of their product. They're just trying to, kill all your objections in order for you to buy. I understand that. But the thing is, you have to understand your own vision. Whatever it is that you wanted for yourself. How do you see yourself from here to 5 years to 10 years, from 15 years? Are you going to see yourself like you are now, right? Or what is your vision? What do you want to be? Where do you want to be? Like myself, I want to be an entrepreneur. I don't want to work for anybody else. Of course, I would like to have my own business and make sure that the people that work for me are taken care of, right? Why is that? Right? If I have a business, I can delegate a bunch of functions that I really don't like to do, right? To other people that they like that. They like to do that. And then the other vision for me would be for me to be able to share the time with my son and my wife, because I don't have a lot of time to share with them. Mine are very simple. Yes, I want to have multiple houses. Yes, I want to have a business, but then I know that the simpler that my vision is, the easier for me is to stick on that. The other part is courage. See, my English is horrible. Sorry, courage. We have to have a courage to step out of the comfort zone. We have to move on. There's a line in the front. Hey, what are the things that are necessary to do in order for you to move on to the next level? In order for you to, what is the next level for you? Because the thing is, if you don't understand what is the next level for you, how you know how you're going to get there? That's why we have to understand ourselves in order to understand what we're trying to achieve. The other part is we have to think outside of the box. We have to be creative. How do we are we creative? With all the tools and all the training that we got before and all the jobbing that we see here from other people, you know, are those things sticking to your head? Are you taking notes? Right? How to nurture yourself in this environment there where there is information overload that we're talking about. Hey, the internet is there. It's so easy to click on another page. It's so easy to read the news. It's so easy to do this. It's so easy to do that. But how, you know, even the one of the biggest markets now is the gaming industry, right? You have to get a piece of the gaming industry. Let's promote some games, right? Let's build and create a game. Why? Okay. Why? Because the thing is, creative people are the ones who are building and creating the biggest business, right? And how can you be creative when everything is already created? When there's gaps, be creative on the gaps. You'll find your the product or the business that you want to build, right? The thing is, the other part is, if I move on to the next one, self-confidence, right? But I cannot do it. I already had it on this slide. I cannot do it. Change your can't do it to can do attitude. How you can do a can do attitude is easy. Step by step, make a small changes, a small move in order to move up, not to move down, right? So if you don't have the self-confidence, when somebody criticizes you, don't fight with the people. You don't need to fight with the people. You know what you want. So as soon as at least my wife is not here, right? So I can say something. I hope that she never sees this video. But the thing is, I'm sorry, but you know. Anyway, so like the dream killers, people who can tell you you cannot do it. Your mom and dad, if you're in an environment that is harmful for you, that actually is not helping you create what you want, right? Don't listen to them. You just say yes, 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 and then you just think and think on something else, and then go back to business. Go and do the things that you need to do. The step that you have to do in order to create that opportunity or that future you or your that vision for yourself. And the other part is self-control, right? Like myself, I am super guilty of that. If I don't have a self-control in order to say no or unsubscribe on somebody else's list, right? So I don't buy any more internet marketing products, right? And then I focus on the one that I bought that you just need only one system that can teach you something. Get the in and out and move on to the next one. There's always going to be a next great product. The thing is, first get good at one only, and then control yourself and know not to buy anything else that is not necessary in order for you to achieve the goals that you want to do, right? That will bring some balance on your pocket. That will actually, before, because there were so many products in the market, actually I was always thinking about that was about to miss out on some great technology or great approach that won't make me sell anything. The great approach was me. I have to approach things in a different way in order to get into the internet marketing arena in a better way. But then by that time, I lost everything in the sense, no, I didn't lose it. I always kept it, right? The thing is, the knowledge, how you use it and how you implement it is more important than getting the satisfaction of getting a product and have it on the shelf doing nothing, right? So that will give you some peace of mind and calmness. The thing is that it's hard because you have to have a lot of determination in order to focus on one. Hey, GrooveFunnels already gave you everything. I was already paying a lot of money for other scripts and other products, and then different multiple websites, and now you have everything in one. So you have to work on that. Confidence. The confidence is in yourself. If you have great perfect vision of what you really want to do and that sniper target, right, then it doesn't matter what other people say, if they're toxic or not. You just don't pay attention to them. And then your willpower, of course. Willpower is the key of everything. If you have willpower to do the things that you say that you're going to do and achieve them, and don't follow the next shiny thing or gold nugget, then you are in a place where you can nurture your better self instead of thinking about all the negativities that other people were talking about. Because this is not only that, there's not only other people, that's your head sometimes is talks to you about this all the time, right? So the other part, right, the other part is, how do you, if you want to have a vision, after having a vision, the big vision, you have to start chopping your vision in small goals, it's something that you can see, that to make things tangible. How do you set your small goals, the smart goals? Hey, let's use a smart approach, right? You have to be specific, right? Set the real numbers in real deadlines. They say, hey, I want to publish my website in 3 days, right? So you better start moving yourself and then publish your website in 3 days. But the only thing is, or things like, actually I came out with that in a spreadsheet before, but then I say I want to I want to create $300 sales per day, in a month, right? And then the thing is, at the time that you have the specific goal, during the time that you're doing your project, when you are not achieving it, because the number is going to tell you, hey, instead of $300 a day, I'm just making 200. Something is bad. Don't say I want more visitors in the website. You just have to say I want to have 100 visitors. So, you want to have 100 visitors, you have to do this amount of pay-per-clicks. This amount of pay-per-clicks is meaning you have to invest this amount of money, etc., etc., etc. So measurable. What can you do with measurable? Make sure that your goals are trackable. How do you track your goals? Put it in a spreadsheet. Now GrooveFunnels got a place where you can track your sales, incredibly easy, right? Before we have to, put how you call that, tracking codes in all the websites, on all the pages and all the stuff. Now it's easy because GrooveFunnels would have everything done for you. And I haven't utilized GrooveFunnels now, but then I am getting acquainted with all this training. Actually, you guys have good training on GrooveFunnels. That's great. Before we didn't even used to have this, right? But then you have to make your goals trackable. I need 200 sales. Hit for 200 sales. Small, very small goals, right? Don't hide behind buzzwords like brand, engagement, or social influence, right? Those things, are not measurable. They're just words, right? If you want to have a website that is successful, the success is not about the brand. The success is about how much it sells. Yeah, so just make sure that you can measure whatever you're saying that you're doing, because it is very hard to, achieve something like that. Attainable. Hey, you know what? You want to make $1 million? No, $1 million. Like you want to make, so like the example that I say before, this guy that makes $7,000 a day, but in order to have $7,000 a day, he incurred in some pay-per-click cost, right? So maybe he's doing 50% of that or something, right? But the thing is, how many people can spend daily from 7,000? Let's say that he got 50, to cover all his costs is 50%. How many people can invest per day that amount of money? That's $3,500 a day on pay-per-click in order to obtain $7,000. Can you attain this? If not, then you better start talking to the credit card companies or whatever it is, right? But your goals have to be attainable, something that makes sense for you. It's not something like, I want to have a Lamborghini, but my income is $2,000 a week or a month. That you're never going to get a Lamborghini, right? Maybe you can rent it for 2 days and then after that return it back, but you're never going to get it. So, and then of course you can scale up and then build your business up, but then still have to be something that is attainable. Don't try to take over the world in one shot. Don't do it. You know what are your strengths and weaknesses. You have to be measured, and that's why you have to set your SMART goals, right? Have to be realistic. Yes, you can shoot for the moon, you can shoot for the whole universe, but the thing is, you have to be honest with yourself. As I say before, this guy have to invest $3,700. Can you spend $3,500 every day just to get you to pay your pay-per-clicks campaign? If not, then you have to be honest with yourself and what can you do. And then, of course, you and your team, right? Don't forget any hurdles you might have to overcome. Hey, if there's any things that you have to overcome, that's a calculated risk, but have to be realistic. And then everything have to have a time. That means from here to 3 months, I need to have this amount of money, right? Or this amount of income. How to achieve it? You already know how to calculate that. Put on a spreadsheet. Set up your numbers. I want to have $200,000 of income a year. Is this going to be net, or is going to be, with your expenses already included, or is going to be, the whole bulk of money? You have to see that. So, but the thing is, of course, I want something like, with all the expenses, $200,000 in my pocket. Yeah. That's pretty small, but then I've seen people who are making like $10,000 a day. If they make $5,000 a day, that's good money for me. But the thing is, yes, have to have a time limit on that. If you put time limit, then you know that you're achieving and you're following something. But the thing is, when you got your vision first, and you pass through the whole cycle in between courage, creativity, self-confidence, self-control, then cut up everything that you want to achieve in your vision in small parts. I want to be, and then be yourself personally. Be yourself, accountable to yourself, so you can achieve this goal. And the other part, yes, you're going to have difficulties. Maybe you don't achieve that, but then if you don't achieve whatever goal it is, then you just have to correct it, and the next time you're going to have it again. But you can. The thing is, keep yourself on focus on that, right? The other part is, what are you thinking now? You have to understand that for your vision, right, you have to create your why, right? Why you're doing a business in the internet marketing arena. Yeah. What do you need, right? Why do you want to do what you do, right? What is the purpose of that, right? And the other thing is, how you do that. How you have to understand, oh, okay, I want to do this because my why say I want to maintain my family, with all the luxuries and all the perks and all the Gucci jump packs or all the things that they want. But then or like my son, I got a conversation with Simon. Say, you know what, I want to move somewhere else where taxes are not killing me, and feel safer, right? So the thing in not only that have the income to sustain that way of living, right? So how do you do that? What is the process? You have to lay out your process step by step, right? Hey, this is a business. You have to build it as a normal business. I work for a business. This is the way they taught me how to do it. So hey, well, you don't apply the thing that you learn from them, right? And what do? You have to have a proof of that. You want to do products, services. You have to create, workflows. You have to, and the other part, one of the things I promised myself is, hey, you have to give added value to people, right? What the people want, you give that 2 times. What they want, you give. If you find a solution for the people you are trying to sell, then you already have a successful business. Hey, I bump into businesses that they just want to have more leads, or businesses that they want to sell products on the internet. Don't become another internet marketing selling more packages, because there are plenty of things to do outside. Hey, if you find a solution to sell products that are not in Amazon, you can still sell them, like drop shipping, right? So the thing is, if you find your why, and how powerful is your why, in the sense like what is the thing that actually makes you cry every night. If you cry every night, or makes you nervous, or make you don't be able to sleep at nighttime because you want to achieve that is your why. Your why have to have emotion. That the why have to move you, and by moving you, you can move mountains. So I just wanted to share a little bit about my own journey and what is currently happening to me now, and my objective and things. And then if this actually serve you, of something, or to put you on the right path and help you out, understand that, hey, you guys have all the tools that we never had before, tools that never existed, and now we have not only advertising, GrooveFunnel, but then other products in the internet. And then the internet is so big, right? You can do, I don't want everything. I just want a little piece. This is me. And actually, I just wanted to share this with you. I know that is a lot of greed on that, but I don't like the money. I just like to spend it. So, and the other part, yes, thank you for listening. I pass it now to Simon if he's not asleep.
Definitely not asleep. And I think everything that you mentioned makes a whole lot of sense, especially when you mentioned that, it is, GrooveFunnels is absolutely overwhelming. There's so much content. There's so much software. There's so many tools. There's so many experts. There's 14 consecutive days of non-stop live streams with experts, and people like yourself who are non-stop sharing. So it's perfectly, I think, the best starts, and a wonderful tip to tell people, hey, if you want to be like me, I'm just speaking from experience. I don't need everything. For example, maybe I won't be using the Groove video feature for a long time, but I want to focus on would be the Groove carts, so that I can move my Shopify stuff over, right? I have the whole GrooveFunnels thing anyway, right? Already upgraded. It's already at my disposal. Why would I want to pay twice, right? And for another platform that I don't intend to use. Maybe you won't be using, Groove Desk when it comes out, because you're not going to have a support system, or maybe you will, right? But that's just an example. Maybe you won't be using Groove Survey. Maybe you won't be using Groove Log or Groove Calendar. Whatever the point is, you just need to know that it's there for you, when you need it, right? But just because you have all these things under your umbrella, it doesn't mean that you need to overwhelm yourself and think that it's absolutely necessary for you to use everything. And that's what happens, right? You over confuse yourself, and then nothing happens. You don't do anything with it. And so that's why I'm really excited to have you on, because you're probably a living, breathing example of that for the past 15 plus years. When you have been consuming content, you have been investing and buying products. You know, if there's a big name in the industry, you know who they are. If there's a list, you're on it, right? If there's a product, you probably bought it, right? So you're a living, breathing example of just what many of our fellow Groovesters are going through right now, with the exception of probably now, of course, you know, they have the privilege of being right here in the community to be able to access all these things just for free as a bonus for being here. So I'm looking through some of these comments that continue to come in as you were talking. And Eldon, you know, and this is good testament that, you know, I bring on good guests, is because they thank me for bringing you on, you know. So Eldon says, I'm grateful that you're here today, that Simon brought you on. Jolene is saying that it is extremely powerful, and I will agree. You know, Business Inceptions is continuing to send us positive messages and things like that. And then Shoshana is giving you some encouragement, says that you're doing fine. I think it was when you were saying, "Oh yeah, you see my English sucks. I can't do blah blah whatever." And and Treasure's Network is confirming that your presentation is very good. Cash Junker joining us from Twitch is saying, "Johnny, you are imperfectly courageous. Awesome. Wow. Games on. You know, move on. Next. You know, Sakin is saying, hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up?" Right? So we got lots of people who are just absolutely enjoying everything that you have been sharing with us. So, I mean, with all of that, and again, Richard is saying, thank you for inviting Johnny. You're very welcome. Thank you, of course, Johnny, for actually being here. Now, with the remaining time that we have with Johnny, if you have any questions that you want to ask him, I think he'll be around for the next 20 minutes or so. So make sure that you take advantage of the time that he is still here live with us, so that we can interact with him in a live environment. Of course, later on, we'll also share with you how you can get in touch with Johnny, if he's open for invitations to get in touch, or to learn more about him and things like that. But what I'm also really interested to know is, I'm sure it's also in the minds of many people, right? I mean, you've been there, you've kind of done that, you've learned a lot of things over the years, and you don't consider yourself to be an expert. In fact, you know, you're saying, you know, I'm not really prepared. I don't know what to say. I don't have the whole studio set up. My lighting is gonna be dark on camera and all that stuff. So obviously, you're not like a production level type of marketer. However, you have the experience. You have been learning for the past 15 years. You know, your presentation, the way that you deliver not only content, but also sprinkling in some inspiration and motivation and saying what you should do and all those things. It proves that you've been around for a while, you know, whether it's because that's a part of who you are, or it was somehow absorbed from the variety of presentations you have seen, the variety of motivational speakers whom you've heard from or learned from. You know, a part of you is already at that level. The only difference is obviously you need to actually take the time to apply for yourself, right? And being in the exact same position as probably many of the fellow Groovesters who are watching you right now, who want to finally get some results for themselves, who want to finally be able to use Facebook ads, try to figure out how to get unbanned or unblocked, try to figure out what other alternative traffic strategies there are for your e-commerce products, trying to figure out your next steps into diving into the affiliate marketing game. Share with us, what are your next action steps? What do you plan to do next outside of, you know, let's not think about looking for a job or trying to see what other opportunities there might be. Let's just say, for the sheer focus of the GrooveFunnels community, for being here with access to the upgraded lifetime platinum account membership, right? All the products that you have right now, as well as in the future. What is your game plan to finally make it for yourself after 15 years?
Well, yeah, so, 15 years sounds very for very long time. But the thing is super easy, right? The things that happen, like for me, like my Facebook account got got actually stopped or got uh, banned for a while, because the thing is, in certain ways, it's maybe because my own laziness on not reading all the all the 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 all the instructions and all the things that actually have to that Facebook checks in your promoted pages, right? So that's one of the things already being searching and going. But then there's two areas. There's a technical area, and there's the the actually the content area. Some of them you don't need to promote you know the pornography, or you cannot promote certain kind of products, forex exchange, and things like that. So yeah, I have to go over that one by one, and then look at each area, because I'm talking about my whole account shut down. That means that I cannot promote anything at all. And the other thing is, finding an alternative way, like creating another business account, and then building that from scratch. So I'm aware of those. The thing is, if you want to build a business, you have to be, aware of these things. No, but then my next plan is to create multiple accounts. When they shut down one, then I have another one, and then when they shut down one, have another one, and copy and paste whatever content, and then eliminate whatever was the problem that causes that. So because I think that is normal. They shut your account every time that they change your policy, then something happens. So that's one of the things that actually I will do as the internet marketer. The other part is I will evolve more in in migrating or start exploring other niches, right? Healthcare. And then after that, dog training and stuff like that. Because the thing is, it doesn't matter. Of course, we always have to go for one niche and then start expanding for the others and others and others. But then that's my first step. Actually, my Google account, one of my accounts on Google, got just shut down, but it was because they changed the policy, and there's a lot of stuff to do, and it's manual. So and the problem is that if you want to become an expert, first you do it yourself, and then after that you delegate it to other people. So. But then those are the first steps. So very simple. Just read instructions and follow them. But then the other part, there's a technical part that I got problems with. That is with the data feeds and all the stuff. That is something that I have to understand a little bit better. But then I think that is coming. It's just a rock in the road that you have to jump on top of that. So it's okay.
Right. So it's really interesting to hear Johnny's answer, because, he is a little bit ahead of the game. He's been doing internet marketing, or at least studying it, for the past 15 years. And he's been applying things here and there and continues to learn along the way. So his goals will probably be a little bit more of an advanced thinking type of strategy, because now he's already thinking ahead, right? How do I make sure that my Facebook ad problems do not occur again? How would I resolve them once they do happen, right? And what are my next steps in terms of figuring out how I can make more sales and everything along those lines? And so that's one thing that we need to understand behind Johnny's answer. Now, for the majority of us who are probably starting out, maybe we're more of the starter steps. Maybe we're still trying to figure out how to build our first sites. Maybe we're still trying to figure out how we can get that product into Groove carts, into our own store in the first place, right? Before we can then figure out how to get more customers and how to get more sales and all those things. So in reality, what your goals are and what you want to do with your life, the models of business that you choose, those are the things that are going to decipher what your next steps are going to be. Right. So if, let's say, for example, you attended my first session on the very first day, I talked about several different business models, right? I talked about how you can get started in affiliate marketing if you wanted to. You can get started in e-commerce, just like what Johnny is focusing on. You can create your own client services. You can do your own website design. You can be a freelancer. So many different options, right? The first thing you need to do is to figure out what you want, what your goals are. Choose one, right? Choose one of them, and in due time, you can go ahead and figure out what is the next logical step in relation to that. So a lot of us, we need to figure out what are the best tools, especially within GrooveFunnels as well, just because there's so many amazing tools that are available, right? Which ones should you use? As Johnny said, right? Don't use all of them, not at once at least, right? If you don't even have a website, right? You didn't even build GroovePages, for example. What are you going to do with Groove Proof, right? The little social media, social proof widget that is at the bottom corner of the page that you always see when you go to groovefunnels.com, right? That you will need to have a website. What are you going to do with Chatmatic if you don't even have a product or service that you want to promote, right? So a lot of times it all starts with you trying to figure out what it is that you need to do with your own business model. So focus on one, figure out what it is that you want to do, and then you can see where that takes you and which of the products are the most suitable for you. Richard, he is asking about you and your regular practices. Now, one thing that you need to know, of course, for everybody's beliefs, everybody's practices are all very different. But I guess Richard is just curious, how long or do you even meditate? And do you do it in silence in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
Okay, my main thing is when I wake up 5:30 or 6, that the first thing that I do is minimum 20 minutes of meditation. My meditations are guided meditation. That means that I just select a subject, right? I want to meditate about uh, any kind of subject, right? And then after that, it's not exactly a Buddhism kind of meditation. It's just meditation as meditation. And then what happened is that helps me shut down my mind, right? Like the problem is that my head is talking to me 100% every time, and it doesn't even let me sleep, right? So what I do is that I meditate to shut down my mind, to calm down, so I can think about the things that I really want to do. Remember when I talk about what is your vision, and then about what is your goals. First, I have my vision of what I want to do, and the other part, my goals that after my meditation I set up. Actually, there is a a a, one a tool that I utilize is called the savers. First, I silence. I'm looking at my notes, right? I silence myself and do meditation. Then after that, I have written already my affirmations. That means something that encouraging words. Instead of feeling myself on negativity, what I do is I encourage myself, and then I put my mind into the right mindset, right? And then that actually these affirmations talk more about how I achieve my goals. So first I silence and meditate, and then I have some kind of notes with affirmations and all that stuff. After that, I have visualization. Actually, I have a vision board that tells me the things that I want, and then I have pictures. I have images, because images are very powerful. Not only no audio or videos. I have videos actually of things that I want to create to myself for myself, right? Of course, the other part, I talk to you, I exercise. Then, the thing is, before filling myself with, newspapers and Fox News and stuff like that, I just prefer to read something that inspire me. Actually, a lot of the GrooveFunnels contents actually are great. So there's people who are great, and the other thing is, I always read things of my interest, like and develop on my readings. I think I read Rich Dad Poor Dad, maybe 10 times. It was because, and then of course, a multiple stream of income many times, and that gave me inspiration too. And the other part, every time that something happens in your day, you have to write it down. Just take a book, write it down. Hey, this happened to me. I am grateful for this. This is a new idea. Write it down. If you organize yourself every day, just 30 minutes, maybe 30 or 40 minutes in the morning, and then before you sleep, just go to your meditation in 5 or 10 minutes, and then affirmation. Control yourself. Create your vision and see your vision every day. When you see it every day, like think on Grove Rich, something happens. But then it won't happen if you are just like clicking everywhere, like crazy person, or like me before, and seeing things, because there's too much information. I shut down my Facebook before. I don't publish anything on my Facebook. Right. Because the other part is because I work for information security, so the problem is that people profiles you using those medias. But anyways, that's my thing, right? But but then if you create, first silence, affirmation, visualization, exercise, reading, and scribing, at the end, always write down, and then in the morning write it down, and at nighttime write down your results. Then you make yourself accountable. And then that's actually how can create that. Not only the meditation. Meditation doesn't do anything if you don't do the other things.
Yeah. No, absolutely makes perfect sense. And Richie, he agrees. He said, "Hey Simon, I meditate. I just started doing deep breathing a few weeks ago. Best thing ever." And then Richie, he's talking about theta. Was that beat visuals, and visuals are important. Definitely, absolutely. Eldon, he's saying, "Yep, I think that meditation may be a thing I need to try." Thanks, Johnny. So Johnny's absolutely right. When it comes to a lot of things that we share for ourselves, I mean, we can go on and talk about different types of opinions that we have and different things that we've tried. But, if you really want to get into more so, more intensely, for those of you who joined us last night, our time in Asia, which is about 6 a.m. EST, if I remember correctly, we had a hypnotherapist, Melanie McCool. She came on. She shared a whole bunch about, spirituality, about meditation, about just positive energy and self-healing. And she actually walked us through a 10+ minute hypnotic trance segment, which I don't know, for those of you who actually came through, it was absolutely incredible. I highly encourage that you go back and watch that. Best 10 minutes you will ever experience in your life, if this is something that you're open to, if this is something that you're already doing or already something that you believe in. This is something that she charges clients for the past few years. She used to be a sales and marketing coach, and now she's moved into hypnotherapy, and it has been life-changing for so many people. And I'll be the first to admit, I'm not normally into meditation or anything, but just a few weeks ago, because we've been friends for so long, she invited me into her group. I joined. I sat through one of her sessions, which was an hour long, and she did a very similar type of a self-hypnosis hypnotherapy session, and I felt the difference immediately. Okay, so now I am a huge believer. That's why I brought her on, because I knew that for something like that, it would be an absolute life changer. And it's not for everybody, but if it is for you and it's something that you want to get into, then it is absolutely incredible. And Susanna, who was there last night, right? She says she was amazing. Melanie's session was amazing. I think that everybody was lost for words. Amazing. Wow. It was just totally incredible. So if you want to learn more about that, you want to get into what Johnny has just been sharing with us, I definitely recommend that you check out Melanie's session, which was the very last session that we had yesterday on Groove at Night. Okay, Susanna, is asking, when do you tend to spend time on your online business while still working full time?
Oh, you know what? I steal time from the bit from where I work. I always do response on emails at that time. But then, as soon as I arrive home, at least 2 hours a day minimum while I'm working. 2 hours minimum, and then what I do is I get 1 hour. You know, because the problem is that it takes half an hour just to get back into whatever subject you were talking about or you were trying to deal with. And then after that, you have 1 hour and a half in your zone. So you just tell everybody, you know what? I'm going to lock my door. Nobody knocks my door at my door. And then I'm going to do whatever it is. And then what I do is that's because on my meditation cycle is actually where I create my small notes where actually I use my smart system and smart goals, and then on those notes actually are whatever my next task are built. So that means that my next task will be uh, uh, you know uh, 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 checking on, or no, building a new fan page on Facebook, right? And then I start having, have to create the content. My English is horrible, and then I use a lot of autocorrect and a lot of tools in order to create that. But the thing is, I create everything from scratch, and then that's my next task. So that may usually takes me 1 hour, may have an hour, and then I move on to the next task. But moving on to the next task, it means that I have to add it into the queue. So I always have something to do, and I always know what to do next. So that's how I manage it. And then I have 2 hours, 1 hour, and that works, no, and it's not too much time. But then on the weekends, if my wife is not actually encouraging me to go to their parties and all this stuff, and actually thank God for COVID-19 to lock us down in here. Right now, I spend more time, building that. So that's why Simon always find me, because I am sticking to the screen doing something. And then I'm not a super fast guy. I don't even know how to type. Okay, but I get the things done. That's how it's supposed to be. No, but then Susana, thanks for the question. That's actually a good thing.
Awesome. Yep, I definitely agree with that. And this is the perfect transition, actually, since you're talking about your smart, into our final question that we have time for today, which is from Eldon. Can we get a copy of the SMART charts? Which I'm going to add on a little bit to that with because we're closing off on our 2 hours already. Time really flies when you're having fun, right? You're thinking, oh, how are we gonna go by 2 hours? What are we gonna talk about? But here we are, with not enough time for you, with 4 minutes left. How can we not only maybe get in touch with you about the SMART chart, but maybe even connect with you directly? Do you have a social media site like on Facebook? Do you have a website? How can we follow you and learn more?
Okay, johnnysue.com. I already bought it. I might post something in there, not now because it's not online. I just bought back my domain like a week, 2 weeks ago. I told you I just recently came back to, and the thing is, I will, if you guys want, I can give you the whole presentation. Actually, the one that I sent to you, they got something wrong at the end, so let me send the whole presentation to the group. You can guys feel free to use that. It's not copyrighted or whatever. It's whatever.
Wow.
So
and
you guys
I know you put in a lot of work into that. So we thank you very much. And I'm not the only one who's thanking you. Terry is saying thank you, Johnny. Very interesting. Susanna is saying very helpful. So definitely take the opportunity to get in touch with Johnny. He's given us his blessing to use his content, not use it, but actually implement it. I'm trying to type in into the comments, but my keyboard is acting up and not really typing. But in just a short while, I will try this again. It's johnnysue.com, right?
Yeah.
Jay.
And the other part is friend me up on Facebook, but I'm not. If you chat with me, I will chat with you. But then it's not exactly. It's not exactly the I use Facebook, but then I don't post anything. So if you chat with me directly, I will respond. So don't worry.
Yeah, so again, perfect example, right, of how many of us, and this is why in the very beginning I say Johnny can relate to the majority of us because, he finally got his domain name back. He registered it a long time ago, let it go, somehow got it back, and still hasn't done anything with it, right? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start posting something very soon, or I'm gonna start on this very soon, And so he is on the exact same boat as many of us who are still looking forward to getting started, getting our first results, and all that great stuff. So a perfect person to get a hold of, to reach out to, take advantage of his invitation, accept it, to reach out to him on Facebook, add him as a friend. He is right there in our Groove Digital Facebook group. Okay, so just do a search for his name. You can see him right there, Johnny Sue. And as with everybody else, I will recommend that you send a message along with a add friend request, because we get a lot of friend requests, right? And not everybody we know. Some people are, spammers. Some people are just people who just try to add everybody, and some people it's not real accounts or whatever else. We want to know, of course, that you are a real person, and so send us a message alongside of the friend request. Let us know that you are a part of the GrooveFunnels community. We watched us on the Grooveathon. Would love to connect, all that great stuff. And we will, of course, do our due diligence to make our approvals every single step of the way. So, Mr. Johnny Sue, it has been an incredible 2 hours, which I believe has been extraordinarily powerful, extraordinarily valuable as well. All of our people are saying it's awesome. This has been an awesome ride. Great presentation. Thank you for giving us your time and everything along those lines. So you have done your part, and you have actually above and over delivered. So for the last 2 hours, we thank you, Mr. Johnny. We thank you for your content. We thank you for your wisdom and your invitation to connect with you, because not very many people would actually want to be bothered and connect with people that they don't know. But that's just goes to show the kind of high caliber people that we have within our community. I do not regret having you on. You are a very cool guy, regardless of what other people may say about you. Just kidding. You're awesome. Thank you for being with us. And of course, we look forward to connecting with you more, especially inside of our Groove Digital community group. So, parting words. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome, guys. Anytime. And then if you need anything from me, you guys, know where to find me. And then Simon, my privilege to work with you, and then thank you for the opportunity you gave me. I really appreciate this, good opportunity, great opportunity. And then if you want more, just let me know.
Yep, and there it is. Once again, your SMART goals. Make sure to get that from Johnny. Let's give a big round of virtual applause to Mr. Johnny Sue, and show him all your love. Lots of thank yous, lots of hearts, lots of likes, because this is a gentleman whom I believe will be growing with us and developing with us as we continue to grow right here in Groove Digital. Mr. Johnny Sue, gracias, mi amigo.
No hay problema. De nada, mi amigo.
See you next time. All right, that was Mr. Johnny, but we are only halfway through to the first parts of Groove at Nights. Coming up next, we actually have a very special guest who is not his first time going to be sharing with us. In fact, it's not going to be his second time. It's not going to be his third time. I believe this might either be his fourth or fifth time. I've lost count. But this is going to be a very interesting part, because he's actually going to be playing the role of the host, not me. And just wait until you see exactly what he has in store for us. So if you're okay and you're ready, sit back, relax, because it's going to be in another exciting 2 hours coming up soon. In the meantime, here is yet another amazing commercial message from the CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, Mr. Mike Filsaime. We will be right back.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
Were you expecting Simon? Too bad, it's me, Ashada. I don't know how many of you know that reference. It's a JoJo reference. Any of you who know that, type in the comments JoJo so you know where that's from. Hey guys, welcome. My name is Asher. So I don't know how many times I've been back, but I think it's fun for me, so I don't count them. For those of you who are seeing me and hearing from me for the first time, I just a short introduction. My name is Asher. I've repeated it a few times in case I haven't said that again. My name is Asher. And I'm from Singapore. And what I'm gonna do actually today was I'm gonna have an interview with the host you are very familiar with. And the reason why I came up with this, because I believe like many of us, Groove Marathon has been fantastic. It has been fun. It has been a lot of great information. But the problem with that is that a lot of us don't have that time to be able to go through all the information, right? And I have thought about it. How can I actually get to know more about this, everything without having to go through everything? And I thought, why don't I find out from the people who've gone through all of that, all of the different marathons, and then I just extract the information. And I thought, why don't I just interview Mr. David Lemon and Mr. Simon Leong? All right, so this is how this idea came about. And I was like, hey, David, Simon, let's have a chat. Let's come online. I'm going to ask you some questions to try to extract some information from their brains, right? So I was talking to Mr. David Lemon. I was like, squeeze some lemon juice from him. And for Simon, I don't know what word to say. I'm going to squeeze from him, but I'm going to try to get some information from his head, and I'm going to extract that out. So it's going to be a fun time. So guys, when you're, I don't know where you guys are watching from, and I see we have some people. Hey, Gary Knight, good to see you, and the Funnel Stack, and we have Groove Digitalis. We have Tim Green. Yeah, good to see you. Richard Beam. Pew. Okay, so good to see you. And how many hours left? I think it's until midnight. All right. So yes, Richie, you heard my name was Asher. Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, welcome. So we have a few people, and it's definitely good to see you again, Gary Knight. Definitely good to see you. All right. So with all that being said, okay, here's what's gonna happen. I am actually going to be interviewing Simon. For some of you who have actually was actually here the last time when I was having a chat with David Lemon. And I had a chat with him. It was supposed to be 1 hour, but we overshot. And afterwards, what happened was that later, Simon came along as well. So it became even longer. Yeah, we had a lot bit of fun. So this is what we're going to do. We are going to be having a lot of fun here today. So we have, we have a whole bunch of people coming from all over the world right now. So we have from Sydney, we got people from Spain. We have from, let's see, I think someone saw earlier from Australia. All right, so all over the world. Fantastic. Okay, anyway. Enough of a bit of a preamble. Earlier on, I was saying I'm going to ask him a few questions. And if you have any questions whatsoever, please feel free to pop in as well, put in the comments. But put a Q in front of it so that we all know what's that question. But before we get to your questions, let me ask my question so that we can all benefit together, all right? So with that being said, allow me to introduce the one, the only, supremely familiar by now, if you haven't known him by name, you're very familiar with him, all right? I'm going to bring him back, but this time as a capacity of a guest. And I'm going to be playing the role of the interviewer, the host, and I'm going to be, we're going to switch roles a little bit, all right? So that's what we're going to be doing, and I'm going to bring him on the screen right now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a big round digital applause to Mr. Simon Leung. Wow, thank you, Mr. Asher, for having me on the Grooveathon, especially for Groove at Night. I've always wanted to be on. I've heard so much about you. I've heard so many cool things about the show and everything that's been going on. I've been trying to get on for so long. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Wow, so it's how exciting it is for you to be on the first time. Absolutely. All right, but then again, since we're talking about different times, right? Am I going to be like the last guy on the screen for your segment? Actually, you are. Interestingly enough, afterwards, we have the one, the only Mr. David Kavanaugh, as we all know. And so today, as we should be familiar with, it's the last day of Groove at Night. It's the last day of the continuous Grooveathon until Mr. Mike Filsaime actually takes over. And of course, this is the very last segment. So appropriately enough, all of my other guests have been gone, right? I have no more people to interview. And so I guess this would be the last segment, which I guess I'm not here to interview you. You're here to interview me. So I don't have any guests anymore. I'm your guest today. Yeah, I think you're kind of looking forward to it because it's a marathon. It's fun, it's challenging, but the rest after the marathon is equally rewarding. No, absolutely. This is a whole 14-day marathon, which is absolutely incredible. And I know the entire Groove team works extremely hard in the background, in the foreground, doing everything. And, as part of Groove at Night, the one disadvantage that we have is, of course, the lack of resources, right? During the day, that's why I wish I was in the US, because everyone in that time zone, the entire team is able to be backups and work here and do things and click on the comments and be that producer, right? At night, a lot of times it's just me. If you're in the background, then you're with me. If David's here, then he's here. If Arushka is here, then she's helping out. And so, for the last, I guess it's a 14-day marathon, I've been on this show consecutively for 13 days. Okay, which of course tomorrow is another day. I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow or not because it's a full day with Mike on the schedule. But for the first 13 days consecutively, I've been in this spots anywhere between 4 hours if I'm lucky to 12 hours if I'm not lucky. And on most days, I'll tell you, I was not lucky. Yesterday, I'm not sure how late a lot of you have been able to see, right? We started with this all bright and shiny window, as you can see with the sun, and we ended pitch black, right? That's how long I'm actually sitting in this chair talking to you and everybody else. But you know what? It has been an extraordinary experience and learned a lot, which I'm sure, you know, in your process of wanting to extract whatever it is that you want to extract. I don't know. Definitely not juice. Okay, don't expect any juice. But whatever it is, I'm also interested to know what I learned more beyond a subconscious level and bring that towards the stream of consciousness, because I'm sure there's many things that I would not know unless I'm asked the right questions.
Yeah, awesome. So it's kind of like wholeception right now, and so it's like, yeah, kind of like wholeception right now. And I think people are already missing you, right? So you know, Richard, if Simon's not going away, he's going. You go find him, right? He's not going to be going away if you go and find him. All right. So yeah, definitely, I agree. There's tons of information. And I think for those who have upgraded, I was just talking a little bit earlier. How can you get more notes? The people who are upgraded, right? They actually can get the notes, right, from all the cliff notes, the checklist, whatever kind of stuff is going to be created. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to get it done. So it's quite amazing to know that they are going to create something from. So it's an additional bonus that came out from this entire marathon. I think it was only announced yesterday. Yeah, around that. It's probably only yesterday. All right. So it's gonna be interesting. So anyway, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be asking you a few questions. So and I've noticed that since you are here, right? I think I saw Simon when you first started. Your background is becoming more and more groove. I'm having to see a lot more groove stuff.
Yeah, more groovy stuff, right? Hey, I think it's what we call business. Wow, I'm looking at. I'm now seeing what you're seeing. I just put it up. You know, my wife actually put it up as well, and now I'm seeing what you're seeing. Yeah, it is quite groovy, isn't it? It looks pretty cool. Actually, and there's another one behind me, which you can't explicitly see normally, but that's like another groove map thing, and the GrooveZilla is also right there. You can't really see it that well, but we'll blow it up for you and show you a little bit more later. But yep, definitely getting more and more groovy. I got some lights as well, some of the recommendations that you kind of talked about before, but obviously it's a bright day. I'm too lazy to close the curtains and shut down all my lights to show the LED light strips or whatever. But next time, we'll do it later.
We'll do it in time. All right. Okay, now let's get to the questions. Are you ready?
Not really.
Got to play the music. I can't. We don't have the music. It's copyrighted, so I need to sing it out. Okay. Anyway, so of all the marathon, you know, we've gone through a lot of experts. You have gone through a lot of experts. You have gone through a whole bunch of different people who will come and share their experience on screen. But there's with all the different experts that share the information, I want to ask, if you could choose the top 3 to 5 things you've learned from the experts and all the training so far, what would they be?
Well, it wouldn't be so far because we're done, right? So what have I learned throughout the last 2 weeks? That's an interesting question. I think that might actually be like a 2-part question. What would I have learned from them, and maybe what would I have learned about people in general, right? So let's start in the beginning, because if I'm to say, you know, what would I have learned from them? One thing that I'm really proud about my sessions is that I do have a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds, and they're from different cultural backgrounds. And so what I notice is, regardless of what success you have, where you are in your business, from people who are starting out and still trying to achieve that first level of sex, like Johnny, who we just talked to, or if you're like Fabian Lim or Jazz Lai or Adam Koo level, all of us right now, we're pretty much in the same boat, aren't we? We're trying to start over. We're trying to see how we can adapt. We're trying to see exactly what it is that we can actually do. I mean, we've talked to people who've been known as the Tony Robbins of Asia. We've talked to people who are extreme introverts. We talked to people who are beauty queens and multimillionaires. And the fact of the matter is that for every single one of them, 2020 is a clean slate for them. Almost anything that they have been doing in the past, they're no longer doing that anymore, you know, or maybe they are forced to adapt somehow. And so that really relates to many of us who are in this community for the first time, learn about internet marketing for the first time, and maybe don't even have any experience in any online business or offline business in general, right? this is the perfect time for us to start over, to start again, to learn new things and implement them. So if we say it once, we say it 1,000 times, now is the best time for you to do anything, right? To get started, to begin in your journey. And I believe that saying is more true than ever, simply because everybody is forced to adapt to what we call the new normal. And so, yeah, that would probably be one of the first things that I would say for as a learning lesson. I mean, any feedback on that from you?
Just one. Come on, we have more to come. Anyway, we have a lot of time, so we're going to squeeze more stuff off from you. I agree,
Sure.
because when it comes to this pandemic, I think it was Winston Churchill who said something like, never waste a good crisis, right? We are in a period of time where it's a crisis. In Mandarin, it's called Wei Ji, and a crisis basically means a danger, Wei Ji, opportunity. So there's a danger, but there's opportunity in that danger. And I agree with you that right now, because of the pandemic, it has shaken the industry up a little bit, not just industry, the whole world. And now it's a great time to take the opportunity to do something about it. And then it's also, I think, statistically, we've known that, I'm not saying statistically, but we've read quite online as well, that, more millionaires are made during crisis periods than non-crisis periods. So now is a very good period of time, ladies and gentlemen, to make full use of this period of time, okay, to come in. And it's not too late. It's definitely not too late. Okay, and I agree with what you have said so far, but we've only got started. We still have a whole bunch more. So I want to at least 3, man. So we have one.
We have one. Let me think. So another one. I mean, it's kind of similar, but here's the thing, right? Like I said, we talked to Tony Robbins of Asia. We talked to Beauty Queen. We talked to multimillionaires. But the truth of the matter is, regardless of what type of business model that you choose, it might be a speaker, it might be a big event corporation, it might be, affiliate marketing or e-commerce or whatever else. One thing that I think is very clear is, again, everybody is adapting, and a lot of it also shares with us what kind of people we're talking to, right? Because and I'm not here to say bad things about anybody. In fact, everyone who's shown up here, there are no bad things to say about them. And on the contrary, what I learned about business people in general is that normally, and it makes sense because they're business individuals, there's always that question, right? What's in it for me? And when the opportunity, and I call it an opportunity because it is an opportunity for them to come onto the Grooveathon, a lot of them kind of have this same mindset in the back of their head, right? So if I'm on this show, can I promote my products, right? If I'm on this show, can I share my affiliate links, or can I share my own link, or can I promote myself, or can I sell this, or can I pitch that? So it's very self-centric, right? And then there will be people who don't even reply to your message, or maybe they'll say hi and they say, hey, we're doing a launch. I have a really cool show that's coming up. It's going to be for 2 weeks straight. Would you like to be on the show? Would you like to be interviewed or whatever else, right? And then they would either say no, and that I can respect, right? If they politely decline for whatever reason, right? Then okay, right? They have their own reason. But if they don't even respond, or because it doesn't really capture their interests, and then they're just like, oh, I mean, there's nothing really in it for me, so I'm just going to skip it. I'm just going to pass it, right? Then that really tells me a lot about their character. That tells me a lot about, the kind of people that they are. And just to let you know, a lot of the people who's quote unquote passed, right? Or maybe they said they would do something, they said they'll agree to it, and then they don't show up, or they come in late without a good reason, and they kind of pass on different things. A lot of them aren't even a quarter, a fraction as successful or well-known as some of the people who said yes, right? As some of the people who actually agreed, who are actually now back down to normal human level, down to earth, and really friendly, right? And so one thing that you need to learn about people is that a lot of times, success is going to get into the way of thinking correctly, thinking appropriately. A lot of times people will have ego as a part of their journey to the top, right? And maybe as they go down to the bottom or whatever else and go back up to the top, that's when they continue to learn that they can't be egotistical in their journey of life. And so it's very interesting to kind of see a lot of the people whom I respect, whom I consider my friends, whom I've reached out to, and it's not really a favor to me. They think it's a favor to me. But I'm sure you would agree, and many people who are watching this would also agree, it's not a favor to me. It's actually an opportunity for them, right? An opportunity for them to get in front of over 200,000 people who are members of GrooveFunnels. An opportunity for them to get new eyeballs through the live streaming that's going on every single second of the day for 2 whole weeks from YouTube, from Facebook, right? And from Twitch. An opportunity for tens of thousands more within the next short amount of time to watch them on the replay. So it's really funny to learn that from people whom you thought would be bigger than that, you know, or people whom you can kind of count on or trust in that respect. And so I see this as a big learning lesson. Not just, you know, the original question is, what did I learn from them, right? Yeah, I am learning this from them. You know, I'm also learning this about them, but it's not just about them individually. It's not a personal attack of any kind. It's part of the journey that we all go through. In fact, I would be the first to admit I went through that as well. You know, there were times when people asked me for favors and I said no. There were times when people approached me and I ignored them. There were times when I evidently missed out on opportunities just because I thought that I was better. But of course, we should definitely know that it is a phase. And at some point in time, you need to lower that guard. You need to humble yourself, and you need to know when is the right time to finally think bigger, become more mature, grow out of that childish, immature kind of thinking that is evidently going to hold us back. And so for me, I now notice that a lot of people who are mentor figures, speakers, guru level people, they're still at that level and they still need to grow out of it. And so for us, right here in this community, I feel that anybody who can be watching this message, right, watching and listening to the story should know that you should learn from our mistakes. You should learn from mistakes of other people, because if you let your ego stand in the way of you partaking in any kind of opportunity, doing anything, whether it's to help yourself or to help other people, you are doing yourself, you're doing other people a disservice, and you're keeping yourself from growing. So take that as a learning lesson, right? Like I said, learn from other people's mistakes. Don't do the same thing that they did. Do not, you know, go the wrong path, and definitely learn to think the right way. Expedite your success by not making those mistakes, not learning through the school of hard knocks, right? And making your own mistakes, but rather knowing that other people have made this mistake. It is my opportunity to look past that and do it the right way instead.
Great points, great points. Especially I like the points when you're talking about because I think now that you're, you know, one of the challenges as a host is really to try to get a whole bunch of people to come on. So you tap into the resources you've got, you tap into the people you know, you send them messages, and afterwards, you know, I mean, what you said earlier, I completely agree. Is when you said when they say no, you respect that. It's okay, because it's okay to reject that. In fact, I think for people who are successful to a certain degree, saying no is more important than saying yes. But then again, for the people who you actually learn a lot, and this is not being taught in this entire marathon. This is not being taught, but you have learned that, you know, when you manage people, you can see, you can know what are their priorities from what's not being said, and but rather what's being done. So some of them have treated you a certain way, they have responded to you in a certain way, and you come up with your own conclusion from there. And I completely agree that sometimes what people say and do, they doesn't exactly match. But I also hear from you that the people who are at a certain success level, right, they do the most basic things consistently right. It doesn't take like big, amazing steps. It's just doing the more basic stuff that everybody can do. And all this requires zero talent. Being on time requires zero talent, right? Responding requires zero talent. All this little stuff is just what humans can do. And I completely agree with what you said. And so like even what Susanna is also saying over here is mentioned, she's true, that, you know, what's different from here, there's no need for ego. It's very friendly, it's very relatable. And I think, and I agree what Groover's Digitalis, right, is saying, is a very cheap way to better know people. So having this early knowledge about people is gold. I completely agree. And so we squeezed out two. You think you can squeeze out another one from you?
Yeah, and I was going to add, and on that note too, it's when you see that the more successful people or the most successful people, the ones who are the most respected, they are the ones who are the most humble, who would help out without anything, expecting anything in return. And those are the people that you see in regular clothes, right? And driving regular cars, and not the ones who are showing off the Lamborghinis and the big houses and the lifestyle and all that stuff. Oddly enough and ironically enough, the ones who are successful, they don't need to show off any of that, right? And so that's a really interesting thing that I also observed, and I also consider that a learning point that we can use for all of us as well. Now, moving on into the third one. Let's talk about success for just a moment, right? Because I think for many of us who are here, right, we want a certain element of success, right? I mean, let's face it, digital, GrooveFunnels is an online business, digital marketing, entrepreneurship type of community, right? So it wouldn't be completely off the lines or out of line or off the chart if we say people here want to be quote unquote successful. One very important thing that I learned from a lot of the fellow guests, especially the ones that I've been able to talk to, is that success is much more than just making money. Success is much more than just how much you have in your bank account, your financial results, because a lot of it is a combination of many different things. It could be mindset. It can be your ability to become a leader, right? To lead other people to success, to think the right way, your attitude, spirituality. Earlier we talked with Johnny about meditation. We talked with Dr. Adeline Tan as well as Melanie last night about hypnotherapy, about positive energy and healing and things like that. We talked about higher meanings and really just being able to make impact in other people's lives, one way or another. And it doesn't have to be, I'm going to impact other people's lives because I am going to show them how to make money. I'm going to show them how to become financially successful. I'm going to show them how they can think the right way or whatnot. It can mean so much more than that, right? It can mean bringing meaning back to somebody's life, especially during these times. And I don't know if you were around when Sarah, also from Singapore, was also here on the show, and she was sharing for herself her story, how she was so depressed that she was literally a split second away from jumping off the ledge until something of a higher being, perhaps, or miraculous happened, and that's why she's still here. And towards the end, she was like, you know what? If you find yourself in depression, if you find yourself that you want to fall off the edge, if you're just that one step away from choosing to end your life, reach out to me, right? Talk to me. I'm here for you. I've been there. I know how it feels. So it's so much more than just making money, right? It's so much more than your financial success. Yeah, those are great goals to have. And that's why many of us, if not all of us, are here in the first place. It's that success that we're attracted to. But there are many more things that are so much more important, right? Johnny, he came on not because he was successful monetarily already, but because he shares the same vision. He shares the same journey as many of us. He's still trying to be successful. He's still trying to make money online. He's still trying to get his first break, but he's still here because he has the right mindset, and he can share that aspect of it in terms of making money, in terms of getting the checks, the results. That's something that he is committed to working on and learning together within the community. So becoming a mentor, becoming somebody who can change lives, does not necessarily mean that you have to be that thought leader who is going to hold somebody by the hand and show them how to make money, right? If you don't know how to make money, if you're also trying to learn how to make that first dollar, but you can be supportive, if you can be a contributor in other ways, these are also other elements of success. And so we need to train ourselves to think so much bigger. We cannot be so materialistic. Our world has become very materialistic. Our world has become a very dark place, full of people who are, number one, either too sensitive, or number two, too insensitive. right? We all know of all the different things that are going on in the world right now. We're not going to get into anything political, but you know exactly what I mean, right? You can't be on one side without being attacked from the other. You can't be in the middle without being attacked by both sides, right? A lot of times we need to think so much farther than just simply how to make money, right? What is the right thing for this person? And if that person thinks differently, then we need to attack them. Nobody is entitled to their own opinions if that opinion is different than mine, right? These are all great examples of small thinkings, which has kept unsuccessful people unsuccessful. It's kept them from being able to reach that brass ring because they cannot even get themselves to get to the next level. They can't even think bigger just yet, right? And a lot of those things you cannot reach. You cannot reach that level of monetary success without first reaching all the prerequisites before that. So we need to realize that each of our own individual lives, we have our own demons. We have our own obstacles. We have our own challenges that we need to get through before we can have our breakthrough, before we can reach that monetary financial freedom goal, right? Because in the end, we need to realize, in addition to the freedom of money, there's also time freedom, which is the most expensive because you cannot buy it back with all the money in the world, right? Once it's gone, it's gone. There's the lifestyle freedom. There's the personal time freedom. There's the freedom of location to spend time with your family when you want to, right? All of that is so much more important than money. Because in the end, right, every single one of us are going to not make it out here alive. None of us are ever going to be able to take anything that we've earned, right, earned with us. So is money really the main thing that you want to focus on in your life, right? So take the word success. And they say, you know, in order for you to spell it, double the C, double the S, and you will always get success. And yeah, that's true. But at the same time, success is your own definition of how you want to live your life, not necessarily money. Put that aside. What is the goal? If money is not an issue, right? How would you want to live your life? What is your dream lifestyle? That is how you determine your own personal definition of success.
I love it, sir. I love it. I think from what you're saying so far, what I can actually agree, I can really, I would say really relate to that, because the word I can hear is very much is personal mastery, right? And I think a lot of people feel that success has to be attached with a dollar sign or whatever currency sign, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Yes, it is a way to measure it, but success is not only measured through a bank account, right? For example, if I can think of the best, one very good example is Mother Teresa. She's not rich at all, but she is abundantly wealthy because of the amount of giving she gives out and the poor people that she has helped, right? So that is, in terms of her personal success, her personal story, right? Her success, there is no money at all, pretty much, right? But she has changed so many people's lives, and there's countless stories around the world where people don't have to be successful just because of dollars. But if you are able to have personal mastery, personal success, personal happiness, no matter what you do, the money is just going to be a bonus, and you're just going to attract that. And I really agree with what you've been saying so far, that, you know, the success, it is something that we all want to chase, but being happy, and then afterwards just knowing how to control yourself, how to be very good at what you're doing, right? Just controlling yourself. You'll be very successful in many ways. Fantastic. And I can hear your passion, man. I can hear you passionate about it. All right. So, but then I have a question I have is, because with all this as well, right? Were there any stories that stuck with you when you were going through all the different marathons? Was there any particular story that stuck with you?
Well, I mean, one thing that I did with pretty much all of the speakers is, you know, we asked them to share their story, and we asked them to tell us more about yourself, and, you know, all the really great things that maybe they have done, but how did it all start, right? And of course, naturally, you're gonna get a lot of these, you know, rags to riches type of stories. I used to be poor, and then somehow I figured that I need to do something more with my life, and I discovered internet marketing, and I started building wealth, and bada bing, bada boom, here I am today, right? The typical rags to riches story, which of course, naturally, we get a lot of. But then you also hear different things of a more personal nature, things like I've loved, right? And then I've lost. And then they talked about how the different things that they've gone through in their lives to, fight through their challenges to be where they are today. There are people who've gone through financial, health, emotional, mental crises. I mentioned Ice earlier. She had a really touching story about how she was so depressed that she was pretty much suicidal, right? And so we have a lot of these types of stories, but I would probably have to say, if there is one winner of triumph, one winner of somebody who really fought through everything that was thrown to them, would probably be Henry Gold, right? I don't know if you were around for his story, but basically he talked about how he lost his dad and his uncle the very same day. In the very same year, he lost his sister, and then I couldn't even keep count of all the tragedies that happened in such a short amount of time. Like, something about his business was also kind of falling apart. And then suddenly he was not feeling well, and he started, he was going blind in one eye. And then he later found out that he was a tumor. And then after his girlfriend or fiance at the time found out about it, she left him. And so he had to go through all those type of struggles, all within an incredibly short amount of time, to the point where he was planning ahead. He was writing a will. He was expecting that his life was over. He was on his deathbed, and he was putting together a farewell package. And actually, he interviewed me at the time for what he called a product. At the time, I guess he wasn't really ready to share exactly what was going on at the time, and so I just thought I was helping him out, as a friend, as a buddy, as an internet marketer, associate, or whatnot. We did an interview, and that interview went into his package called, I think it was like the Henry Gold farewell package or something like that. And I had no idea all the things that were all going on in his life. But the fact of the matter is that even any single one of those elements that had happened to him would be more than impactful enough to drive somebody crazy, right? To get somebody to be off the edge, to get somebody to try and take their own lives into depression or whatnot, right? And he had the entire world, the entire sky all fall on him, not literally, right? But figuratively, almost all at the same time. And yet, with his bubbly personality, online, offline, even when I was talking to him, you would always see that smile on his face. You would always see that he continued to try and make that world a better place and spread brightness to people all around him, despite what he was privately going through in his own life. And of course, it was the ultimate test for him. And blessed as he was, he made it through. What he said, the tumor was the size of a golf ball that was right here. And I mean, it's just crazy thinking about it, thinking back to the story. He said that the doctors did not know how to remove it, and they were contemplating cutting it from the front of his face like this. And all he could think about was, you mean there's a chance that I can live? You mean that this is a great way for me to continue my life and that I don't have to die, right? So it's just incredible, the kind of positivity that he still had despite all these things that were going on, because I can almost guarantee any typical mere mortal would be completely broken and devastated and scared. You're cutting me from the front of my face. How can I see people ever again? And all he can think about is the opportunity to continue to live, right? And so when it comes to appreciation, when it comes to being grateful for life, for what you have, despite everything that was happening to him, which for normal people would be excuse enough for them to say, I hate everybody, I hate the world, I don't want to be here anymore, right? Yet he took everything in strides, and he took every opportunity that he could to continue to stay alive. And now he's here to share that story and be that inspiration and continue to be a motivation for many people from now and moving forward as they continue to hear his story. So that one is definitely very touching, because I just simply cannot fathom going through any of the single things that he had to go through, much less all of them at the same time. And yet here he is continuing with a smile on his face and saying, appreciate life. This is why we're all here. And I'm alive today to share this story with you. So for me, definitely the Henry Gold story.
That is insane. My gosh. And I'm so appreciative that I put in this question over here is because I wasn't there to hear this, to hear from Henry Gold, but I did actually know about that product many years ago when it was, we're in a similar space. So when I saw that product, I was like, wow, that he went through a lot, but I did not know that he went through it in that much detail because it has been a while. So, this is quite an amazing story. And I feel that from what you're sharing, it has impacted you in such a deep way. And then through you, it's now impacting, I have been impacted. Right? I remember, now I know the story. And I believe that's the reason why we extract stories from different people. We hear from different stuff and they have lasting impact to remind everybody over here that, you guys who's watching right now, the difficulties that you're experiencing, you're not alone, right? There have been people who have gone through worse stuff than you. I know it's tough. I know it's painful to go through what you're experiencing right now. But there have been people who did not pay the ultimate price by taking their life, but they decided to do something else. And you can make a change in your own life as well. Just like how Henry Gold, and I think was Sarah as well, is I think it was
nice.
Here. Yeah, so it's like she was saying that, Sarah's story is one that you'll never forget, very touching. So there are strong people all over. And every one of you who is watching right now, you have the strength within you as well, right? Maybe you might need to find it from other stories. Maybe you have to find it from within yourself. Maybe you need to find a reason, but don't pay the ultimate price, right? Keep on going. Groove is here for you. We're here to support. We're here to chat, right? And just talk it out. You never know when help might come in any way. Seek it out, right? So that was a fantastic story, man. I thank you for sharing that story because I have been blessed by it. I've been blessed by it, right? So with all this, again, when you have gone through the different sessions, all right, because different experts have shared lots of tactics, they've showed lots of marketing stuff. Let's come back a little bit. They show lots of tactics stuff, unless you want to hit back and share a little bit, right? That's cool. So we have a little bit of fluidity over here.
Sure.
So is there any, who with all this new gain information, right? Who do you think you can help best now with all this information?
Well, with everything that we plan to do here in the Groove community, of course, it is our goal to help as many fellow Groovesters as possible. And the reason why I say Groovesters and not just anybody is that you do need to have access to the community, the tools, the resources, the training in order for us to maximize our value to you. Although with over active, well, not active, that's the thing, right? With over 1,000 members who are a part of GrooveFunnels, who've signed up, who have an account, probably less than half of them are even in the Facebook group, right? And maybe just a fraction of them have even been watching us here on the Grooveathon. And so who can we help? We can help you, but only if you're willing to help yourself. We can help you, but only if you're willing for us, you're open for us to help you. We can only help you if you're proactive. What do I mean by proactive, right? There's a difference between active and proactive. Active can basically mean that, yeah, sure, you watch the videos, right? You watch the training, you're a part of the group, and then you see the things that are coming in, you get the notifications, and all of that, right? Sometimes you pop in and say hi. Sometimes you ask a question or whatever. That's being active because you are showing us who you are. We know who you are. We can see you or whatnot. Proactive means that you actually take the initiative to do something with yourself, with your life, with what you have, right? You don't need me. You don't need your referrer. You don't need whoever it continues to tell you that you need to upgrade your accounts. You need to use GroovePages. You need to do this with your tech tools and everything else. You need to watch these videos. Proactive means that you know that you need to do it and that you don't need other people to tell you how to do it or what to do, because that's just the kind of person that you are or that you've learned to be. So who can we help best? with your newly gained info, right? There is so much info that we have obtained over the last 2 weeks that I can't even start to list from 1 to 10 which ones are the most important, which ones are priority, which ones are the ones that you should be focusing on. Because to me, you should have just been here, right? You should have just been watching. You should have just been proactively taking notes and knowing what it is that you needed to do. What was the most applicable to you? If you did not care about the investing part, right? Then you should know that that's not the part that you need to focus on. If you know that you should be building your very first website for the purpose of affiliate marketing to promote the Groove affiliate program, right? Then you need to take your own notes to actually do that. So while it's great, right, for people like you and me, Asher, we want to, of course, help as many people as we can. And we encourage you, when you're watching this, make sure that you interact, like the video, leave comments, be interactive. But if you're proactive, you would have done that even without us telling you to do so. If I show you a video, if I show you an example of my page, if I show you my YouTube channel, just like what I did yesterday, you will proactively just watch the videos. You will proactively like those videos and engage and subscribe, right? Hint, hint. But here's the thing, right? None of this is ever like a pitch. None of us is like, hey, go here, subscribe to my channel, and make sure that you hit the bell notification and all this. We don't do any of that. But if you are serious about your own education that you want to continue to learn, you need to be responsible for actually being proactive. And so while the ideal answer, right, who can you help best with all the newly gained info, the ideal answer would be everybody, all the fellow Groovesters. As long as you're here and you're listening to us, we want to be able to help you. But again, it all goes back to the beginning. And it's just like a lot of my classes. I'm sure if you're in marketing, if you're in sales, you've heard of the 80-20 rule, right? It means that 80% of the people will not do anything. 20% of the people will end up making 80% of your profits. And those are the ones who are going to be action takers or whatever else. Well, I have been around the block quite a few times. I've worked with a lot of people from all sorts of cultural backgrounds. Not everybody is susceptible to this 80-20 rule. Sometimes I think that it's the 90-10 rule. Sometimes I think that it's the 95-5 rule. But now I'm more prone to thinking that it's the 99-1 rule, because 1 out of 100 people are actually going to be so committed that not only are they proactive, not only are they going to be taking that initial action, but only 1% or less are going to stick with it, who are going to be with you along the way. And whether you're talking about working together in the same project, working together in the same network marketing company, or whatever, I don't mean that they stick with you in that network marketing company or that team or that project. That 1%, maybe that project is gone, but they will still stick around. And based off of what you taught them in the past, they will still continue to implement them into whatever it is that they will do in the future. Case in point, right? You, Asher, I don't know, met over 10 years ago. We became friends. We started talking about different cool things that we can work on together. Maybe once or twice, we actually embarked onto a project. And then, it didn't work out. We didn't stick with it, but we're still friends. And I'm still doing internet marketing stuff, and you're still doing internet marketing stuff. And this just goes to show that what you've learned, if that's you, if that's just the passion within you to not give up, to learn new things, to continue on, nothing's going to stop you from jumping on where you are supposed to be going next. Use everything in life as a stepping stone, right? GrooveFunnels. Maybe it's a stepping stone. Maybe it's a destination. Who knows, right? But for Asher and me embarking in those 1 or 2 projects in the past, of course, we didn't think that, we should get into it planning to fail and learn from it. No, every single project that you plan to get into, you plan to become successful at it, right? But the truth is, it's not going to happen every single time. So the question is, when it falls apart, are you going to give up, or are you going to go to the next big project? Are you going to figure out what is your calling? Are you going to continue on and build your dreams no matter what it takes, no matter where that takes you, right? That's the biggest difference. And so who can we help? Who are the best people whom we can help? the best people that we can help, the people, probably the only people we can help, if let's say hypothetically, GrooveFunnels isn't for you, right? For the people who will continue to chase their dreams, already have that attitude, that mentality that this wasn't for me, but something else is. That's the kind of people that we can help. If you say, I'm going to give up, it's not for me, internet marketing sucks, it's all a scam, right? It's for somebody else, right? It's not something that I want to do. I want to go back to corporate America. I want to go back to 9-to-5 job. I want to go apply for a job at McDonald's or whatever. Then we cannot help you. You already don't have the right mindset for us to help you. So what can we do? Well, hopefully, while all of us are still active, you can train yourself to be proactive. You can train yourself with the right mindset, the right attitude to be able to say, this is going to be my calling. I'm going to be here. I'm going to put in 1000% if I needed to. I will make the sacrifices. I will do whatever it takes. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, nothing's going to stop me from finding something else that works. Because for me, my ultimate goal is to reach that achievement, to become that success. Your definition of success, not anybody else's definition, but your definition. So here again, we cannot help you unless you can help yourself. So who can we help best? People who are willing to be their own inspiration and their own motivation.
Awesome. I'm getting motivated just from you sharing that. And I agree that the people who help, that you can help best, are those who are willing to help themselves, those who are proactive in taking whatever lessons they've come across so far and applying it into their own business, their own life, being, I would say, fixated on the goal, but flexible on the methods, right? So we there's a goal that we're all running for, going for. We may not be able to verbalize, say everything out, but we are still, there's something within us that just keeps us going to fight for and to strive, because the journey to go towards success, it's for everybody, right? If success was an easy thing, everybody would have achieved it by now. The reason why we're all going for it is because it requires work, it requires effort, it requires it does require a lot of hard work. It requires sometimes even heartbreak just to keep the journey going on. And I think what you're saying earlier, I like what you say about the Pareto principle, where the 80-20 rule. So when it comes to, I think just to maybe I can just share a little bit, if I may.
Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, there was this for those of you who are actually going through personal difficulties, personal challenges, and you feel like your life is in a bit of a chaos, please go and get Jordan Peterson's book, The 12 Antidotes to Chaos. It's one of the best books I've ever read. So that is one of the things he talks a little bit about inside there that I found. I was reading it afterwards. It's just early in the book. And there was one sentence that he wrote, and I got stuck on it for the whole night. So I was like, I want to read it. And I got stuck there. I was like, this sentence is gold. So this sentence was basically talking about Price's law, price, P-R-I-C-E, like Price's law, and the Pareto distribution. So what this means is that basically is, 50% of the, there's a number to it. I can't remember the exact numbers right now, but what it's basically saying is, right, in an organization, right, 50% of the results will be taken by the top 50% of the number of people. There's a percentage. It's actually calculated. I was surprised you can actually calculate that. And then from that, the people who make the money in that top 50% of that are actually counted by something called the Pareto distribution. And there's actually a curve. So these are all statistics. These are actual numbers that when I was reading it, I was so surprised, because when I went through the few organizations that I've seen or heard before, and I look at the numbers, that number generally holds very, very true. So if you guys are watching this and like thinking, I'm looking at all the big experts, now we have the top few people, they're in the Groove JV, they're making a lot of money, they're super successful, I won't be able to get up there. If you study that principle, the Price's law and the Pareto distribution, we now see there's at least 100,000 people in our Facebook community. If I'm just talking about 50%, that's 50K. That means out of this entire group, there will be, just by statistics, not by itself, 50K people who will do nothing with Groove. And those are not the people that Simon or anybody here can help, because they will not do anything no matter what. They're just going to sit there, wait for the perfect situation when the lights are all green before they go. Whereas for the other 50%, they take imperfect action. They just do with what they have, be fixated on the goal, but very flexible on the methods. And they just take what they have and keep going and going and going. right? So as we all know, Groove, when we started, is on a phased approach. So are all the tools perfect? No, we all know it's not perfect. But it is getting there. And that's the reason why it's a cost savings for us, because when it's on the way there, in the meantime, they're still building, but you can get yourself familiar with the tools, get in while it's early, because by the time when it's all up and ready, the price is going up. The price is definitely going up. Just for me, just on a very simple thing, right? Hosting itself is free for life. That to me is already a huge saving just by hosting. How many, even if you go create a website itself, right? You just need to pay for hosting every single month or every year, right? And if you do a business for 10 years, it's gonna add up. But in this itself, you're paying for one time, you're having free hosting for life. And even with a free account, you have 3 websites, you have free hosting for life. Where else can you get a ridiculously good deal like this for free? My gosh. So yeah, Groove is insane. Anyway, I went ramble on a little bit. So okay, so now coming back to some of the questions we have, right? So I'm just looking at some of the comments. Oh yeah, so definitely, yes, here we go. So we have so he's asking about what is the name of the book, right? So yes, this is from Entity for Chaos, Entity to Chaos. Read that, Jordan Peterson. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. All right, and that whole book kind of started from it was a Reddit thread. Okay, and then it was a comment from a Reddit thread, a listicle that exploded into a book. And if you guys have the chance to listen to this man, deep knowledge, right? It's amazing. All right, anyway, so coming back a little bit. So after everything that you have learned, everything that you've gone through, what would you advise someone not to do? Because there's a lot of stuff we can do, but sometimes knowing what not to do is also equally important. What would that be?
Where do I start? I mean, the thing is, within GrooveFunnels, right, the whole mentality is we need to help people, right? We want to help each other. And so I can already foresee that a lot of people will go about this the wrong way. And we've talked about this whole concept many times, the whole movement of the fake gurus, right? The whole movement of people who are pretending to be people whom they're not, who are charging people to help them when they cannot even help themselves. So one of the things that I would probably say that you should not do is do not fall into that trap. It's very easy, right, to say, hey, do you want to make money? Do you want to build a website? Do you want to save, all this money, whatever else? I'll help you, right? When in fact, you don't actually know how to make money. You don't actually know how to use GroovePages to build a website. You don't know how to best save somebody money, especially if you're not even familiar with all the tools in the first place, right? So the problem is that we give people a sense of misconception. And when you do that, and you're saying that you're going to help somebody without being first qualified to help them, it means that your intentions are all wrong in the first place. You don't want to help them. You want to earn their commissions, right? You want to help them to help you to make more money, right? There's nothing wrong with introducing GrooveFunnels because it does help people, but make sure that it's coming from the right place. Make sure that you're not pretending to be somebody that you're not. Make sure that when you say, yes, I can help you, that you actually mean and you communicate there is a community of people who can help you. There are experts who can help you. There are trainings that are already available that can help you. Not I can help you, not what I can do for you. Be honest, right? And say, I'm going to be learning just like you. I'm going to be on the same boat just like you. I want to earn freedom and commissions just like you, right? So when you come about this in the right place, then everything becomes real. Everything becomes authentic. So do not try and be somebody that you're not. Do not, fall into the trap of being a fake guru, because just from some of the beginning conversations and the beginning comments that we see when we see a lot of experts saying, yes, spread value, right? Make sure that you're helping other people and all these things. Yes, you should do that. But they're speaking in the perspective of people who already know what they're talking about, who can help other people because they know how to help themselves, right? If you're just starting out and you're not in that position, don't jump 2, 3, 5, 10, 12, 50 steps ahead into becoming somebody that you're not yet ready to become, right? Be authentic, be truthful. Do not say that you're going to help them personally if that's not something that you are intending to do. If you say that you are doing this because you want to earn more commissions, that you want to build income for yourself, be truthful about it. Let's be a team, right? I'll do what I can to help you as I continue to learn it with the fellow mentors who are in the community. Or at the same time, right, we can help each other as well. So I believe that's definitely one of the things I would tell people not to do, is to avoid being somebody that you know you are not. Do not be one of those fake gurus. Another thing that we need to understand, especially with the big impact of all the different experts, right? We have people who are talking about Facebook ads. We have people who are talking about Google ads. We're talking about people talking about SEO. We have people who are talking about omni-channel marketing. We have people who are talking about social media, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. We have people who are talking about investment. We have people who are talking about website building. You get the point, right? We have probably limitless amounts of knowledge that you can consume, limitless amounts of opportunity, and so many different kinds of things that, yes, you should be learning. But one thing that you need to understand is that you simply cannot learn everything. You cannot do everything. You cannot be everything to everybody. So don't try and be, again, that person that says, yeah, I learned all these things, so I can help you with Facebook ads, with Facebook organics, with YouTube ads, with Google SEO and Google ads, and everything else in between, right? You cannot be everything to everybody. Just like what Johnny said, right? I'm just going to focus on the things that I need. GrooveFunnels has so many different tools. I had to learn those. And yes, it's very natural. I bought this program. It's got all these things. I better make sure that I get my money's worth and make sure that I use every single one of them, that every single one is put into best possible use because I already made the investment, right? Well, that's going to be your mistake, because if you just simply want to be an affiliate marketer and you don't even want to build your own page, you don't even know how to build your own website, like I said earlier, right? What is Chatmatic going to do for you? It's supposed to be working on your own website, right? With Facebook. And if you don't want to use Facebook marketing, you don't want to communicate with people, then what good is that tool for you? If you don't even build your own website and you don't have a product that you want to sell, well, what is GrooveProof going to do with you, right? What are you going to do with that testimonial social proof widget thing that's always going to pop up at the bottom corner when you're not even selling anything? You're not even promoting yourself, right? So don't try and be everything to everybody. Don't try to use everything that you have at your disposal. I think that GrooveFunnels, if you ask me honestly, we're being spoiled, right? We're absolutely being spoiled. We're giving things that we don't need. You're like a spoiled little brat when, your parents are giving you not only, you're a little kid, right? You have, of course, the fundamentals that you need, the website, which is equivalent to food, right? Pajamas, a roof over your head, right? Education and whatever else. But as you continue, right? What kid absolutely must need to have an iPad? What kid absolutely must have a gaming console? What princess, right, absolutely must have a castle in their room? None of them, right? But if, let's say, you want to become a gamer, right, then maybe that's something that you need. If, let's say, you want to become a YouTuber, then maybe one of those equipment is what you need, right? And if you want to use that princess thing, right, that castle thing as part of your YouTube videos, then maybe that's what you would need. But you're not going to need it until you need it, right? And so with all these things that we have under our belt, with all these things that we have access to, do not think that just because you have access to it that you must use it. Otherwise, you're wasting your money. No, right? It's there when you need it. It's there when you are ready for it. And when you start playing games, and when you start playing on your iPad, when you're supposed to be doing your homework, right? And you're supposed to be reading books, and you're supposed to be learning how to speak properly in the variety of different languages or math or science or whatever else, right? Then everything else is just a distraction. As Adam Koo said, right? Focus. You need to focus on your goals. You need to focus on what it is that you need at that point in time, and don't move on to any other thing until that's done. I made that mistake, right? I made that mistake as an entrepreneur. I also have what they call type 2 ADD, attention deficit disorder. And so my shiny object syndrome is so much more worse than probably anyone else that I know. Because quite literally, if anything happens as little as like a flash, right, outside my window, or the construction, thank goodness there's no construction today, but if let's say there's a huge boom sometimes, right, and I hear it, I immediately lose my train of thought. I have no idea what I'm talking about. And maybe I have this natural gift of rambling so that I still continue to talk and not shut up despite not knowing exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm just talking just to be talking until I can figure out full circle what I was talking about and then go back to that topic so that there's no dead air, so to speak, right? But ultimately, what we really need to know how to do is to focus. What we need to know is that if there are different things that are distracting us, right? You don't need the Groove desk. You don't need Groove Video right now. You're not going to be using Groove Blog, right? Or all those other things. Then focus only on what you need. Do not let the distraction of other people's noise, other people's results, other people's successes, and what they're doing distract you from what your goals are. So make sure that you set your goals. If you say, I want to focus on affiliate marketing, do that. You want to create your own course, do that. You want to do e-commerce, do that. And not until you get successful in one of them do you move on to the next one. Because for me, with the type 2 ADD, attention deficit disorder, I can probably tell you I have about 100 projects that are anywhere between 20 to 80% done. And what happens when they're 20 to 80% done? It means that none of them are making money. You're wasting your time, you're wasting your breath, you're wasting your effort. Focus on what makes the most sense to you. Do not get spoiled by all the GrooveFunnels products. Use only the ones that you need and put all the other ones aside until you need it or until you're ready for them.
Awesome. So I completely agree. We are completely spoiled by Groove. And what you say is correct, right? So with all the tools that we have right now, you don't have to know every single thing. They are here at your disposal. And then I think that I like when I was doing insurance a long time ago, I like to say this thing and it's kind of stuck with me. It's better to have and not need than need and not have, right? So now you have all these different tools at your disposal, but you don't need to put them to use right now if it doesn't serve your goals, right? So just what Simon said is correct, very accurate, is that all these tools are there. You don't have to wait for them to be like perfect, ready to use as well. You can use whatever is available now to help to get to your goal. And also what you said earlier, I agree, is like you got to be careful about who you're listening from, right? Because there's quite a lot of fake gurus out here. There's not in here, but there's quite a lot of fake gurus out there who are actually just pretty much just hawking other people's advice and they're just calling it their own advice, right? So be careful who you're learning from. And there's this thing now, there's a popular game, it's called Among Us, right? So a lot of these fake gurus are around there, imposters, and afterwards, sus. We're just suspecting whether these people are actually real. And afterwards, when you thought they were real people, they come and just jab you in the throat they take your money and then just disappear. It's part of the game. So for those of you who play that game, so great advice. So, but then when it comes to this, if there's any advice that you could actually install into someone who's actually new to Groove, right? A newborn Groove user, right? What would be that one single advice that you could install into that guy or girl?
Wow. So if only it's that easy, right? Like Neo, I want to learn how to fly the helicopter. It's install done, right? Actually, that was Trinity, but you know what I mean, right? Installation. How do you actually install something? Well, you obviously cannot just install something, but a piece of advice that anybody can probably take, and at the risk of sounding cliche, right? It's all a matter of taking action. It's all a matter of just doing it, and not just in the traditional way of just saying, yeah, do it. I know that I need to take action. I plan to take action, and it's going to be massive action. We all know that, right? More so, I would say stop waiting. Because let's face it, that's what the majority of us are doing. If we're not taking action, we're waiting. We're waiting for something. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for something to be perfect. Are we waiting for something to be done? Are we waiting for something to be ready for us to use, right? Because here's the deal. When it comes to taking a look at all the people who are in our community, I'm sure that as you scroll through the different comments, you will see people who end up making excuses about anything that you can imagine, right? People who are complaining about the affiliate program, people who are complaining about the products not being ready, right? People who are complaining about things not being done, what was being promised is not being delivered. You name it, right? And it's one thing to be discontent about certain things that might be happening. It's another thing to let it stop you from actually doing something. So here's the deal. Here's an example. I mean, we have many people who are thinking, well, this doesn't work, right? GrooveFunnels isn't ready. And I think the original story with the whole $1.7 million day that GrooveFunnels got was, of course, GrooveFunnels was able to make over $1 million in one day selling GrooveFunnels using GrooveFunnels, right? It was GroovePages, it was GrooveSell, and they integrated it with whatever they needed to, PayPal or Stripe or Authorize.net or whatever, right? The payment gateway. But the point is, sure, the product is still in beta, and maybe GrooveDesk isn't ready, but you don't need GrooveDesk in order for you to start and to start making money, right? So why wait? What are you actually waiting for? Are you waiting for something to be done? Because I'll tell you, there is no done in sight. Even after everything that's been announced, including GrooveBlog, GrooveDesk, GrooveMember, GrooveSurvey, Groove Quiz, and everything else, even after those are done, scheduled for the end of the year, another new checklist is going to get launched. More ideas will be presented. And now they're going to start working for the rest of that year, 2021, into 2022, all the way through 2025 and 2030 and beyond. When one is done after another, are you going to wait until every last product is finally produced before you say, okay, now it's done, now I can start, right? Nothing's going to be perfect. Sure, there are bugs, but it's good enough to make GrooveFunnels over $1.7 million in a day, right? And over these 2 weeks during their launch, there's also additional millions that came in, right? All because of an unfinished product that, of course, wasn't waited on to be finished before it launched. So what are you waiting for? Are you waiting until you learn something new? Are you waiting until you feel like you're an expert in something? Because education is continuous, right? If I say that I want to wait until I know everything there is to know about internet marketing, probably I would still not have gotten started up until this day, right?
None of us will be able to control the information. I think we've all been searching for marketing information since decades ago. We're still learning.
Exactly. We are still learning. Exactly. That is the point, because none of us are ever going to say we already know everything there is to know about internet marketing. But we know enough that it's going to get you started. We know enough that got us results. We know enough that will get other people results as well. I probably will say I am so confident about my knowledge in internet marketing. There's probably never any question that you can ask me that I either don't know the answer to or cannot find the answer to, right? But yet I still continue to learn every single day. If you give me a good book, right, recommend something or a good course, I will buy it. I will invest in it. I will read it. I will take it. Why? Because learning is continuous, but it doesn't mean that I need to know that in order for me to start. So don't think for an inkling of a second that you need to know everything that there is and you need to wait until that happens. Full circle, right? Take action. If you don't take action, nothing will happen. But of course, when you start taking action, it doesn't have to be done. It doesn't have to be perfect. And you don't already need to know everything there is to know. Continue to grow along the way. And that is basically the name of the game for every single one of us who is a successful internet entrepreneur or a marketer or a business person.
Okay, so again, ladies and gentlemen, what's the one single advice? Don't wait anymore, right? I think in Malaysia, you probably heard this, 卖涂料. Don't wait anymore, just go for it. Then afterwards, if you just take imperfection, just do whatever you have with what you've got and go for it. Don't, again, I think with it's all kind of linked together, and Simon has been saying also some information that's very consistent. and it's like taking personal success for yourself, taking personal mastery, and also you want to make sure that you take action, because this is what has been consistent throughout his life, I would say, even though you don't have all the pieces, but go ahead anyway. So these are, I like what you've been saying so far. And I think the comments of people are really enjoying as well, right? So a whole bunch of people here are really enjoying the show, right? So like you're talking about the Matrix, so I know Kung Fu. So
Yeah.
a bunch of different stuff, right? But so during this marathon itself, was there, what did you learn from this marathon, right? That you didn't know about or in depth about before this marathon?
What did I learn about? I mean, these 2 weeks have been a consistent learning experience, right? Because like I just said, you continue to learn every single day, and of course, there's many things that I learned, especially when it comes to the production of live streams or whatnot. I think I learned a lot because previously the most that I've ever done is YouTube videos. Maybe in the past I've done 1 or 2 live interviews. If at all possible, I would, for my own courses, do webinars where it only shows the screen and it doesn't show my face. So there was a lot that I need to learn in terms of lighting, right? In terms of putting things, your background, in terms of decoration, in terms of practical lighting, like the G in the back and the LED lights and everything else. And I know I talked to you really briefly, I think it was over Messenger a couple of months ago, and I said, hey, you got some really cool lights. But at that point in time, it was more so curiosity, right? It was more so, that's pretty cool. Maybe I plan to actually do something like that. Well, with the whole inception of the whole Grooveathon, right? We were all just kind of pushed right into it. If you remember the original 12-hour Grooveathon, it was a completely different setup, right? I didn't really have any practical lighting, so to speak. The G wasn't in existence. I didn't have that yet. And I didn't really have any of the other setup over here. So it really wasn't until these past 2 weeks when I really start to think, oh, I need to put some stuff in my background, right? All these things over here, it wasn't there, right? This light over here, and I mean, the sofa was there, but the groove stuff, as you mentioned, they continue to grow in terms of the decorations and everything else. I just kind of learned along the way what we need to do to make your background more interesting, to make sure that the room is lighted, to make sure that it doesn't get too dark, it's not too blurry over there, or it doesn't get too grainy, and all those different things. So there's definitely a lot that I learned in terms of just production, right? And there's a lot of stress when it comes to that because I don't have backup. I don't have people who will be there if something goes wrong. I don't have people who are going to be pointing out to me, hey, you know what, you're delaying, right? Your voice is not matching with your mouth, and you're very dark, and all those things. I had nothing, right? And so I would say a big part of what I learned is just the fact that a lot of times you just need to go for it, right? It's not a lesson about going live. It's not about a lesson about video production. It's not a lesson about what you need to do in order for you to get something done, right? It's that you just need to go for it. Whatever opportunity, whatever chance, whatever new thing that comes up, even if you're not ready, even if you're pushed into it, don't make an excuse to not do it. Don't make an excuse to say, oh, I'm not very comfortable in front of the camera. I've never done this before. I don't have the right equipment. If you're not comfortable, get comfortable or get uncomfortable, right? Just do it anyway. You don't have the equipment, get the equipment. You don't know what it takes, learn what it takes, right? Just do it and push yourself through that comfort zone, even if it's something that you've never done before. I've never had one live thing that is public like the way that it is right now. Again, maybe once or twice to my own group members, only once or twice, right? Maybe once or twice with the screen and showing PowerPoint presentation or live demo, right? But only once or twice. Never have I consistently for 13 days in a row for 2 weeks, right? Day after day after day, continue to just keep the camera on and just talk. And face in. I don't know if you even remember the first time that we did that. Was it over Zoom or Skype or something?
Yep,
I didn't even look at the camera. I didn't even look at the camera, right? That's how bad I was at just understanding how live stuff works. I was just looking at my screen where you are, and I'm looking at you, and the entire time you see me looking down, right? Now, whenever I can control it, right, I do try and look at the camera, because that's just what you learn along the way. So a matter of improving anything that you do is that you just do it. You try it, you improve, you see what mistakes you made, and then you recover from those mistakes, and then you don't make those mistakes again, right? There are many times that we see, again, like different comments from people who are just, saying, oh yeah, you shouldn't do this, or you shouldn't do that, or this is horrible, and this person's boring, blah, blah, blah. And the thing about doing and learning, right, is we need to understand that is so much more than just providing resources. It's so much more than just saying, yeah, get the lights, turn on the camera, go. I remember probably the second or third time that we had you on, and there's that bug again, right? Like, we cannot edit that out, and it just continues to fly around here. It's so annoying. But I remember I said, hey, this is the third time that you came on, Asher, and I still want to learn all the cool things that you do with your screens and whatever else. And then I said, I think a lot of people want to learn that as well. And one comment came in. He's like, LOL, ha ha ha. He already told you that he uses OBS. What more do you want to know? Right? Well, let me tell you. GrooveFunnels made $1.7 million in one day with GrooveFunnels. Does that teach you everything that you need to know about making $1 million in a day? No, right? You need to know how it's done. So a lot of people still have that mindset. Oh yeah, that's how you do it. That's the resource. That's everything that I need to know, right? If that's everything that you need to know, then replicate those results. Don't be one of those people who's always there. Oh, I know that already. Oh, you're not teaching me anything new. Oh, I can't learn anything from you. What makes you so different? If that's your mindset, right, you are absolutely in the wrong place. This is not the right community for you. In fact, I can't think of any community that would be the right community for you, right? You need to be open. You need to be willing to learn. You need to be somebody who is not only willing to share, but also absorb. It's a two-way street, right? So definitely, I would say an installation of anything into anybody's mind, or what was the question? What did you learn, understand from the marathon? It's just people, right? You need to be more conscious, self-conscious about who you are, what you need in order for you to achieve those goals. Don't be those people who try to make excuses, try to find any old reason not to take action just because you're not good at this, you're not used to that, you've never done it before. Just do it, right? And learn along the way. Learn and improve along the way.
Awesome. I think that was I like, and then in terms of you saying being uncomfortable, growth is never in a comfortable area. Growth is always in an uncomfortable area, right? You got to step out of that and do something uncomfortable. And I think what we learned about coming on live, because same thing, when I came on live, it was quite some time back as well. And I tried same. I just went on live before this marathon. And I'm pretty sure by now, because you've gone through a literal 13 days of like actual doing it, you are much more experienced with doing live compared to anyone else who is an experienced watcher, right? Someone who is an experienced viewer will not be able to know as much as the experienced doer, right? So you have created, which is why earlier I made a ramble on my own Facebook. So I was talking a little bit about like you're not gonna get your money back when you are doing this kind of stuff, and there's value in it. Like for example, doing a live show, the reason why live is actually engaging is some people say, but I went for his live, so I didn't learn much. But you're not going to get your money back. What I was referring to that is, like, if you're watching a football game, you may not get the result you want. you may have traveled a long way. You may have bought the plane tickets. You might have gone there supporting your team, but your team loses. And they may have lost, like not just like a bad loss. It was like 0-5 or 0-8, the kind of complete destruction kind of game. So, and you'll be like, no! You're not going to get your money back because you didn't get a result you wanted, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So as someone who is creating or learning, and that's the reason why it's interesting. When you are an audience right now, every one of you who is watching right now you're an audience. But one day, aspire to become one of the people on screen. aspire to become one of the players. Because if you think about it, even if you go for a football game or basketball game or baseball or whatever game it is, the ones who are making the money are not the ones sitting on the benches. They are not the ones watching. They are the ones playing the game. They are the ones putting their feet onto it. They're putting the soil, they're putting the hard work, and they are doing it for people to watch. So if you want to make that kind of money that the superstars are making, get out there, play the game. Get out there, put yourself out there, and let people ridicule you. People will laugh at you. People will say you're not good enough. People will say you're not good looking, you're not looking at the right tools. You say he already said that. So what? I'm playing the game, you're not. And I'm making the results. I'm getting the results. So I think I completely agree, when it comes to this whole marathon, you've done a lot more than other people that have never done their life. Yeah, for the whole marathon.
And that's why I'm very grateful for, and just like everything else, I see this as an opportunity for me as well, because if it weren't for this, I would still be uncomfortable in front of the camera. I would still be uncomfortable doing live stuff, but I would now confidently say now, if you say, hey, do a live 4-hour session, or let's do a live interview, or let's do it for an entire weekend, and let's do a 2-day course live, right? No problem whatsoever.
Because you've gone to the stage out of the from you've gone through the stretch goal. You've done something you didn't do before. So now that you've done it under your belt, what was scary before, it's now doable. Simply because you took it actually doing. And I think for the people who are Groove users right now, do the same thing. Whatever you have, whatever is available to you, put it to action. Take it to action. You never know. Actually, not say you'll never know. You won't know yet. But once you get there, you will know. You will know what Simon's talking about, what he's been sharing about taking action, because a lot of times all the information is being shared. It is not just people on screen, on stage, whatever, say, do it. And then share the booth. Do it, just do it, right? It's not just that. You actually will benefit if you do it, right? Yeah. So, but in terms of group as well, for those who, I think you talked a little bit earlier, but I think it's also worth bringing back up, is what do you foresee will be the future for the active and the inactive users of Groove?
Okay, let's look into the future, all the way to the year 2000, right?
2000,
no, just the year 2000. I'm still living in the past, apparently. So this is actually a two-part question, right? For active and inactive users. Well, sure. For active users, okay, if you are here and you're active, or you plan to be active and you want to do something, whether now or in the future, GrooveFunnels will be absolutely life-changing if it hasn't been already. I will honestly tell you, if it weren't for GrooveFunnels in 2020, I would have no idea where I would be right now in terms of business, in terms of my various entrepreneurship ventures, in terms of a direction on where I want to go. Because if we're thinking about tools and things like that, quite honestly, there weren't really a tool that was really good enough that I was consistently using. For many of my websites and things like that, I would use, things like WordPress or whatnot. But I would say, if it weren't for the opportunities, the affiliate program, the chance to get involved and to reconnect with friends that I've known for a long time, including you, Asher, right? Where would my business be right now? I would have no earthly idea, right? I'm not saying that nothing would have come about it. I'm just saying it would have been somewhere else. I would be doing something else, because I focused a big part of my businesses on live events for the better part of the last decade, right? And so suddenly you tell me that I cannot run any live events, I cannot run that part of my business. Sure, I can still focus on creating videos. Sure, I can still focus on a lot of my anonymous YouTube channels that don't show my face, that don't have to talk and are just anonymous, right? Where I just promote whatever affiliate programs. But let's face it, that would be very, very boring, wouldn't it? And this allows me to actually get back in touch with people whom I already know. And of course, met a lot of new people in the process. And at the same time, gave me new direction on doing some things in a completely different way. So all the previous businesses that I was running in the past, whether it's a live events business, whether it's agency, whether it's mentorship, whether it's doing freelancing, whether it's helping other people to create websites or do video marketing or sales or whatever else, right? Now I can actually leverage or use GrooveFunnels into every single one of those. Okay. And it also gave me the opportunity to help even more people, because now I can literally say, if you need help with creating a website, you can use this. If you need help with creating an affiliate program, you can use this. If you need help to create a sales funnel to build your network marketing team, you can do this, right? And everything, if you are just creative enough and you are educated enough of using GrooveFunnels, this can be instantly applied into any business model that you want. At the same time that you are making money and building revenue for your business, you are simultaneously being able to help other people. And so that is exactly where I see GrooveFunnels active users, because of my activeness, obviously, it's changed my entire business model around. It's changed the way that I've done business. It's changed the way I've helped other people as well. And so with all of that, I think that as long, again, as you are in it and you're active, it can definitely help you to do the exact same thing. I would also say that being right here in the Groove community, we are still very early in the game, right? So I see this as a huge opportunity. Why do I say that? Because yes, millions have already been made. Hundreds of thousands of people have already been a part and signed up for GrooveFunnels. But guess what? Hundreds of 200,000 is how small of a percentage of people on Earth, right? 200,000, most of whom, if not all, are pretty much English speakers, right? That's another aspect that we can think about. So here, as part of the GrooveFunnels community, I foresee much bigger and better goals for GrooveFunnels. Why? Because if you think of, I don't know, companies like Amazon, right? Amazon doesn't just have Amazon.com. They also have Amazon.co.jp, .uk, whatever else, right? So that just gives you an indication, just like Amazon, just like Lazada, just like eBay, and many of the big companies out there, when they go out there and they expand, they really expand. And right now, we are in the infant stages of GrooveFunnels. Imagine in the future, let's not even go as far as 5 years. I imagine within the next 6 to 12 months, there will be huge expansion in place. And again, if you're active, you know, and you see the opportunity, you're not one of those people who are making excuses and saying, oh, it's not ready, I'm not going to do it. Oh, you made changes, and so I don't want to be a part of this affiliate program anymore, or whatever, right? I see this. Thanks for sharing this with me. I'll pass. I heard this multiple times from people that I thought would know better, because they're influencers, they're thought leaders, they're people that others look up to. I would thought that they would have a much better foresight, right, than this. But many people don't. So if you're here, you're watching this, whether it's live or you have the opportunity to watch this as a replay in the future, just know that if you are active, right, huge opportunities will be in store for you and for me. If you're inactive, well, nothing to say about that, right? Nothing will happen. You will not do anything. Your life will not change. You will not, well, maybe you will, in terms of changing your life in one way or another, because we're forced to in this age of new normal. But I can guarantee, if you are not active now, meaning that you're inactive and you don't plan to be active, you will be missing out on all of the growth opportunities that I just talked about. You will not be able to watch the ride. Maybe you'll watch, right? Because as they say, there are three kinds of people in this world, right? People who see things happen, who make things happen, people who say what happened, right? Who ask what happened. Don't be one of those people who ask what happened, right? Be one of those who either watch things happen and then subsequently make things happen along the way. But if you're here right now, don't be one of those people who just let an opportunity pass you by and just nothing really happens. Even though you're right here at the right place at the right time, you choose not to do anything. You choose to be inactive. 6 months from now, 12 months from now, you will be slapping yourself, right? And as they say, do something today that your future self will thank you for. And what does that mean? It means that today, take action.
All right, definitely take action, take action, take action. We've been repeating this few words over and over again, and it holds definitely true. We definitely must take action with the knowledge that you have, and take action with this tool. Otherwise, you're gonna be wondering what happened, right? what happened? Don't be one of those kind of people. And you like, and also I like what you said earlier. When with this world is huge. There's a lot of opportunities to take this exact tool that you have and reach different audiences. For example, you're saying in .co.jp.uk, you can take this same product and put a different language to it, right? You can reach to different the Spanish-speaking people, for example, who know English as well. You can start to create Groove. You can speak to people like that. You can go to the people who don't know tech, whatever, and you start to create. You sell your website services through Groove. You can make money from that. There's a plethora of ways. But don't be one of those kind of people that afterwards, when you see someone who's doing that, and then you say to yourself, I thought of that idea.
Yeah.
I thought of that. But don't be one of those. If you think of it, make it happen, right? Take action. It's imperfect as it is. Make it happen. Will you fail? I guarantee you will fail. You will fail.
But one disclaimer to that, though, is, of course, with anything Groove related, don't jump the gun and get like GrooveFunnels.es or GrooveFunnels.my or GrooveFunnels.sg, because GrooveFunnels and all the product names, they are trademark terms. Okay, so we can't just simply jump the gun and start registering all these domain names and start using them in our own promotion. With anything, definitely reach out to a member of the GrooveFunnels team, probably somebody like Donna, or David Lemon or something along those lines, and share your idea with them, work together on it, because the last thing we want to do is to get into any kind of legal troubles or anything like that, just because we are, not compliant, so to speak, with trademarks and copyrights and things like that. So it will definitely go a much longer way if you actually work together with GrooveFunnels as opposed to indirectly competing against them.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so definitely we want to be clear of any kind of legal issues. That's for sure, because that's not something that we want to have in terms of legal issues. That is right. So yeah, so definitely in terms of those who are active and inactive, don't be one of those people who's wondering what happened when someone has a good idea. I thought of that. Do something with what you got. All right. So again, and we have we still have about 20 minutes to go. So good thing we have about 2 more questions to go only. So after everything, right? So guys, if you guys are enjoying this and watching this so far, really loving it, please leave a comment down below and just encourage Simon, because it's been, not only has he been on this whole marathon, right? He has also been the guy just clicking buttons, is the guy who's been sharing and helping people and giving you value. But I think every one of you here, I personally, I think I'm very thankful someone like Simon who decided to step up on his game, to learn how to do live streaming, to step up to do many different things, and to come on live. So this, without a good host, right, the whole program would not work as well. Can you imagine a host that comes on to a show that doesn't know how to ask a question, all right, a host who doesn't know how to interact with the guest? That would be an awkward show, right? So we
well, all these things I also learned along the way. I am an introvert just like you, but probably more so because I never even pushed myself to do live stuff. I just I'm not comfortable doing it. So when I'm talking to people, sometimes I have a question, but I don't even know how to transition into the question. I don't really know how to interact because, I'm pretty socially awkward. If you actually meet me in person, I can sit there and not say a single word, and to me it's still perfectly okay, when obviously it's a very awkward silence type of environment, right? And so when it comes to 2 hours every single session, I'm pushing myself to try and think of something to say. I mean, I don't know about you, but the effort can really be obvious to me. I can see myself struggling to chime in. I can see myself wondering when's the best time to interject. I can see myself when's the best time to finish that question off and transition into the next one. I'm not a natural communicator. Okay, if I am on the stage or I do a solo thing like a monologue, I just talk, and then I end, and that's it, right? But if I have to interact, especially in this type of environment, there's so much more that I need to learn. And you're doing a good job. You seem to be very good at it. And somebody who is coming up later on, actually next, Mr. David Kavanaugh, of course, he's also doing a great job with his interviews. You know, he's very natural, makes people laugh and tells all these great jokes, and it just becomes a very fun and entertaining experience. I'm still trying to learn how to do that. So just like all of you, you know, everything one step at a time. We're all learning every step of the way.
Awesome. All right. So my next question that I have for you, right, is that, you know, after all this, what is your own personal goal after the whole marathon is done? What's your own personal goal?
Personal goal as in like not professional then, right?
Completely up to you. It could be professional, it could be personal, completely up to you. What is your personal goal?
Well, let's get a little bit personal on myself first, okay? Because when it comes to a personal goal, one thing that I've always kept in the back of my mind that I know that I need to continue to work on is just to show more appreciation, just to appreciate what I have. Because after talking to so many people and hearing so many stories, not just from my own guests, right, but from other people who also share and who are commenting and everything like that, I know that not everybody have the same opportunities as I do. I know that not everybody even is here, right? We have 200,000 people in the community, but only a very small fraction of people are even watching this right now or even will watch it. So for all of us who are able to hear this message right now, right, you have the same opportunity, the same opportunities as me, the same opportunities as Asher and every other expert here. And so I know that there are a lot of people who are struggling, right? And that's why they are here. They're looking for a way out. They're looking for additional opportunities or whatnot. But I definitely consider myself to be one of the more fortunate ones. I started the year coming back from vacation with my family, which of course in a normal year, we would travel pretty much every single month because that was the lifestyle that we chose. But little did we know, the very last, holidays trip that we would take last year in 2019 in December, we came back in January. It would be the last overseas vacation that we would take for the rest of the year, right? And so I didn't really see that as something that I was appreciative of. I just saw that as, hey, the next month is here. Let's see where we want to go because that's just the way that we chose to live our life without actually thinking twice, without counting our blessings, without thinking like, this is something that we should really appreciate. And then during this year, in fact, right before our lockdown, we were still traveling because locally between here, sometimes we would go to Ipoh, sometimes we would go to KL, but every week we would still go somewhere. So I was actually taking that for granted as well, the opportunity to travel. And without really thinking twice, because we closed on a new house about a year or so ago, we moved. And if you go to my YouTube channel, you will see my moving day vlog, right? And you'll see that before I had this brick thing in my background, and I said, today's going to be the last day that I'm going to be here because we're going to move to a new house. And so we moved here right before our lockdown, right? And right after things opened back up, without really kind of thinking about it, I don't know why, I was just thinking, I'm going to be doing more videos, I'm going to be doing more live. I need a bigger studio, right? I need a bigger room. I need something that is just a lot more roomy in the house. We're going to do more cooking stuff and whatever. I want a bigger kitchen. So again, fortunate enough, because just within the last month, right after the lockdown was actually officially over, we opened up, we went house hunting, and we closed on yet another new house that we're going to be moving into, probably early next year. And so all these things, I don't really even think twice. While people are struggling, while people are trying to make ends meet, still trying to figure out how to put food on the table, I'm thinking, I need more. I'm thinking this is not good enough. I'm thinking I want to improve this part of my life. Maybe it's for me, maybe it's for my family, maybe it's for the viewing entertainment pleasure of those who are watching these videos, right? But regardless, I'm always thinking more, more, more. How can this be better? How can this improve? How can this be taken to the next level? So with all of these, I think now it's time to take a step back, right? And say, not everybody is as lucky as you. Not everybody is as fortunate as you. Appreciate what you have first and foremost, and do what you can with what I've been doing over the past several months already, but focus more on leveraging on the platform that we all have, especially with the opportunity to get in front of the eyes of so many more people right here in the Groove community. Use that as an opportunity to help more people, right? Firstly, appreciate life, appreciate everything around me, because I know that not everybody is in a very similar situation. I know people are struggling, people are even losing loved ones and things like that. And luckily for me, everything that is important to me, I still have right now, knock on wood, right? But at the same time, we need to make sure that we live every day counting our blessings. Every day an opportunity to wake up, open our eyes is a blessing all on its own. And so after talking to so many people, after hearing so many stories, after personally connecting with so many people in the community, just reading their comments and hearing about their stories or whatnot, I know that appreciation is key. So a personal goal after going through everything is to definitely take a step back, reflect, and show gratitude.
Awesome. Okay, I think with all, yes, so we need some time to kind of let all the information, all the stories kind of settle down, I would say, because you've had a lot of information just dumped on you, and because you are also being part of it, playing an active role. So a lot of the information, I would say, is on you but hasn't completely settled in, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to do a little bit of this conversation as well, is to try to extract a little bit of that kind of stuff, so that after when you're all done with this entire thing, when all this is kind of settled down and you're like, it becomes more and more of you, that's the kind of thing I want to try to pull out. And I believe that will be of value to anybody who's watching right now. And I have gotten a lot of value throughout this short conversation. Because now we just have like 10 minutes to go. Yeah. And what I've done, I think what we've done so far is you've kind of compacted almost 2 weeks worth of information into 2 hours, but through your lens, through your perspective, through the filter of Simon Leong. And what I'm hearing so far, what you said so far, is really very much about taking action. And what do you have? Imperfect action, take it as it is. Take full ownership of who you are. All right. And then be clear on the goals you have, and not just to do every single thing because you don't need them. Frankly speaking, do with what you have right now. Make full use of the tools. So, and that also will lead me to my next question, which is my final question, is what's your to-do list after all this, after every single thing? It's a little bit related to earlier, but what would be your personal to-do list?
Yeah, it is in fact very related, because it does get into personal goals a whole lot. My to-do list, or at least one of the more things in my priority, after reflecting and really understanding that I need to appreciate, what do I need to appreciate? I need to appreciate time. I need to appreciate my family. I need to appreciate what I have swiftly been neglecting for the past 2 weeks. And, this morning, right before I closed the doors, my wife came and she said, she wanted to, say, it sounds so weird because we're just right in the next room, but she wanted to say her goodbyes for the day. And then she was like, coming in for a hug, and she was like, 好像要很久这样, meaning feels like it's going to be a long time before I can see you again, right? And this is something that we're completely not used to, because I never have to shut that door. I mean, unless I'm recording or I'm doing a YouTube video, but that's only for like 30 minutes or an hour. If I take even longer, it might be 2 hours. But after that, I go back outside and, we're a family again and we do whatever stuff. And so I can really tell that, this has actually been taking a toll. on my personal life as well, and with my family. And every time I go out for a break, whenever I can, right? It's not very often, but I can. I go out for a break, and then my little girl would come around and she'll be like, "Baby, 你好了吗? 你好啦," meaning like, are you done? Are you ready? Is it over? Right? And every time I would have to say, no, not yet. It's not ready. I'm not done. Right? And I won't be done still for another few hours. And it really is heartbreaking because she's like, oh yeah, I want to spend time with my daddy. I want to spend time with you. I want to watch TV and all those different things that we used to be able to do together. But the last 2 weeks haven't been able to at all. If I'm lucky, right? I mean, most of the time in the beginning, I think their sleeping schedule is so messed up because they're trying to wait until after I'm done. But because my schedule is so inconsistent as well, in the beginning, when I was on live, they would be sleeping, right? And then when they wake up, my live is done, but then it would be my turn to rest, so I don't actually get to see them. Now they've kind of readjusted the time so that they can, try and squeeze that extra 30 minutes or an hour to spend with me, right? And so, but still, it's not that much because now we end up waking up maybe at like 4, 5, 6 in the morning. But then within a few short time, like an hour or two, I need to come back into this room again because I need to prepare and set up and all those things. And the few opportunities that we can, if they do wake up in time, and it might be 6 in the morning, it might be 6:30, and we would be at the breakfast table, right? And that would be the only time that we get to spend together. And then this was another thing that my wife said the other day. She's like, something like, my Chinese sucks, so I'm just kind of paraphrasing, but she says something like, 一家人可以吃饭，可以一起吃饭，也是一种幸福. Meaning, as a family, if we can eat together, it's, how do you translate it? It's also a kind of,
It's a blessing.
Blessing, yes, blessing. I was thinking fortune or whatever. It's a blessing, and it is, right? Because usually we spend all of our time together, and we are at the dinner table, at the breakfast table, or whatever together. The past 2 weeks, this is how I've been eating. And I'm lucky because I get food delivered into the room while I'm working, but you get the idea, right? I'm not with them, even though they're only a piece of plywood away. I mean, I don't know what these walls are made of, right? But it feels like we are separate worlds apart. And sometimes I think the only opportunity that they can even see me is if they actually log in live and watch the stream live from the other room. And maybe it helps them to feel like a certain part of them, are with me, So definitely the opportunity to, count your blessings to.
And I think right now, Simon, I think right now he's a very family-oriented guy. And I think his priorities right now is he understands that, I mean, I really appreciate that you're doing this. You're feeling very emotional right now, and I can see that. And I think in terms of this, that means we can all tell that, where your priorities lie. There's this saying, it's so near but yet so far. I think this saying is now pretty much applicable to you because they are also near, but they're just one wall away, one door away, but they're so far. And they have chosen to sacrifice their time with you, and you feel that. And I think that just shows the priorities, and I can feel that you're being very vulnerable to share. This was a very personal thing to you, and you really appreciated your family. And it's just a very simple things. It doesn't have to be big bombastic things, but just the small desires to be able to spend time with each other, to be able to just spend time having dinner. 一家人能在一起吃饭也算是一个小幸福. Meaning that we can all just having a meal together. That's a wonderful thing experience as well. And I think to hear you say that this is one of the things that you to do, the things that you really want to get back to, shows the priorities you have. That means you really treasure the time you have your family, you really love, and everything that you do is for them. It's not just necessarily for personal big success, being on stage, whatever. That is part of it. But at the end of the day, it's the family, it's the ones that have sacrificed for you. And as you said earlier, time is a resource that we can never get back. You can never earn more time, right?
Yeah.
And they want that. So I think I want to thank you for sharing, for sharing such a vulnerable side of you. And I can hear that the emotions were coming up. So
Yeah, and finding the movies, because they like to watch movies, and usually every week we will watch either a series or a movie. It's also my opportunity to improve my Chinese as well, because not only, I know we talked about personal goals and personal to-do lists, but it also bleeds into my professional goals as well, right? Because we want to expand, we want to provide opportunities to other people who speak other languages, who are not so accustomed with the same kind of opportunity. And so working alongside with a lot of people in this country, in other countries, I need to improve my Chinese, because I'm going to be doing these classes. I'm going to be coaching people. I'm going to be mentoring and changing lives in Taiwan, in China, and all those different things. So everything, it all connects. Use your family time, like I'm using my family time to watch these movies, improve my Chinese in the meantime, and also use that new skill that's being developed to help continue to change more lives. It all comes full circle. It's all interconnected. And I believe, once you know what your calling is, you found your why, why you're doing what you're doing, you have that reason, and you're ready to expand beyond those means. It is something that truly words cannot express, the kind of blessing that you have to be able to enjoy a certain type of lifestyle and still authentically being able to help others to do the same thing. So I think a lot of this is in gratitude to Groove, the entire community, people like you, people who are watching, and everyone in between, simply because without any single one person, right, if missing any one small piece of the puzzle, none of this would have been here, none of this would have been possible. And I honestly believe that we're all here for a reason, and that we're all meant to do much bigger and bigger things. So as they say, the best is yet to come.
Thank you, Simon, for those final words that we have as we come to the hour. And ladies and gentlemen, for everything that Simon has done, this is his last, literally his last segment over here. And I'm very thankful that I get to play the part of the host, and he is my guest. So any parting words, Simon, before we end this entire
Well, I mean, it's my last segment unless somebody calls me back up, That's really what's been happening over the last 2 weeks. And sometimes I say yes, like when you were doing it with David Lemon, I was just watching it from the back, and I was like, hey, cool. And you're like, hey, come on up. And I was like, oh, crap. I turned off the lights already and everything, and it was not ready. I think I also messed up my hair or whatever else, but I jumped on anyway. But then earlier, when the ladies were on, they were like, hey, Simon, come. I was like, no, it's okay. I'll just wait until my next session. So it'll be a yes and it'll be a no. But of course, even though it's my last scheduled session, I have a feeling that I will come back. For example, David Kavanaugh is coming up next. He always asks me to come on just because, even if it's for like 5 seconds or whatever else, or maybe he wants to have a chat or whatever else. We do a lot of team work together. We make a great team, and we make a great team with you as well, Asher. So in the future, whenever we have another Grooveathon or Groove TV or Groove at Night or whatever else, I think that if you accept our invitation, my personal invitation, I think that it cannot be without you. If you're willing, if you're okay to be a part of the entire, Groove TV team, I think that will be a lot more exciting to have. So definitely not goodbye. It's a see you later, and I'll see you when I see you, which could be at any given point in time, right? So no, I mean, it's not going to be parting words, but it is going to be a quick reflection of everything that we've talked about in the past 2 hours, everything that we will continue to learn. Always make the commitment to improve yourself, but most importantly, do not forget your roots. Do not forget where you came from. Do not forget who held their hand out to you when you needed it the most, and appreciate everything that you have with you right now, because tomorrow is not guaranteed. No one can promise you next year, next month, next day. So definitely live in the now, but plan for an immaculate future, because not to sound dark, not to sound like a pessimist, but of course, we need to plan for the future. But on the bright side, we all wish and hope for the best for every single one of you. So maybe Whatever it is that we build as a result of our inspiration over the past 2 weeks, your continued training for being right here in the GrooveFunnels community, our family, right? What I just said, the best is yet to come. The best is in your future, and I'm trying to find like some prop here, which I cannot find because, there's like nothing in this room, but a piece of paper, right? If I showed you a piece of paper, a completely blank piece of paper, and I tell you, this is your life, right? This is the next chapter in your life. But you're just like, hey, dude, it's blank. What the heck, right? The blank piece of paper represents the rest of your life unwritten. It means that right now, you have the opportunity to take control. Forget about the virus, forget about the pandemic, forget about all the things that is outside of our control for just a moment and take responsibility. Take control. Nobody can be that inspiration for you except for you. Nobody can be that blessing for you except for you. Nobody can tell you where you need to go as your next step in your life unless you know what your blessing is. Unless you know what makes you happy, unless you know your reason for being here today, for being alive, for being a living, breathing machine, right? Don't let it go to waste. Don't take for granted what many other people right now have no additional opportunity to do, which is to breathe, which is to build their dreams, which is to hug their loved ones, right? Choose the right path that is good for you, the one that means something to you. Nobody can tell you what that is except for you. Know it, breathe it, chase after it, because this is what is going to help you to live that dream. The reason why we're all here today. So, when that happens, we'll all celebrate together.
Amazing fine parting words I would say for this. But as I said earlier, it's not the last time you'll see Simon, but thanks you. 老师谢谢 just teacher, thank you, right? Just translate to that. So yes, thank you so much, Simon. And I'm going to kind of play the part of, I'll kind of translate. I just need to play the upgrade 3-minute video, right?
Yeah, correct.
I'll play that for you. I'll do that. All right. This is so okay. So thank you. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a digital bye to Simon and say you see him online again. Just say digital bye. Type in the comments, and then we'll see you soon, Simon.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Simon. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us for this 2 hours. Time passed by really, really quickly, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. And because upcoming, we have a very powerful speaker. Many of you are very familiar with him already. But before that, a quick word from our sponsor, not from our sponsor, from Mr. Mike Filsaime himself. And in any case, if you guys want to stay connected, hey, hit me up at asherout.com. I think my name over here, asherout.com, and that's where you can find me. And let's just have a chat, all right? With that being said, a word from Mr. Mike Filsaime, and guys, let's get grooving.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring, and after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I'm here. Asha told you I'm going to be in the house, so I'm here with you right now. What an amazing presentation by Asha and the very delectable, beautiful, handsome-looking Asian gentleman himself, Simon Leung. And I can relate to what Simon was saying in full because my wife Nisrat's been in hospital, sitting in bed. She's got BPPV, which is like vertigo on steroids. I miss my kids and that. So my heart goes out to Xie Lao Su, to Simon, my wonderful friend in Malaysia. Because Simon, I'm not going to keep talking about it, or I'll get teary-eyed as well, because just because we act tough online doesn't mean when our wife and our kids are in concern, it doesn't touch us here. So Simon, I'll give you a virtual kiss and a hug. I know you're in the green room watching, and I know you're sitting there. And even though you don't drink, I reckon you should have a triple scotch tonight just to celebrate how successful that you really are, sir. So what I'd like to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, I got a message from Mr. Mike Filsaime. And Simon, what I'd like to do for a second, I'd like to bring you on the call for 1 second to show you something, Simon, because this will make you feel very good. If you don't mind, Simon, can you bring your... Do you mind if... Just give me a thumbs up if you don't mind if I bring you in the room, Simon. Give me a big thumbs up if that's okay, La. Okay.
That was a quick goodbye.
No, you're not going anywhere, baby boy. You're younger than me, so you have... How do you say father in... Chinese?
Cantonese is Baba. Or you can just say
okay.
Dad.
Well, I can be Baba from Australia for you because I feel like your dad... Oh, well, I'm 55, so you're only, 41, right? Yeah. So I could be like, well, no. I could be your big brother, Listen, you and I said in front of everyone the other day, wouldn't it be great to run an event in Asia, the Groove event, and get Asha, and get Simon, and get Dave, and get the Donna Fox, and the Coach Deb, and the Mike Filsaime? Well, I got a message back from...
I thought that was a joke, wasn't it? I thought you were just goofing around like you always do.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm like. And so I wrote to Mr. Filsaime, because we speak every day. Mike gets sick and tired of talking to me. I said, Simon and I were joking, saying how we'd love to set up a GrooveFunnels Asia event in Thailand. And in summarization, if you'd like to have a look, yes, for sure, that's a great idea.
Wow.
Now, that's come, and you know how I got the answer of kind of yes? I asked him.
Hey, and if Mike says something, it's done, 12-hour marathon, all right, fine. 14-day, yep, let's do it.
Well, I've done, yourself, I've done 12-day workshops in Thailand, 8 hours a day, so there's no reason why you, myself, Asha, the team, the Aussies. I've got Darren Jenkins from Australia, Pat Masiti, lots of Simon Colson from England, you know, Alicia Little. There's so many people. And I know Asher would be there with bells on. He'd be jingling and jangling up and down the corridors. I know Fabian Lim would be there with his hat like this, even though he can't see his head. I don't know why. He's got it down here. I can't even see where he is. You know, I don't know how he flies the plane anymore, you know. Jazz Lai, we could get Jazz the Groovester himself. But listen, on this session now, I want to open this up for a few minutes because in about 30 minutes' time, I've invited who I feel is one of the world's most successful wealth creation mindset coaches, and he's known as like the Australian Tony Robbins, and his name is Mr. Pat Masiti. Now, he's a multi-millionaire, and I can never, ever get him for this Grooveathon because I have not had a chance to be able to get him. But today, he said, I'm actually doing webinars. And I said, well, that means you're dressed. Stay dressed. Be impressed, and I don't care if you've only got 30 minutes, but I want people to actually hear your mindset and where you've come from. And so, Simon, I think that'll be good for all of us. Now, thank you very much, Funnel Stack. Hope Mrs. C, hope you're feeling better. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, what I might do also, I might bring Asher back into the room for a second. So there I'll do. Asher's still here. You guys are going nowhere. This is the Asian connection with the Aussie, but you know,
it's more like Asian invasion, right? Because we're hitting this. But I think Asian invasion is also the name of a movie. I heard that from a friend. That is.
Oh, it's actually the one that you starred in. I heard
that is not necessarily, rated G or anything. But that's as far.
Okay. Well, we won't go. That's a Gilang story from ages ago. So anyway,
asking for a friend,
yeah. Of course, your friend told you about it. But the thing is, you know, I'm nearly one of the only white guys, and I'm not racist. I'm not anything like that. I love everybody from everywhere. But I'm one of the only white guys who kind of ever talks on an Asian stage, and I can relate to what Asher and you were saying before. And folks, in the channel today, you will hear what I'm about to say. I felt. And I'll be very vulnerable here. I felt left out, and I was like on the outsider when I first started speaking on stage in Asia, because Asher would be there, and he is Asian. Simon would be there, and then you get the likes of Mr. Fabian Lim. Who else do we had? We had Mr. Johan Mock. We had Jazz Lai, Ewan Chia, etc. And then you got David Kavanagh. And so it looked like the Asians and Dave. And so I'll tell you something, folks. If you feel you are not selling much at the moment, and if you feel like you're on the outside and no one's listening to you, well, I'll be transparent today. And I'll tell you, that's how I felt when I started speaking on stages in Asia, because it was like, we trust the Asians, but this guy, we don't know about him because he's, what do they say in Singapore? What's the word in Singapore they say about the white guy?
Anmo.
Yeah, that one kind of thing. And yeah, that's it. But as you gain people's trust, you get more credible. Asher's talked about this too very successfully, the way he puts it across. Because Asher, your English is brilliant, and your way of communication is even better than your English. So I applaud you, La.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, you don't need to call me sir. I went to the Queen. She wouldn't know it. So just stick with Dave for a while, okay?
But very similar to me as well. You know, I was for the first 2 years while speaking in the U.S., you know, I was also the only Asian. So I think there's a lot of similarities between you and me in terms of fighting, you know, different types of adversities and things like that. And it basically helps us for us to grow into the kind of people and the fighters that we are today.
Sure. And the thing is, when you really look at it, like, let's be real. When Asher goes on stage, before he goes on stage, he'll say, Simon, I wish you the best. Dave, I wish you the best. But let's be real. He wants to sell more than me. Of course he does, because he wants to be his wife, his kid. Let's be real. At the end of the day, we shake hands, get on you, Asher. You're thinking, he beat me, or whatever. But because it's still friendly competition. But I've seen Simon on stage. I've been on stage. Sometimes I'll get more sales. Sometimes Asher will. Sometimes. But at the end of the day, here's some things that I've learned from this Grooveathon. And please get a pen and paper and write these down. You got a pen and paper? Put number 1 in the chat box, please. I'm waiting to see these ones, because otherwise Asher and Simon and I are sitting here thinking, I wonder if they're just listening for the sake of listening, or they're actually going to implement the information these 3 gentlemen are talking about. So Simon actually put number 1. Look at that. We've got Mr. Simon Leung himself. First thing I would say to you, and my beautiful wife, Nisrat. Oh, well, at least I know my beautiful and my wonderful daughter, Farsai Kavanagh. She's sitting there next to Mum today on the bed because Mum's sick, so she's looking after Mummy. So, Simon, I can relate big time to what you were saying. She's sitting next to Mum, and she said, Dad, can I buy an ice cream? And we had a little bit of an argument before, because Dad's a poo-poo head sometimes, like us dads can be. And I said, you know what? Buy 2 for yourself, Farsai, because I love you. But here's what I'd say. Thank you, Raymond. Here's what I'd say. First thing, drop your ego. Seriously, drop your ego. When Simon and I first met and we had bright lights on our face, we walk on stage and he said, the guru of the gurus, the Asian sensation, the man with a plan with a gun in his hand and all that. And you feel like you're, God walking on water. And then you realize, when you walk down the road, they think, who's that Asian guy and that Aussie guy? But yeah, when you're on the stage, whoa, he's the man, and they all bow down to the almighty Asher, And here's someone's just messaging me at the same time. Okay, it's Mr. Anurup, who actually designed. Oh, gosh, I got Mike Filsaime on one line. I've got Anurup on the other line. I mean, oh, my God. I think I'm connected to the top.
Sounds more like the Aussie connection to me now. You're connected to everybody.
They're sitting here and they're talking to me, and I'm thinking, Anurup, wait, can't you sing? I'm on a live, Anurup. So the first thing is drop your ego, because your ego ain't your amigo. I am no better than Simon Leung. I'm no better than Asher. Asher calls me sir, and he looks up to me because Asians, and I'm not saying Westerns aren't, but I'm just talking from an Asian perspective, they're very respectful of their elders, and I'm much more elder than Mr. Asher, okay? So Asians are very, even when they give out name cards, they don't call them business cards, they hand with 2 hands and look at you with respect. And nowadays, even though I love my mother and father and I was born in Australia, I feel I'm kind of Asian. And I go back to Australia and I'm thinking, when am I going home? I don't know if any of you ever moved to another country. I go to Malaysia and I feel more at home in Malaysia or Singapore than I do in Australia, which is my own country. And that probably sounds terrible, but I'll make up a new word. I'm kind of Asianized now, My family's Asian. I've been to Asia, and all of my students lately have all been from Japan. So any of my students from Japan, welcome, konnichiwa. And so what I'd like to say today, ladies and gentlemen, drop your ego, focus on one thing. Just focus on one thing. And Asher and Simon has drummed this in many times. And they're not saying it just because, oh, wow, that sounds sexy and Simon and Asher are really cool. They're saying it because the fact they care and they come from the heart. Make sure, stop focusing on bugs. Stop focusing on what if. Stop focusing on, maybe one day when. I've made like $50-something thousand in GrooveFunnels now, which isn't a lot of money. I just spent $450,000 in cash because the Thai banks wouldn't give me a loan because I'm a farang, I'm an expat. And yet, being a little bit emotional when I say this, Simon knows the truth. About 9.5 months ago, I had less than $1,000 in my bank account. And yet I just spent $450,000 on a house, and I've still got plenty left. And Groove has also been a big part of that with another 50,000, etc. So my point of view to you is stop focusing on kind of where you are, because where you are is not where you want to go. Where you are right now is, okay, it's just at that spot at that time. Now, you might, for example, this is another point, you mightn't have a website just yet. Well, my thing is, so what? you're still in the right place. You're listening to Simon, you're listening to David, you're listening to Asher, and you're getting all of this information. But information without implementation is useless. Take the information with both hands. If I had 4 hands, which I haven't, I'd grab it all and I would put it into here. But even into here is no good unless it goes out there. So I love the way, thank you very much, everyone. You deserve all the success you dream of and maybe a little bit more. Well, that's for all of us and for the Groove community. And Mike Filsaime sent me a lovely message before saying, you guys rock, you've all done a great job in that. Well, I thank Mr. Filsaime on behalf of Asher and Simon and Amy Vo and all of the Asian, Aussie, English connection, etc. around our part. They say that their part is the daytime session. Well, to us, they're the nighttime session. We're the ones who rock. We're the daytime session. Like, come on. And there's another one. Teamwork makes the dream work. There are certain times where I was talking to Joel Bauer. I was talking to Joel Bauer. And Joel, as Joel said to me, David, put 100% into the things you are uniquely qualified to be able to do and outsource the rest to people who are more qualified than you in the parts you cannot, or maybe not cannot, but you don't really want to do. And my reaction was that, first of all, Joel, yes, you're right. Thank you. Secondly, if you're doing video marketing, Joel and I also talked about this, and I know Simon talks about it, and even Paul Murphy. We had a laugh last night because, hey, it's all friendly competition as well. But my main thing is, do you need the latest Galaxy Note G Ultra with pens and all this kind of stuff? Nah. Do you need, the G7X? Do you need, you know what you need? You need you. You need to do, as Pat Mesiti says to you, you need to do a checkup for the neck up. You need to find where you are now, and I don't care if you're just using a little pocket camera to get your message out there. I don't realistically care if you don't even want to get out there on camera and you just send someone SMS because you might be a little bit introverted and shy. So just get your message out in a way that's comfortable to you. Now, Simon is very correct. When I go to Malaysia and I sit there with his beautiful wife, and she's a beautiful, beautiful lady, she cares about her husband. Well, I better not keep saying that. He'll start crying again. But I know she cares about him so much because she is a beautiful, beautiful lady. Same as my wife. I don't know if Asher is married. Asher, you married? No, you're not. One day you will be.
He's available.
He's available. Ladies, put a chat. I want Asher.com. But I know when I go to Asher, and I look at his cameras going off now, he's flashing it at people. But I know when I go to Asia and I sit in Penang, Simon and I aren't gurus then. You know who we are? Just an Aussie guy and an Asian guy walking in to have something to eat in the cafe. And Simon is right when he said he's introverted. We will sit there, eat our lunch, chill out, because there's certain times when you have to be out there, but there's certain times when you need to be in there. And you need to feel, here's another one, write this down. I'm getting brownie points from my wife. Okay, she's giving me love hearts and that there. It's looking good for Dave. I've got brownie points from the wife. But here's what I'm saying to you. Focusing on Groove Pages is not really the solution. I'll tell you now, and this will probably offend Mr. Filsaime. GrooveFunnels does not work. And I'll repeat that again. GrooveFunnels does not work. The people who use GrooveFunnels make it work. GrooveFunnels is an excellent tool. It's an excellent platform. It's an excellent, builder and mailer and all these kind of things. But if you've got to log in and you don't log in, well, it's just another tool sitting on your computer that'll never make you $1. So my point is, and this is the next one I've written down for you, if you see me looking down, challenge yourself to step up. Challenge yourself to take action immediately. After you finish this Grooveathon, after you get off these calls, it's like when you go to a Tony Robbins event and you're all warm and fuzzy And then you get home and everyone say, Asha la, shut up, go back to work la, Ken la. And then you think, oh, and all that stuff goes out the window. Don't let the people pull you back down. There are dream stealers out there who will steal your success just because they have never got to the level of your achievement. There are people out there who have never experienced life like Asha, Simon, and myself have. Now, I've been very poor. And when I got divorced, as Simon knows, with Wana, my ex-wife, I went to court. And because of the fact I'm not Thai, well, I lost a lot of money. But she did say something to me. Oh, but you can have 2 kids for free. And I went, interesting. And I thought, David, shut up, say nothing. And the David Kavanagh is full of words. At that time, I know Simon and Asha probably wouldn't have any words to say either. I'm thinking, how can a mother give away their kids? And I'm going, whew. And that day, I said to myself, David, stop thinking about cash. Start caring, start sharing, and start being the person that you would like others to look up to and say, wow, I'd like a little bit of that Aussie fella. I'd like to learn something from David Kavanagh because I can really relate because he comes from his heart and not just thinking in Thailand from the Bart, you know? So, and I think Asha and Simon would agree there. I mean, I just think to myself, we all are a community now. We've all spent 14 days, 14 nights or whatever together as one collective. We have given and delivered to you things on a silver platter. But the silver platter is not going to do anything until you take it off and start implementing it. Asha, I listen to you and you're a young man, but I applaud you on becoming the gentleman you are. I salute you for being able to transfer your information in such a way that people will take massive action, like you say. So, Asha, from me, I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Xie
xie.
For Simon, I think, and my Chinese or Cantonese is probably not that good, but hey, you know what I mean?
Probably.
Yeah, you probably. I can still say the san su and all that, but that's about all I can say. But it's not to the level of, but hey, I'm getting there sometime. Simon has delivered from his heart. He's been on here 36 million hours a day. He has given because he truly cares. He's the kind of guy that he will give you the shirt off his back because he knows if he does that, it'll come back to him tenfold, and he might get new shirts, you know. But Simon has given. So Simon, from me to you and the Groove community, I'm talking on their behalf here. We salute you and thank you because you have given from your heart. You haven't asked for any money. You haven't pitched anyone. And to me, you're awesome at what you do. Raymond just said, it's so important to know who is in your corner, who is lifting you up and who is pulling you down. Well, you know what? I agree with you, Raymond. And you know what? I definitely agree with this statement here. All three of you guys are the best. Well, I reckon Funnel Stack, I reckon you're definitely right. So before Mr. Pat Masiti comes on in 15 minutes, I just want to ask Simon. Now, this is going to be a very different question from an interviewer's point of view because today I thought I'd share different stuff because it's not about me. It's not about first page of Google. It's not about YouTube. I can do that with my eyes shut when I'm blind drunk, even though I don't drink. So it's not about that. But here's the thing. Oh, hell, thank you, Mr. Michael Sipsamos. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very nice to know you too. You're a gentleman. Well, here's what I would like to say to Simon. Now, listen to my question, ladies and gentlemen. Simon, if I was to interview you and I was to ask you one question that would really impact people's lives, what question should I ask you?
Is this a trick question?
No, I'm just asking you, what should I ask you if I was interviewing you now, which I am, and I was to ask you one question that would really help change people's lives, what would that question be that I should be asking you now?
I would ask you which question you should be asking me.
And that's what I'm asking you. So what would that question be?
I think the majority of us just needs to know either how to get started or the next step, right?
Okay. So Simon, one tip to getting started. If I said to you, Mr. Simon Leung, sir, what is the one tip in 30 seconds left? Just boom, hit him with it. What's the one tip that you can suggest to all of the people in GrooveFunnels, in the community? What's that one tip out of thousands that you have in that miraculous head of yours? What's the one tip?
Dude, it's just got to be your own self-motivation and self-discipline to self-learn. In which case, you're going to be going to youtube.com/GrooveDigital. Right. And you'll be going to GrooveDigitalAcademy.com. Nobody's going to be able to hold your hand every single step of the way. You need to have the discipline to teach yourself, to find the resources on your own, and to implement. Okay, so we got all the resources for you already. We got the community, we got the Groove Digital Academy, we got the YouTube channel, all the resources and more. I would probably say you won't even need all of it. Everything is categorized by whatever you want to do. You want to build the site, you want to do affiliate marketing, you want to do the Groove Partnership Program. It's all there, right? You just need to sit yourself down and do it.
So in summarization, the answer to that, and I know you gave out, where they should go, is basically taking action on things that'll definitely help them move to the next level. Am I right there?
Nothing happens without action, right? As we say a million times, knowledge, power, sure, right? A lot of people say that, but actually knowledge is not power unless you implement it. The implementation 100%. Of the knowledge is power, right? If knowledge is so powerful, then all the teachers would be rich, right? Because they know all these things. But no, the teachers that end up being rich or being successful are gonna be the ones who take action on.
Okay,
and you don't have to be a teacher. You can be anything.
Yeah,
right?
no. And a lot of teachers that I used to go to school with, or should I say study under, and that they look at me and I've made money and they've not made anything. And, I went to Punchbowl Primary and then I went to Bankstown Boys and Condell Park High. Not far from my next guest is coming up in about 10 minutes time. And as I said, he rocks. He's like my brother. I love the man dearly. And you wait till you hear what he's going to say. But before we bring on this gentleman, Asher, who's shared time with us, Asher, I'd like to ask you the same question. If I was to ask you a question to bring out the best in you, to bring out something that you could go give people a real aha moment, that the one single most biggest tip from Asher, what would that be, sir?
Thanks for that question. Thankfully, Simon was the one who got asked first, so I had a little bit of time to do some mental preparation. The question I think people will ask me to make sure to get it all out is how did you get happy? How did you get secure? That would be the kind of question that people should ask me.
Right.
Yeah.
And so how does that really relate to Groovesters, would you say?
Because in terms, I really believe that how they see themselves and how they see their own self-image within is what they're going to reflect into the world. If they do not have a positive and strong self-image and how they see themselves, then they're just simply going to reflect that onto the world. So if they don't think they're going to be successful internally, externally, they're going to make that happen as well. So there has to be a seed of faith, a seed of belief. So for me, I thank God that I am a believer and I have my security and my identity in my King, my Savior. And to me, that is how I stay happy the entire time and how I stay faithfully trudging through despite all the difficulties. So my identity is in my God, and then in that, I really hope that people can know that there is hope, there is goodness, there is possibility, abundance in this world, and anybody can make that happen as long as they never give up that hope, that trust.
Mr. Masiti is sitting in the green room, and he just said to me, I'd like to meet Asher. He's a believer. Because Mr. Pat Mesiti is not only one of the biggest wealth coaches, prosperity coaches. He saved thousands and thousands of people from drugs. He saved them from abuse. He is still a pastor, okay? And, he's a definite believer. So, folks, I don't really judge people. Well, sorry, I'll rephrase it. I don't judge people on who they believe in or what they believe. But my question, if you haven't got some belief or some higher power, well, what is your purpose in life? And so, I know he's ready right now. So I might actually, I might bring him on with Simon and with Asher, because Mr. Mesiti said he'd like to actually meet Asher, and I know he'd definitely like to meet Simon as well. So I've got some really spine-tingling questions for Mr. Mesiti. Now, this guy, before I bring him on, Asher, Simon, he's a multi-millionaire. He has traveled the world more times than the world has kind of spun. He's been on more aeroplanes before COVID than I think aeroplanes are in this world. I've traveled with this gentleman to numerous locations. Sometimes we've made lots and lots of money. Sometimes, hey, we've just gone there to serve and support people, like you were saying, Asher, before. So what I'd like to do, without further ado, because it's not on the hour and I don't need to play Mr. Mike Filsaime's CEO message just now. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful friend of mine, a gentleman who was born basically just down the road from where I was in Australia. He's got a heart of gold. He's got a beautiful wife, a wonderful team, multi-millionaire, mindset expert, prosperity evangelist, pastor, and an all-round really top guy. Ladies and gentlemen, in the virtual stage of GrooveFunnels today, I'd like to welcome my mate, my buddy, my friend, Mr. Pat Mesiti. How are you?
My God, David, what an introduction. I can't wait to hear myself speak. Asher, great to meet you there. I'm sitting there listening to you. I'm going, I've got to meet this guy. And Simon there, really cool, man. You look great. But David, you are a gift. You're a gift. And now, Asher, where are you based?
I am based in Singapore.
I love Singapore. I've got great friends. I spoke there many, many times in many of the great churches over there. And what about you, Simon? Where are you from?
Originally from Hong Kong, and I grew up in the US, and now I'm in Malaysia.
Love Malaysia. Love it. They call me a chili padi over there in Malaysia. They call me chili padi. But and David, I know where you are, and thank you for having me on. I just left. I was training 50 of my top end clients, and when you invited me on, I'll get one of my other coaches, but I'm so blessed to be among such great company. So thanks so much for having me, guys. Let's roll, Dave.
Thank you for being here.
And you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, Pat is he's got a beautiful house on the water in the Gold Coast, and you can tell he definitely likes laying out in the sun. Have a look at the gentleman.
It's the lighting. I blame you for this, because you told me to get this camera, and I didn't even hesitate. Went straight away and bought it. Then you told me to get these lights. I went straight away and bought. I get a suntan sitting under here in this thing, but I sit out in the sun for half an hour every morning. I get up, I make my coffee, make my wife a cup of tea, and I sit outside there. And the other thing is, this is making me look a bit fat, so I wanted to sit up a bit close, a bit up, But I go dark very easily. I was on a webinar with Brian Tracy and Mark Victor Hansen, and they were all laughing at my tan. I go, look, honestly, 30 minutes a day. I love the sun. This is why I love Singapore, Malaysia. Love the Western over there. Singapore, Ritz-Carlton. Loved it. Stayed at the W over there. And but anyway, enough of that. Let's help some people grow their businesses. What are we going to do, David?
First of all, Pat, she's out of hospital. She's in bed.
Mr. Rat. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Lovely to have you here, Pasquale.
It's great to be here. We miss Mr. Rat, and love from Christine. So, okay, fire away, brother, because we want to help people, want to build their businesses.
Yeah, with Asher and Simon and I, we've written out some questions. Now, you've joined GrooveFunnels with myself and also Mike Filsaime and the team. So we're happy to have such a wonderful person like you aboard, because now
my question is, why isn't everybody joining GrooveFunnels? I mean, you got to be a numbnut, but we'll leave that one alone.
Well, just click the upgrade button. If you've joined with Pat, I've sent you an email, because all of Pat's students that I've sent you an email. Go into the dashboard. Anyone else come with Simon, myself, whatever. Click the upgrade.
Yeah, they're leaving money on the table, David. See, here's the thing. Money is a result and lack is a consequence. Money is a result, lack is a consequence. You take action, you follow, and you don't need to know everything up front. Look, I am a computer tragic. David, I barely send an email out, and but I learn. You must master the necessary. You've got to master the necessary. And right now, if people are using yesterday's methods in today's world, they're not going to have it tomorrow. It's quite simple as that. And when they start going, I can't afford, you know what? Stop buying expensive. You know what a latte is? You know what latte means in Italian? Expensive coffee, right? so drop that for a start. I've got a nice glass of wine here and whatever, and some water. But I thought to do it. But I invested in myself when I was broke. When I was on $70 a week, I ran to the back of the room and bought a $1,500 USD product from Mr. Peter J. Daniels. Changed my life. And people have to, they've got to decide they're either going to make money or excuses, but they can't do both. So click on that thing.
Talking about that. Okay, well, talking about that, the first thing that Asher, I know there's a bit of delay in that thing because the Gold Coast internet isn't as good as the Asian internet here. But what I'll say to you, Mr. Mercedes, the first question.
Call me Pat.
Okay, all right, I'll call you Pat. Okay,
Mr. Mercedes, my father, and he's dead.
All right, then. The first question that Simon and I and Asher came up with is this. What is the mindset that all the Groovesters, the people who join GrooveFunnels, need in COVID time?
All right. Number one, quarantine your mind. Decide what you're going to let in and what you're going to let out. Listen, you can't help what the government does, who's social distancing, who's wearing a mask, who's not wearing a mask. You've got to quarantine your mind from negative, well, not just negative, but from the virus. It's worse than COVID. When COVID hit, I canceled a year of events. And you know me, Dave, you know my events. Sure. They're packed, they're full. Every weekend we're out there. My heart was broken. I had to re-pivot. And what I did was I decided to put into practice what I knew. So the first thing is quarantine your mind. Secondly, you've got to be creative. You've got to start thinking creatively. Now, if you're thinking excuses, you're not going to be creative. You start going, I can't afford, not going to be creative. If you start blaming COVID and this and that, stop it. Third thing, realize to every crisis there's opportunity. Crisis equals opportunity. Most millionaires are created in crisis. We have had our best 6 months ever. Our webinars are packed. We're full. I'm on a webinar teaching, training nearly. I have 2 nights a week where I'm off, but I'm not traveling as much. So the upside is I'm home. The downside is I miss the traveling. You've got to pick and shift, and if you don't, you're going to be caught in the dust. So, and the fourth thing I'll add is this: understand that this is the greatest opportunity to do online. You're either online or you're off track. Simple as that. And you've got to dig deep wells. But when you're online, you've got to stay on track. Well, how do I stay on track? A long answer to a short question. Number one, you engage in a mentor. Number two, you learn to follow through. Number three, you do action. Number four, you realize, I don't like people selling me stuff. Then you're in the wrong business. Get out. Get out. I mean,
so hold on. What you've just really clicked in my head a lot of things that you've taught me, because I look at you not just as my friend, but as my big brother, as my mentor, as my coach. Because
I love you. We speak every day, and I love you. I love you dearly. Yeah.
Well, I love you too, and I say that from my heart. But whenever I've got problems, I don't ring you just because I want a sob story to Pat, my friend. I ring you because I need someone who truly will not tell me what I want to hear, but will tell me the truth that I deserve to, you will tell me, and sometimes the truth hurts, but it's the truth. It's so good friends should. Here's what I wrote down here.
Let me just say this. the great master teacher, the book of life says this: you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Firstly, you got to know it. Right. Most people don't want to know truth. They want to know emotion. See, there's 4 people you can't help. Number 1, you can't help the person who doesn't think they've got a problem. Number 2, you can't help the person that thinks you're the problem. Number 3, I can't help the person that wants me to feel emotionally, this and that, but has no clear vision for where they want to go. Number 4, I can't help the person that wants me to invest time, effort, energy, money into their problem, but they don't want to do the same. You've got to know truth. The greatest day of my life was this day, as my great mentor and one of my fathers, spiritually speaking, Jim Rohn, said to me, I shall not kid myself anymore. Stop the BS. Belief systems. Change them. Sorry, Dave, over to you.
No, that was, and folks, if you're enjoying the session, because I wanted Simon and Asher to stay here, because Simon, Asher, do you believe me when I say this gentleman can really impact a lot of people's,
absolutely,
change their lives with their permission, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
Because people aren't taught to think. Look, and this is not a political platform, so I'm going to stay away from it. Although I really want to go there. You know me, Dave. I'm vocal on truth. I'm vocal on truth right now. And some of the crap happening right now out there, come on, think, people. Think. If you think, you know what they call you? A conspiracy theorist. If you think, you know what they call you? Because in our world today, sadly, the online and the computer system wants you to fit into a box.
Right.
You need to be disruptors in the marketplace. Uber's a disruptor in the marketplace. And we hear about all these disruptors in the marketplace. GrooveFunnels now a disruptor in the marketplace. You've got to be a disruptor. Again, don't get mad at me. Don't switch off. Donald Trump was a disruptor. He doesn't need the $400,000 a year, the chump change. Keep it. He don't care. And by the way, I know the man. So we'll leave that one alone. Disruptors. And people want you to fit into a box. So if you're Italian, you got to be there. You got to be mafia. If you're Asian, you got to be in triads or something. Or you got to be doing something wrong, or whatever. If you're an Australian living in Thailand, oh my gosh, you really must be sicko or something.
Yeah.
And what happens is people go to the lowest level of thinking. And what happens right now is people right now, because of COVID, are looking for a handout rather than going, I'm going to build a business. I'm going to do something online. The world has moved online. COVID did us a favor. Now, COVID also caused a lot of challenges, but in those challenges, we can think. Have a look at have a look at the mindset of political leaders right now. I'm not going to work with me on this one. Just give me 2 minutes. Political leaders who were given power, and now, because of COVID and some of them, what do? They showed their true colors. That was in there all the time. And crisis reveals who you really are. Are you an opportunist? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you an online marketer? Are you a person that's going to be creative? What are you? Crisis does that. Anyway, I talk too much.
No, that's fine. You've given out a lot of great tips. Now, another question that Simon and Asher and I wanted to ask you, because I was telling these wonderful co-hosts with me today about what you do, etc. And I said to Simon, Pat talks about mind viruses. And Simon said, can you get Pat just to tap into that and talk about the viruses and the mind virus that destroy people's minds? Can you touch on that if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, culture, religion, for many years I was a pastor at I built the big Hillsong church in Australia. But I started that with Youth Alive, and I started with Youth Alive, Hillsong, the whole music label started with. I inherited a culture that was, we don't dance and we don't chew and don't go out with girls that do. So the music, if you use rock and roll, was evil. It was a mindset. It was wrong. It was bad. And when I started using lights and sound and smoke machine, they said to me, one guy said, he said, I saw demons leaving the platform. I said, what's the problem? They were leaving. but you look at the mindset. In Australia, we want everyone to rise to the middle. And if you get successful, what are they going to do? Oh, he's rich, but, he must be ripping people off. Oh, and here's the thing. And then what they do is they go online, they Google you, like me, whatever, and they go, oh, he made a mistake. You show me a person without one. And the difference between me and everyone else out there is my stuff is public, and I've got to live with fake news. I've got to live with fake news, lies that the media, and just like right now, you know, and again, I'm not going to get into it, but when we've got these big giants like Twitter and Facebook blocking legitimate news because of viruses, that's a virus. They want you to think a certain way. They want you to act a certain way. You know, when Google gives their staff 24 hours off because they lost an election in 2016, what caused that? A virus. And it's not, I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm just talking about viruses. So we've got viruses. Oh, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. But really, who told you that? Well, there's a reason why the rich get richer. Interestingly enough, in the good book, the master told a story of a guy who gave 5 talents to one, 3 to another, and 1 to another. The guy with 5 doubles it. Master goes, man, well done, good and faithful servant. Guy with 3 doubles it, goes, well done. The guy with the 1 says, you know what? I knew you were a man that reaped where he did not sow. Hang on a minute. The guy just gave one guy 15 years' wages, 10 years' wages, and gave you 3 years' wages, and he's reaping where he hasn't sown. He says, so I buried it and I hid it. What did that? Fear. You see, the virus of fear. The reason why people don't upgrade is they're worried about, oh, I better hang on to this because if I don't hang on, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? And sure enough, the bad stuff happens. You already put that out. Faith and fear, not religion. I'm not talking about religion here. Work with me. Faith and fear are 2 sides of the same coin. They're both belief systems. And viruses are belief systems. When Christopher Columbus set sail for America, in those days, they believed in the flat world theory, that the world was flat, and if you sailed across it, you'd fall off. But Christopher Columbus read, the Lord's circumference is the earth. This is not a religious statement. He just read it. Now, when Tony Robbins uses the Bible, everyone claps. I do it, everyone gets upset. There's a virus right there. There's a virus right there. But here's the thing. He challenged the virus, the 4-minute mile. Oh my gosh, you run the mile under 4 minutes, your body's going to combust. They had science to prove it, which goes to show that not all science is true. I'll leave that one alone. Let's park that over here for a minute. Virus, what's happening in COVID? Oh my gosh, we're going to have football stadiums full of dead people. Where is it? Where did it happen? Viruses. People are dying of COVID. No. People are dying with COVID. In the United States of America, the 200,000 deaths, only the CDC just released between 8 to 10,000 of them were actually died of COVID. Here in Australia, let me give you a statistic. In my state of Queensland, there's been 20 deaths with COVID, but yet there's been 584 suicides. The dread and the fear is worse than the disease. And what happens is viruses get in our heads. Now, the media, work with me, they've done this with the COVID thing. We do it when it comes to money. Oh, Dave, I just want enough for my 4 and no more. And they think that is pious and that is not, that is the most selfish thing I've ever heard. I don't want enough for my 4 and no more. I want enough for my 4, your 4, Simon's 4, Ash's 4. Why would you limit yourself? It's a virus. You go to church. Minister goes, money is the root of all evil. And then he passes the offering bucket around. I mean, come on, viruses in our world. Viruses like this. Well, you know, no one ever gave me a free lunch. You got to hang on. Let me give you an illustration. People hang on to money like this. Hang on. When you hold money like that, watch this. It's very hard to get anything in there also. When you hold money like this, but people can slap it. If that's your thinking, that's what you're going to get. When I hold it like that, I mean willing to invest, willing to share, willing to give, willing to learn. Viruses like, the rich, they don't want to share their secrets. Yet we got 5 guys that are doing quite well in life sharing our secrets. They don't want to share or you don't want to learn. Which one is it?
Talking about that for a second, Pat, I wrote this one down, coming back to like GrooveFunnels for a minute, because I know you're passionate about virus. I know you're passionate about the politics now. but specifically
I get passionate about politics, Dave, because I get tired of the lies. You know what? I was a gang guy. I hanged around 15 and carrying a gun. You know, I can read. I learned from my mum. My mum taught me a great Chinese proverb, and she was Italian, by the way. She said, "Beware of the man that when he laughs, his belly doesn't move." Watch them. And I've had to learn from the street. I didn't learn whether in church or whatever. I learned these things on the street. And it's not about politics. Put that aside. I don't care whether you're whatever you are. Here's what I want to know. What's truth? What's a lie? Because you can't function over here in lies. You've got to function in truth. What's right? What's wrong? And listen to me. Let me tell you something. One of my great lawyer friends said to me, Pat, the more stack of papers you got to read, the more stuff they're trying to hide.
Well, that's true. Talking about that for a second, I've got one here that Simon actually gave me to ask you. Pat, Simon said, why do you use the internet coming from a traditional business speaking background? Like, you've traveled the world and you're speaking on stages everywhere, but why are you using the internet coming from the platform? Well, why are you using the internet so much?
Well, when I was, speaking with, because I've traveled, I've spoken with Donald Trump, Jim Rohn, Zig Ziglar, Bob Proctor, Dennis Waitley, all of them, Mark Victor Hansen. I can be one place at one time, one country, one place. Internet, right now, we've got a global audience. I can reach a global audience, saves me money, saves me traveling, saves me energy, and I can reach a global audience. That's the first thing. The second thing about it with the internet, I control my own media. As a speaker, I would have to go on a television show and blah, blah, blah. But now with YouTube, which you teach brilliantly, by the way, social media and everything else, I can create my own media following without being censored, blocked. I mean, anyway, we'll leave that one alone. But without restriction. And so the internet has really created for us I teach about multiple streams of income, but a multiplicity of platforms and a greater reach. Like right now, my team has got something going on where we're training. We've got people from UK, New Zealand, and America. So it gives me a global reach from a local area. And so it broadens your voice. I think people sometimes minimize the internet by thinking that there's only one dimension here. Look, I'm looking at a camera here right now, but I know that there are people all over the world watching this thing. I couldn't do that if I was traveling traditionally as I was before. So people need to leverage that.
So what you're saying is now you can be, and I'm talking specifically for people on GrooveFunnels because that's what we're here for, of course. So what I'm saying, you have got the platform now, and you tell people also to use the platform and use their cameras, use their, use social media, etc., because you can be in a lot more places than just one stage standing there with a microphone, correct?
Yeah, I've got greater reach. I've got greater capacity. I've got a broader message. All I've got to do is look down the camera and talk to it. And people go, oh, but you know what? I'm shy in front of a camera. Great, use slides. Whatever excuse people are going to give me, I'm going to give them an answer. I've been doing this 42 years now. So the capacity to reach, you can have a global business through one channel. And by the way, with the GrooveFunnels, you've got a multiplicity of platforms there that you can use and with one click. And of course, you know more about that than I do. I'm learning my way through it. But you get a multiplicity of platforms. And by the way, with a multiplicity of platforms, you can create multiple streams of income. And this is where I want to challenge everyone listening to this. You've got to think not one stream of income. I teach people how to get one idea and multiply it 12 times.
Sure.
Simple. You don't have to work harder. Making 10 times the income doesn't mean you got to work 10 times harder or 10 times more effort or 10 times more hours. You just got to learn how to use the multiplicity of formats and stuff like the internet.
Okay. Well, the last question before you go, because we're on the hour and we have to send a message from Mr. Mike Filsaime himself. First of all, I thank you for coming on with us, Pat. The last thing I want to ask you now, if people want to touch base with you to really, truly learn, or you can share some material, give them a couple of your ebooks, etc. If they want to touch base with you, what's the best way for them to do that with you, Pat?
Look, if they want, well, two things. They can email me at bookings@masidi.com. That's BOOKINGS @masidi.com. Or just go to my website, www.masiti, that's MESITI, www.masidi.com. Go in there. There's some free content there. There's free books and stuff. But look, if people want to email, probably easier and better. We can get them stuff directly. But look, I'm here to promote what you guys are doing. Because I believe in what you're doing, Dave. I believe what Mike and that is doing. It's an amazing strategy that they've created. Look, I've never seen anything like it in my life. And so, but either way, go to my website or go to our email, bookings@masidi.com, and we're happy to help people. But thanks for having me on, man. I thought I was going to be on a lot longer. I was ready to go. I was just warming up.
Oh, no, we've still got about 4 guests and we're really run out of time. But as I said, I promised you that, Simon and Ash and that, we do our best to include you because to me, a lot of people say, oh, I don't want to think about this. I just want to, everything's rosy and everything. Bottom line is, folks, if you've enjoyed Pat's presentation today, just put in the chat box, Pat rocks. Just put it in like that. Beth has just said, love everything you said. And one of the team has just put bookings@masiti.com. If you were to email them and say you met Pat on the Grooveathon, Pat will share some ideas and little.
Look, I'm a giver, Dave. I love to give. So, for me, I learn if I give, I receive, and I don't abuse it. I don't do the wrong thing. Whatever, I'm here to serve. And if you want to pass on that to Mike, I'm happy to serve in any capacity that I can. And the life's been good to me. I was illiterate, I was banked, I was broke, I was raised by Turkaholic parents, and I'm a very grateful man. So whatever we can do to help. But thank you for having me on.
You're also a very talented, humble man as well, and I'm proud and privileged to have you as my friend. And I know Simon and Asher and Mike, etc., we're all thinking about putting on a GrooveFunnels event in Thailand. They actually picked Thailand on the beach.
Let's do it. I love Thailand. I love the food, as you can tell.
So, Asher, Simon, what do you reckon? We should get Mr. Masidi to come along and join in. What do you reckon, gentlemen?
Absolutely. I think one of the last times that I went there, I don't remember exactly which hotel it was, but we actually it was the time with Fabian as well. Pat was also there. We didn't really get the chance to connect and meet because you were in a rush and you were going to go to the airport and everything like that. And that was
that's right.
But it was really cool to see you in action. It was absolutely incredible to watch you live, and definitely, I would say if there is an opportunity for us to share the stage again, I am all for it, and I'm sure all of our fellow Groovesters would absolutely love the opportunity to meet you live.
Man, I love that. Groovesters, I love that, man. It sounds like something psychedelic. And I'd love to, whatever we can do, guys, once these restrictions are lifted, I just want to get on a plane and go somewhere. I really do.
Dude, I was just telling Dave that. I'm so ready for a holiday, man. It's been so long.
I'm ready. I'm ready to get going. So
Isn't it funny, Asher and Simon and Pat? Isn't it really funny? When we're traveling, we can't wait. And Simon and I got a little bit emotional before because we said when we're away, we can't wait to get home and cuddle our loved ones. And yet when we're at home all the time, we love them, that we think we can't wait to travel because we want to tour the world, spread our message and really help others. It's crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, in the chat box there, I can see a lot of people saying we are moving and grooving. We've had lots of people about saying Pat rocks.
I just realized there was a chat here, Dave. Shows you I'm such a tragic when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, but let's face it. That's why you ring me and say, Dave, I've got a problem. Help me with.
I ring you every day. I go, Dave, what do I do, Dave? I mean, even like with the camera here. I mean, someone said to me, it was I don't know, one of the I think it was Mark Vidal. He goes, man, you look great on camera. I said, yeah, my mate David Kavanagh told me how to get this this camera and blah blah blah. But
What you need now is the actual selfie stick that goes with it. Okay, this one here, and it's got remote control, turns into a tripod and everything. Like, look at this. I'll get you one.
Just send it to me, brother. I don't know where to get that. You know me.
I'll just send you one. Hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen, if I don't put Mr. Filsaime on, it's the last day of the launch. So if you've got involved with Simon, you've got involved with Asher, you've got involved with Mr. Pat Masiti, you've got involved with me, click the upgrade button. And listen, Pat, we'll get you on another call. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, listen to the CEO of the company, Mr. Mike Filsaime. Listen at the commissions you can make and why you should click that button right now.
Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Grooveathon, and we hope you're enjoying it. You know, normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Grooveathon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important, and that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to GrooveFunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at GrooveFunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to GrooveJV.com. That's GrooveJV.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to GrooveJV.com. Over there, you will find, as I said, all of your affiliate links and more information in a video explaining our two-tier affiliate program. Now, free members get paid 20% commission on anyone they refer, and if you upgraded and you're an upgraded member, we double your affiliate commission to 40%. And on top of that, we pay you 10% on tier 2. Now, there's a video that explains this math and why people are making so much money promoting GrooveFunnels. People will love you for it. It's a free product with a suite of products and no credit card is required. Now, we do a really great job convincing people to upgrade based on the value of our software and our value proposition. So all you need to do is get your affiliate link and start promoting. We give you banners, blog, written blog reviews, email swipe copy if you have an email list, a place where you can get solo ads, do press releases, post on Facebook, post on YouTube. We give you all the tools to get your affiliate link out there. People absolutely love GrooveFunnels, and there's a movement going on right now. And the reason why you want to get your affiliate link out there is we do something that you'll find at GrooveJV in a more informative video. But in a nutshell, it's called First Tag Wins. What that means is if you simply have somebody click your link and they sign up for GrooveFunnels with no credit card, if they sign up an hour later, a day later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, or a year later, or several years later, it doesn't matter. They are tagged to you without using cookie technology. We have an exclusive technology that does that. What that means, if they sign up on their phone or on a laptop and a month later or a week later, they sign up on a completely different computer or at a hotel lobby using the internet cafe at a hotel, and they decide to upgrade to Groove, they are hard-coded and locked into you for life. That means all you need to do is get the word out, get people to find out that Groove is awesome, just like you do right now. They'll sign up for free. They'll thank you for it. And when they upgrade, you'll get a 20% commission. And if you're an upgraded member, you'll get paid 40% commission and 10% on tier 2. These commissions are massive. And we have people that are making a full-time income. As we said, just this week, we paid out over $300,000 in weekly commissions. So take a little break from the Grooveathon right now. Press pause, go to GrooveJV.com in a new browser, make sure to get your affiliate link, follow all the steps in the promotion tools, and then we're going to welcome you back to the Grooveathon. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're back to the Grooveathon. My name's David Kavanagh. If you haven't seen me before, where have you been? We've just been talking to Mr. Pat Masiti. We've been talking to the wonderful Asher. We've been talking to Simon Leung. Now, I've invited Paul Murphy, who is also another YouTube expert. He was one of the first to do the Groove Digital. He'll be probably joining us in half an hour. But in England, he's having a coffee and he needs to wake up, wipe his eyes and have a bit of a stretch and all that kind of stuff in Brighton. Of course, it's in Asia, it's later. But in England, they're about 6 or 7 hours behind us. So what I want to show you right now, how many people watched my session showing you how to get number one on YouTube, how to get number one in Google, how to actually get your Groove link out there? Well, I want to show you something right now. That was a very nice comment I just saw come up just then. I saw someone saying upgrade. Well, that's pretty good. But what about this one just here? Pat and Dave and Simon and Asher together is a real highlight today. Well, I think it was too. Now, Pat is very in your face. Pat, to some people, wow, he's controversial. But you know why sometimes you might feel that way? Is because it's hitting the home truth. It's hitting something within you that you go, you know. So, yeah, Paul's a legend. Can't wait to see him. Okay. Oh, he said it's not that early. Okay, so what I'd like to say to you now, I asked Simon Leung this question before. I said to Simon, if you were starting again, and Simon, of course, has talked to Asher, if you were starting again, you had no list, you had nothing whatsoever except your GrooveFunnels affiliate link, you had your laptop or your desktop or whatever, and you wanted to start making some money. What would be the quickest way to do it? What would be the steps you'd take? And show me in real dumb down newborns fashion. Okay. I'd like to talk to you with your permission about that. So if you'd like to hear that, just put yes, because I want to actually hear that and see that now. David, that was the best teaching I've ever heard about ranking on YouTube. Well, I'm going to cover that now because even Mike said to me, people really liked that. So the thing is, there's a lot of people I can see here today are brand new, and I'm not going to cover stuff that Simon and I have already covered. But what I do want to show you is different things that Simon uses, Paul Murphy uses, I use, etc., to get you to the top of YouTube, etc. So what I'd like to do, for the people who missed this yesterday, what I'm going to do for a second, I'm just going into my Gmail account. I want to give you some hints and tips. I'll just write in here and then I'll share the screen. Be 1 second, folks. I'm just grabbing my screen so I can figure out where it is just here. 1 second. Let me see. I'm just having a look for the words that I had here. Okay, here it was. All right. What I'll do now, and Asher didn't see this because Asher was out with clients and he was on other calls and that. Because, yeah, Beth just said, I'd like to hear it again. I can show you. I actually had a lot of people personal messaging me, and I looked up and they're not in my Facebook group, but I can see extra messages. Can you explain it? Can you go step by step? Can you show me? Okay. Now, for those of you on Paul Murphy's course, you know that he's great. Simon's got different ways. I've got different ways. You know what? Whatever works, just do it. Now, so here's the thing. I said, what's this one here? Whenever you want, you take my sleep away and you make my nights. What a beautiful comment from you, sir. I thank you very much for your compliments. But it's not about me. It's about how I and Asher and Simon can support you and how we can help you to get to your level. So what I said to Simon said to me, David, can you pick the best kind of key phrases that you think people would search for in Google or YouTube to find Groove? So here's what I say to you, the first thing. First of all, they're not going to search for GrooveFunnels unless they already know about GrooveFunnels. Okay, that's the first thing. So write that down. Secondly, they're not going to look for GroovePages, GrooveMember, GrooveMail unless they've already heard about it. But having said that, I'm still going to optimize key phrases and videos, etc., for those phrases for the people who do know about it. So I want to show you some things just here because I've got thousands of students who are making money on YouTube. Paul has, Simon has, and a lot of us have. So there's no right or wrong. It's just you need to implement what you feel is best for you. So what I'll do right now, I'll share my screen with you and I'll just show you a few things just here. 1 second. What I was looking at, and you can see my screen just here for 1 second. This is in my Gmail. I actually sent it to myself so I could figure out the kind of things that maybe These are some of the ones Simon and I came up with, etc. So I'll expand that a little bit. What I said to you here, and this is only because of the fact some people asked me, okay? So have a look at just here. What I was targeting there is GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer. So if I was to go there to Google now and put GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer, I'd be hoping and praying that people were searching for that and they click on my video or my link to go there. And as Asher said before, and Simon and Pat were talking about clicking the upgrade, one person that upgrades through your link, you get $558 into your bank account. Now, I don't care if you're in Malaysian ringgit, Singapore dollars, English pounds. That's nice money, and it's a really great starting point, because if you do ClickBank and you do JV Zoo, and I'm not knocking anything, but you're not going to make $558 just in one click with one sale. I mean, so to me, it's common logic to upgrade with GrooveFunnels and take action. If you agree with me there, just put number 1 on the screen. Yeah, that's right. One of the gentlemen said, I was there when you spoke about YouTube. So what I'm going to do right now, I'll just show you something here, folks. I'm going to go into here and I'm going to grab these key phrases for a second, and I'm going to have a look at these. I'll just grab one of them there, GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer. Now, just to show you here for 1 second, folks, I'll open up another window and I'll go to Google and then I'll flick back to it, okay, just to make it easier for you, because then I know I'm in the right place at the right time. So what I'll do right here, maybe 1 second, I'll just click on enter. Okay, so what I'll do right here now, folks, well, you know what? This would be a better way. I'll do this. I'll show you this one right here, make it easier, okay? Here we go. I'll just show you this one. So if I go and look at that now, GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer, and I put it into a bigger screen so you can see it, you'll see right now that I have got the second listing. And I know Paul's got lots and lots of listings. So, hey, Paul is brilliant at what he done. We had a great banter last night. But these are the kind of things that people are searching for. So look at it, GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer. Now, and now here's also what I would say to you. When you're making up your thumbnails, which are your pretty little pictures that people click on in YouTube, etc., here's what I would say. This Thailand as well. Yeah, Thailand as well. Definitely Thailand as well. Here's what I'd say to you. Make sure, one, when you make your video, if you want to target something like GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer, I name my video the MP4. I name my video that phrase. I make my pretty picture called the thumbnail. I call it that. Whenever I use any music, I call it the same. Whenever I right-click and look at the properties, I call it the same. So I just want to put it out there that that's what I'm targeting. Okay, so that's one of the phrases. Now, what I'll do to make it easier for me, 1 second. Hold on for a second. It's here. 1 second, folks. I'll just pull this up so I don't have to keep flicking between screens. I think this would be easier for me. So if you go and search for that now, going on the first page, and Paul and I were commenting last night about how wonderful it is that you can be on the front page, but what happens if you click images and your image will come up in one of these spots? What happens if people click on, say, videos, and you find out here, like your video's in third, or Paul's is number 1, or mine's number 3 in it, and there's no competition between Simon and Paul and I, and no, nothing whatsoever. You just get out there and do it. So what I'm going to show you here is another one. I'm just bringing up these words here, 1 second, so then I can go from piece to piece, move by move. 1 second. I'll just grab these here. Okay, the phrases. There you go. The second one that I was telling people that I was targeting, if you'd like to have a look at this one. The second one I looked at here, I put, here we go, I have to put my phone down. How to, where was it here? Hold on. Yeah, how to rank, I'll go to the front of Google for a second. 1 second. I'll just go to Google so you can see I'm doing the right thing here. How to rank, okay, number 1 on Google for GrooveFunnels. Okay, so that's another thing. And again, as I said, lots of people can show you this, but you have to start implementing this stuff. So here, yeah, Julian said you've got great energy after going to bed at 5 a.m. I actually got to bed at 9 o'clock because I had other student calls, okay? But Simon Leung, he comes from the same boat, you know what I mean? He's been on here, as I said, I always say for a joke, 36,000 hours a day. Ash has been on here non-stop. He's been in the green room supporting us, and which, as I say, I thank Mr. Asher himself. He's a wonderful gentleman. But look at this here. how to rank #1 on Google for GrooveFunnels. Now, I'm #1 there. Paul's #2, Paul's #3, Paul's #4. So in other words, I mean, Paul, you've kicked my bum there, buddy. You've actually kicked my rear end, Mr. Murphy, sir. But again, if we go up to here, we go into videos, we can see I was #1, then we got Paul, then we got Paul, then we got Paul knows his stuff. Please believe me. Then we got images here. I've got #1, Paul's got #2, and then I go to other ones and I see Paul's #1 for about 26,000 frames. I got none. And then the next minute, you know, Mr. Brighton, the gentleman Paul Murphy, if you didn't see him on the Groove Digital Presents, go back, get the replay, watch it 65 million times, fast forward him, look at his Magic 24 system. And you know what? Here's the thing. People say, oh, but Simon's got a YouTube course. David's got a YouTube course. Paul's got a YouTube course. You know what I'd say? Okay, I'll tell you the real truth. Here's what I'd do. I'd buy them all. I'd invest in all of the good quality courses because you know what? I'm going to invite Paul on in a minute. I'd actually like to join Paul's course because I know there are things I can learn off Mr. Paul Murphy. And I'd also, he doesn't know this yet, I'd like to invite him on my course because I guarantee there might be a few tips that I can teach him because coaches have coaches. Mentors have mentors. And it's got nothing to do with who's #1, who's #3, you know, because at the end of the day, if Paul Murphy was to say, I can help a plumber get #1 in YouTube, make him up a Groove page, make him up a website, and Paul gets paid, Paul's cooking with gas. He can go down, he can have his rump steak instead of just his sausages and mashed potatoes, you know, instead of his little coffee or something like that. David, you know what I said to Paul, I'd love to get Paul to Thailand to my next event. I'd like to get him on stage and have competitions with Simon and I and Paul. And you know what? Go and ride the elephants together. Go and eat the Thai food together. Talking about Paul Murphy, he's actually just rocked up. I better shut up because he's listening to me. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, my friend, one of my mentors as well, and he's a good all-round English cobber. He's all right, mate. He's an Englishman. I'd like to welcome Mr. Paul, the legend himself, Murphy. How are you, Paul?
Good morning. Have you been on all night?
I've been on all night.
Great. How are you doing, man? I've actually been to bed and woke up since then.
Well, I've been to bed too, but I've been to bed in Thailand. You've been to bed in England, so it's different time zones there. But listen, Mr. Murphy. Like I've had a lot of my students have been on your course, and they all, well, I've got a bloody big cup. Like, come on, look at it. Look, my wife just bought this into me. This is a mega super cup, you know. And Paul, check this out. I don't drink coffee because I'm mental enough without bloody coffee. But my wife, I just bought my beautiful wife a little Nespresso machine, right?
Yeah.
A little one. Yeah. And she said, honey,
yeah, it's a little yeah, you put a little
and you pull it down and press the button.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's amazing. So, I don't have to go up to Costa or Nero in the UK. They're the two big boys. They're right at the top of the street, but I don't even have to go that far. I've got, you can just about see, look, it even froths it up. Pretty cool.
Well, I can go and get the machine and we can compare machines, you know what I mean? but listen.
I'll drop my affiliate link for my coffee machine.
Well, please do that. Please do that. Murphy's Coffee Machine in Brighton.com. You know, check it out. Exactly. It's the best coffee in Brighton. But listen, you know, I was talking to people and said, Julian says, what do you drink, David? Well, actually, I don't drink. I used to be a DJ on a cruise and I used to dress up like Super Dave. Now, if I dressed up like that, I'd dress up as Fat Dave. You know what I mean? So you would not want to see me. And I've slipped down the leaderboard to 11 and that. But it's got nothing to do with if Paul beats me or I beat Paul or Simon. Like, let's face it, Alicia Little's #2. But at least she said I could sit in the car when I go to America and actually look at what I could have won and should have won, but I just didn't, you know? But here's the thing. I don't drink. No, I don't drink. I just live life. But we said before about Paul Murphy and his course. And we said how I've got a YouTube course. And I had people say to me, oh, but why are you promoting Paul Murphy, David, when you've got a YouTube course? You know what? Because Paul's stuff works. Seriously. Paul and I aren't competition to each other.
No. That's the thing, isn't it? Like there's a few different courses out there that have different perspectives. And people say to me, but I've seen somebody else telling me to do something different. And I'll say, well, go and do that then if you feel like that's going to work better for you. You know, at the end of the day, you've got to kind of like tune yourself into what you think is going to work for you, and whether you know, like resonate with somebody. I think sometimes it's just that, isn't it? Sometimes people resonate with different people. And actually, like you, like I jumped on just before, and I heard you say something like, which was, you know, go and get them all, because you're going to learn something different from all of them, 100%. Right? And if you're applying this stuff, it's a bit of a no-brainer anyway, because, you know, in terms of ROI, you can get your money back fairly quickly if you go all in with, you know, decent courses.
And you know what, folks? You know what, Paul, I've had people say to me, aren't you and Paul opposition? No, we're guys that think, stuff this, in the next launch, let's team up together and win the car. We can both share it. And just to let you know, Paul has wonderfully said, I can have the boot. He goes shotgun front, I go the boot, the back. He's such a gentleman, this Paul Murphy. Exactly. And he's even sharing things with me. Now, if we were competition, if we were worried about each other, what the heck would we be interviewing each other? We are all in the goal of getting your affiliate link #1 in YouTube, getting your thing into Google. Paul wants to help you. I want to help you, you know. So, Paul, what I did, I made up, I'll show you this, Paul. I made up, I'll show you the screen that I did, and you tell me what you think of this, Paul. I'll bring it up for a second. And you give me your view. Hold on for a second. I'll just find the actual, 1 second. I'll just find the actual link here. It's no use bringing up a screen, then not knowing where the heck I'm going to. But what I did the other day when we were live, well, it's funny about that. We're not dead. We're alive. What I did the other day, Paul, I'll just share my screen for 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. Well, I said to people I'll get Paul and I on here together. Here we go. Okay. So I said to people, some of the phrases that I target, I came up with things like GrooveFunnels lifetime upgrade offer, because I know people are going to go to Paul Murphy's link and click the button at Paul Murphy's link. If you sign up with Paul, you need to click that link. And if you sign up with me or Alicia, go and click the link. You need to
go and click David's link.
Go and click David's link. You know what I mean? I'd like the car, but hey, you know, Murph and I, we can drive around Brighton any day. You know. But here's another one. I put how to rank GrooveFunnels. I should have put websites, but I put website by mistake. I put how to increase your GrooveFunnels ranking on Google for free, because you and I and Simon always say to people, why are you paying a truckload of money for ads when YouTube, and you give me your honest opinion here, YouTube is basically like ads for free. Do you agree with that, Paul?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we use YouTube, right? Because, you know, Facebook, you post something on Facebook, if we're talking organic versus organic here, right? You post something on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, and then literally an hour later, it's gone forever. Because it's, you know, once the scroll's gone, it's gone, right? You never see it again. And yet YouTube doesn't work like that. You can post something on YouTube and you can be making money for 5 years in advance. So that's, you know, that was the big appeal to me, because I realized that YouTube, even though it's social media, it's obviously like, it's there for as long as it's relevant, right? And sometimes you can have stuff relevant for years, right? So yeah, totally.
So some other phrases I put here, how to rank #1 on Google. Now, if I go there now, I'll tell you now, folks, Paul's got a couple of top spots. I've got a couple below it. Then I've got some above him, and he's got some. But you know what? Guess what? It's not about that. I'm trying to tell you, because I see comments. You know what? Paul and I are both having wonderful lives, working on our lap shop, you know what I mean? Trading ideas, texting each other, telling each other we're funny and we're hilarious, and sharing videos together. You know what? Because to me, I want to go back to Brighton. I want to sit down with Murph himself, and I want to sit there, and even though I don't drink, I'll have a drink with Paul, and I'll sit there and have a really nice pizza. Because if you walk down past the big convention centre, turn left, about 4 shops up, there's a real nice Italian pizza joint. You know the one I'm talking about there, Paul?
If you're talking about Preston Street, which has got all restaurants along the street, there's a couple up there, actually. There's a couple up there, yeah.
Beautiful food. So I want to come over
Casalingos, that's what you're talking about.
So which one?
I think it's called Casalingo.
Casalina, that's it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I've eaten there many times. Yeah, very nice. That's literally 30-second walk from where I live.
Well, when I come back over there, I can't believe I was over there on stage, and I didn't honestly know you lived there. I can't believe it. We should have sat there. We would have been having pizzas after pizzas after pizza. You know, we could have done our own YouTube lives from Preston Street. You know what I mean? So here's the thing. There's other ones that Paul and I target. Is GrooveFunnels better than ClickFunnels? And I did one for a joke, Paul. I did the GrooveFunnels 2 Comma Club. I did that for a bit of a stir just to see, because people were asking me, well, is Mike ever going to have that? And then I put making money with GrooveFunnels funnel builder, how to build. So, and here's another one. Of course, I want people to sign up with David Kavanagh. Of course, Paul wants you to sign up with him. It's only logical. That's what we do in this business. So I put one, signing up with David Kavanagh's affiliate link, and that, of course, I'd do it. You know, so here's the thing. What I'm going to do now, let's get back to Mr. Paul and Mr. David together here. So I'll give you 3 or 4 tips. Paul can give you 3 or 4 tips. Oh, I thought I heard some reverb there. Paul will give you 3 or 4 tips, and we'll tell you. First thing I say to people, Paul, and there's no right or wrong, it's just our opinions, even though you're drinking your Nespresso and it tastes really good. I can see your face. You're waking up, Paul. Yeah, I can. Hold on, Paul, I'll beat you. Okay, so here, yeah, I'll send you one of the cameras across, Paul. I'll send it over to Brighton, so then you can put this one up on the screen. Okay, I'll give you this one, and then you and I can walk down the street. We can be real lunatics in England. Okay, so here's some tips I'd say to you folks. First of all, people buy one thing on the internet. They buy solutions to problems. So my point is, and Paul, cut in if you agree or disagree, whatever. I'm looking really small when I do that. Well, it's better looking fat, I suppose. Or I used to look fat. But here's the thing. People buy solutions to problems. Now, I had a person challenge me the other day. But David, okay, I want to come to your event in Thailand. All I want's an airline ticket. I said, you got a problem. It's a long bloody walk from Brisbane. So the problem is you need an airline ticket. So Paul and David, we find out the problem. We think, the solution is team up with a travel agent, get him number 1 on Google and YouTube, right, Paul? We get him number 1. And then we get a little bit of a sidekick from the gentleman who runs the travel company for the tickets. Okay, so find the solution to the problem. Secondly, we need to have a YouTube channel that's optimized for one thing. Not all over the bloody shop, you know. Now, I've got about 40 channels. I don't know if we're supposed to say that. And a lot of them I look very good with long blonde hair in some of my channels. That's all I'll say. Okay. And
women's health. You've got a women's health channel, I'm imagining.
That's the one. That will. And I actually saw the other night when I went there, likes Paul Murphy. And I thought, no, it wouldn't be Paul Murphy from Brighton. Definitely, no, I would. So
I was in the Corvette that time, so it wouldn't have been me.
Well, I was in the boot, so it wasn't me either, you know what I mean? No. So here's the thing. The next thing I'd say to you folks is once you got your channel and all that stuff out of the way, you need a thumbnail. Now, from Paul's point of view and mine, it needs to be 1280, 720, all that kind of stuff. And Paul, tell me what you think. My main thing is get your key phrase on the thumbnail if you can, because cloud.google/vision, blah, blah, blah. It can read the words on the thumbnails now. Yeah. And what I wanted to ask you, Paul, what do you think are some really good, enticing things to put on a thumbnail to make them click your free ad?
Yeah. So what we've discovered, not quite so recently, but we've only really started applying it properly recently. I discovered it about a year or so ago, but I kind of have been playing around with different ways. But what we've discovered is that if you've got to do it, there's a fine line, right? If you do it so that it's obviously clickbait, people now are starting to tune into that and they go, okay, it's clickbait. So you put a circle with an arrow and there's nothing there. And sometimes people now, they used to click it, right? They used to go, what's that circle for? But now we see so many of those that doesn't quite work. But what actually does work is if you can create some intrigue in your thumbnail, okay, but genuine intrigue that people need to see what's going to come next, but not, it has to be clickbait in some way, but not in a really obvious, blatant way that just turns people off. So there's a kind of fine line of getting that right now, I think, because we're all getting a lot smarter and savvier online. We're looking at these things and we're going, yeah, that circle doesn't mean anything. You know, it's never, that picture is never in the actual video. Like we know that. But if you can create that intrigue and you get it right, then that is going to be massive, because what happens is that generally we'll go over to YouTube or Google and the first thing that catches our eye is the image, right? The first thing. So we want to obviously have something that's going to get them intrigued. It's not going to give away everything, but it's going to get them intrigued. Now, sometimes we're just blatant. If it's a product review we're doing, we don't need to create intrigue because they're already in a buying state. They're if they put in buy GrooveFunnels or try GrooveFunnels or GrooveFunnels review, they already know about GrooveFunnels. We don't need to create any intrigue. We just need to basically have an image that's got a big, like, this is a GrooveFunnels review. So we don't need to do it so much for those sort of things. But when people are searching out problems and reasons to buy things, if we can kind of create a little bit of intrigue just to get them to go, what's going on there? And then read the title, then we're sort of winning. Yeah. So that's my sort of number one sort of tip at the moment, is because there's a lot more content being put on YouTube. So we've got to kind of stand out as best as we can. Well, and words and images. And I always say to people as well, if you're doing digital marketing, put an image of yourself or a person, because people, and with eyes, so you can see the eyes, because people really like to do that. And blow it up bigger than you think, because when you create it in somewhere like Canva, a lot of people make their images really small, right? Their face is really small, but when you see it on your mobile phone, it's tiny. So you have to blow it up, and it looks a bit crazy on Canva, but when you do it, it will look a lot better on the thing. So that's just a couple of little tips that you can try and sort of test out.
Yeah, they're great tips. I already knew that I was going to interview you because I told you that. And so what I did for a joke, folks, if you look at the screen, I put David Kavanagh interviews Paul Murphy for GrooveFunnels. Now, and so all I did, now, Paul, I don't know what you're like in graphics, but I'm not really good. I know the little basics of putting a stroke and cutting and pasting that. But I thought to myself, you know what? That there, I should have a combined link for Paul and I, and you know what? We both get commissions out of it, you know. But the thing is, what Paul's saying to you there, folks, is right. Having a thumbnail, and don't be blatantly kind of, don't be blatantly out there. So like the old days when people used to be keyword stuffing, Paul, and stuff like that. So, okay, the next thing, Paul, what I was thinking, and I'll give you my view and you can give me your view, and we'll give the people, because we're trying to share with everyone. I usually come up with titles by one. I go to Google myself, and then I put whatever I think, and then I put an A and a B and a C and all that to try to get some long tail. And then I look down the bottom and I think, what are Google actually telling me? And then I use things like Uber Suggest, which is Neil Patel, and Neil Patel is brilliant when it comes to keyword suggestions. What are the kind of ways? But I look for buying intent phrases, so I know that Paul and David and our students and our Groovesters are going to make money. What's your take on keywords, key phrases, and some kind of little Paul Murphy Brighton secrets that you can impart with everyone?
Yeah, I mean, most of what we do, you've just literally said, but I'll elaborate on how I do it. We try and keep it really simple. So the first best keyword tool is Google, right? So you literally go and put it. You don't need to spend money. You don't need to have all these keyword tools to get started, because all you've got to do is go and put in your search term and then put in a space, and then you'll see Google suggests straight away all the search terms. And then, like David said, you put in an A, and then it's going to give you all the things that people are searching for with an A. Put in a B, and then it's going to give you all the things. So by doing that, that gives you what people are searching for. And the little ninja trick that we tell people as well is that when you put that search in Google, we go for buying intent. But obviously, sometimes you might not be like 100% sure, like, is there buying intent? Is there? So what we'll do is we'll Google it, and then we'll see if there's ads. Because if there's ads at the top of Google are not cheap. There was a time years ago when they were cheap, but those ads,
remember that.
You can pay $20 a click for those, right? So those things there are targeted. They're super targeted in most cases against the search terms that you're putting in. So the fact is that if there's ads, generally there's buying intent, right? So you're on to a winner if you see some ads. But obviously we use our common sense. You know, like if somebody puts in GrooveFunnels trial, that's buying intent. Like there's no ways that someone's going to put that in unless they want to buy it or review or
hey, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you. Look at that. Rob Pritchard just said you need to do a Paul and Super Dave podcast.
I like the sound of that. I think that'd be great.
I reckon that'd be great because you know what Paul's saying here now, folks. Hey, Adam, I need to move my camera in because Paul looks bigger than me. I feel really small compared to this wonderfully handsome English gentleman. But here's the thing, and I bet he's using. I bet you're using a Blue Yeti as well, right?
I'm on the Yeti. Yeah, I'm on the Yeti.
Look. There you go. Look.
There we go. Oh, you're on the Yeti. Yeah. I need one of those. I've got a pop shield like that, but I want one of those foamy things. I've got a foamy thing, but it doesn't fit my microphone. It came with another one. Yeah.
I've got one of these things, you know what I mean? So, but here's the thing.
You look better already.
Oh, yeah. I reckon I could wear that while I'm in the boot of the Corvette that you're going to win. You know, that's what I could do. So,
well, see, protect you a little bit while you're bouncing around.
While I'm bouncing around. That's it. See, you've got it all planned. You planned this, Murphy. You planned it. I know that.
It's all there. It's all there.
It's all there.
It's all there. By the way, can I just, before you go any further with this, I just want to pick up on something you said earlier. You used to be a DJ, right?
Yes.
I was a DJ in the 90s.
Oh, my God.
I started New Year's Eve 1989. I started my first gig. I was basically stepping in for somebody on a mobile disco, you know, you know, and I did that for a few years, and then I ended up going around the clubs in Essex and Suffolk, and I was doing that for quite a few years, and then I did that for like over 10 years in my.
Well, one of my first ever students on my course, not YouTube, when I start off like a newbies coach, teaching people how to get a domain, how to get blah blah blah, and how to use front page, all that. One of my first students was Danny Rampling.
Danny Rampling.
He was one of my first. I can show you. Hold on. I'll have a look for a second. I can put, if I go to Google, this is funny because you would definitely know, being an English gentleman, Danny Rampling. Let me have a look here.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah. And if you,
there's
Rampling,
a really funny quote in a film where this guy phones up his nan, right? And he basically is in the nightclub. He's trying to blag getting in. So he pretends to phone up his PA, but he accidentally phones up his nan. And he said, it's a film called Human Traffic. It's hilarious. Go and watch it. And he says, oh, hello, Carmel, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, tell Danny Rampling I'm going to have to push to blah, blah, blah. And you just see an image of his nan going, Danny who, love?
Yeah, I can't find the image now, but I'll find it later. But yeah, Danny was standing there, and I helped Danny. You can read his book. I helped Danny launch his How to Be a DJ book.
Yeah.
And we started that off in Thailand back in 2005, back when I was like 14 years of age, of course. But Danny came to Thailand. He's been here 3 times, and I lined him up 3 gigs in clubs while he was here in Pattaya. So Danny and I, we go way back. And Danny's like he's been on Ibiza. He's been to everywhere. So here's Raymond. Raymond just says, here we go. Paul and David, please both show your magic and demo what you do in this session. That's not about a demo this session. You know what? Here's what I'd say. After the Grooveathon's finish, I'd be more than happy to put on a few hours session with just Paul and I, absolutely free, just to help the Groovesters, and put it in as a bonus, you know what I mean? Because, you know, what Paul's saying is right. What I'm saying is right. We know our stuff. We don't need to prove, you know, what money and all this. We want to help you. Mike's asked Paul and I to come and deliver from our heart. So the second thing is, folks, here's what I'll say. So we've thought of our titles. So Paul and I have given you some ideas. We've told you, look at Google. There's also, and again, Paul will tell you, Answer the Public. There's all these different places you can go to. And then I know Paul would say the same thing. You can look for best review tutorials. You can put the time in there. You can put scam in there. You can put all these things just to, you know, reviews and all those kind of things.
Side by side works well as well. Side by side, yeah.
And
side I actually really powerful, yeah.
I actually made up. Now, of course, for you and I, this is a really basic little thing This is a really basic little thing, but I'll show you what I made up, Paul. I made up this little thing before called YT Keyword Generator.
Oh,
now,
okay.
For you and I, this is really basic. But say, for example, I put on the screen now, folks, Paul Murphy YouTube course. So say I put Paul Murphy YouTube, okay, YouTube course review, for example, review. And say that course went to, I don't know, let's put it this way. Say it just went to paulmurphy.com, whatever, because we're not giving out all of our links here. So say it went to Paul Murphy is a stud.com, right, whatever. Okay, which is actually true. You know, I've heard about this. So hold on,
You've just given away my affiliate link there.
Yeah. Well, that's actually, folks, just to let you know, I just wanted to let you know here, Paul does own that domain. But anyway, just to give you a quick squeeze here, Paul,
someone's going to buy that now.
Yeah, you've got to buy it. So what I've done here, Paul, I've got a little thing I made up that just generates the title, the tags, and generates a little description.
Oh, cool. Okay?
Just for people starting off. Now, if any of you guys and girls want it, go and grab it. But here's the thing. Let's get back to Paul and Dave for a second. Paul knows, and I know, there's a lot more to it than just putting a few tags and putting a couple little descriptions. So, Paul, that tool is great for beginners. And I only made that tool up, Paul, for one reason, just so people can copy and paste and go, oh, wow, I'm on the top of Google. I'm on the top of YouTube. But you and I, of course, with our knowledge, know that we can add extra. We can do it. What's the kind of thing that you tell people to put in their descriptions when they're writing a YouTube description?
Well, the first thing I would say to people actually is when you start with a brand new channel, right? This is kind of like a lot of people don't realize this, but when you put in links externally, right, when you start a brand new YouTube channel, we're trying to build know, like, and trust with YouTube and Google. Now, you might even disagree with this, but this is what we've found is that if we put too many links in that description to start with on the first 10 videos, YouTube and Google sees that all we're trying to do is get traffic off. So 100%. Actually, even though we can put the link on the screen and Google's fine with that, if we're sending, we can send traffic away, by the way, in the description, like no end. But when we start our channel, like quite often people come in and they haven't even got a YouTube channel, right? They want to start. We find that by putting too many links in that description to start with, it kind of, Google and YouTube don't tell us anything. They have a strike system, but they also have this, we believe, and you probably believe this as well, but they have this system behind the scenes where they kind of just don't give you any love for anything. And we feel like it's when you do things that are a little bit unethical, like you go and buy, you know, views or buy all these different things. And Google's algorithm is one of the smartest algorithms on the planet. So it knows, right? It knows exactly what you're doing. And what it used to do in the olden days is it would ban your accounts and all that, but now it doesn't do that. Sure. It just basically blacklists you and doesn't tell you. This is what I think. Okay, I have no proof of this. You're right. Yeah, I have absolutely no proof of this, but this is what we've seen. Like people who do these things. So what we generally say to people is that this is a really cool ninja trick, guys. When you go and start a YouTube channel, do 10 videos where you're offering value, not selling anything, and don't put any links in at all. You can go back and put them in later, but for your first 10 videos, just go and serve and get that know, like, and trust with your audience, get some know, like, and trust with YouTube and Google so that everybody is like, this is a great channel, and that will serve you so well. And you'll have some authority, and that authority that you build on that channel will actually help you rank as well, because Google starts to look at, you know, and like people say, yeah, but if I'm ranking for a product over here and I'm solving a problem over here, how is that going to rank that? Well, it does. Because Google's smart. Google knows that when you're solving a problem over here and you've got a product over here, that they're all linked. It's so smart, you wouldn't believe. You can say one thing in one of your videos and Google's reading that as you say it, right? It's basically transcribing it into a thing called closed captions at the bottom, and it reads all of that. So everything that's going on in your video, Google's algorithm is noticing. So you will get that authority, and that authority is going to help you rank later on. But if you wanted to go, like, say, for instance, you start a brand new channel today and you want to go and rank for GrooveFunnels, okay, with your first video, it's not going to happen, right? It just, YouTube, if you think about it like this, right, if you take a girl out on a date and you say, by the way, before we sit down and have a drink, can I give you a kiss? She's going to say, what? And that's exactly it, right? You're asking Google to give you all the love in the world when it doesn't even know who you are yet. It doesn't know what you're about, doesn't know whether you should be awarded that kiss, right? Or that GrooveFunnels like super video. And this is what happens. People come in and they think, okay, I'm going to go and rank for a very super competitive product. And I can't rank for that. I've tried everything. It doesn't work. Well, it's because you're going on the date and asking for a kiss. You haven't even actually had a meal, a drink. You know, it doesn't work like that. So you've obviously got to build a little bit of authority, but it's not as much as you think, right? You haven't got to spend 7 years. And then when you compare that to ads on Facebook, because I always like to give the analogy, because people say, yeah, but I can just go and put up an ad on Facebook. Go and put an ad on Facebook, right, and see if you can get a sale from your first ad. It's exactly the same process. You've got to go and test out ads. You've got to test out creative. You've got to test out audiences. You've got to test out images. You've got to test out videos. And you've got to pay for that privilege. But on YouTube, you don't have to pay for that privilege. You can go and test out all these different things, build some authority, and then you get those free ads. And that is why I would say to people like, you know, I mean, I've bellabored the point, but basically the very first few videos you put on, definitely no links to start with. And then you can go back and put them in, right? So that's my sort of little ninja trick. A lot of people kind of miss that. And I think, like, if you basically want to build some real authority, real know, like, and trust with your audience in YouTube, I don't just think it, I kind of know it, because we've tested so many different things that it seems to be like the best way to do it. So,
okay, no, I haven't actually tried that myself. I've put links. So, hey, you've just taught me something there. So I'll test that out myself. And folks, there's another thing that Paul and we were saying, like, years ago, Paul and I could put up websites, we could put up images and that, and Google didn't even have a clue what was written on that image. It could have been a picture of Paul driving the Corvette with me in the back. And the thing is, we call it, back years ago, we call
an arrow with a circle on the image to the boot with a circle, and you've got to find out who's in the boot.
Yeah, and we put .jpeg in it. Well, I want to show you something right now, folks. Check this out. If I share my screen with you for 1 second, there's a site, as Paul and I both know, and I'm going to make sure Paul and I are in the video. There's a thing called Vision AI, which is run by Google now. Now, stating the obvious, Google owns YouTube. So here's the thing. Let's, for example, I've just got a picture that I've got on my desktop. So all I'm going to do here, I'm going to scroll down here, and where you see drag image file here, I'm on my, I just put David Kavanagh interviews Alicia Little, okay? And I did that or I did best groove video or whatever, any of them. Just put that there, and let's have a look at this for a second. Now, watch how, I'll have to put that, I don't know, I just want to ask Paul, am I a robot or am I not a robot? I don't know, Paul. What do I do there, sir? Okay.
I don't know if you're a robot after not getting any hours sleep, so maybe.
Yeah, no. Okay, let's have a look at this for a second. Now, watch what happens here, folks. Now, not always does this work, and I've tested this out, and I guarantee Paul has too, because I know he's a very knowledgeable gentleman. But look at this. It says faces, and look at what Google's AI has done now. You'll see, let me see if I can do this here. Yeah, you can see, hold on. I screwed that up there. Let me put it reset for a second. Hold on, I better go there. Okay, let's have a look just there for 1 second, folks. You'll see that it's zoned in on my face. Now, the reason I put my face there is because I wanted to, put mine. And I know on Paul, he does his. I know on lots of people, they put theirs, etc. And I try to put a picture at the back of like a little mobile phone looking like you're doing a video, etc. But that's not the point. The point is it says joy, very likely. Well, that's probably because I had my big smile with my Photoshop teeth. And then when I go to the next bit, objects. Now, look what it says. It says person, packaged goods. Now, the person is me. The packaged goods is there. The tie, it's even picked up nowadays a tie. Now, check that out. It's picked up a bloody tie. Then it says glasses. Look at that. It's picked up my glasses. Then if we go to labels, look what it says. It says font, photo caption, photography, advertising. When we look at text, now, check this out here, folks. Hopefully, Paul, I can zoom in a little bit here. Just tell me, Paul, if that zoomed in a bit. Yeah, is that zoomed in?
Yeah.
Okay, now have a look at that there. It actually said it's picked up Best Groove Video Tutorials 2020, and it's actually picked up click below for your free account. Now that years ago, you can ask Paul, years ago, that would not have happened.
No.
Google now know everything. And if we go to the next part, properties, it's even, now here's a good trick that I think Paul and I probably use as well. If you want to, can you hear any feedback in the background every now and again, Paul, when you're talking?
No, it sounds sound.
Oh, okay, cool. It must be just me. It must be me going crazy. It must be my tinnitus kicking in, you know what I mean? But here's the thing. It's picked up your dominant colors in your actual picture, or your thumbnail, what I should say. So now Paul and Dave can go into GroovePages and we can match the banner, match the call to action, etc., with the dominant colors of our picture. And then, for example, if you look at this part here, it's got a safe search. Now, it finds out a lot of times if it's adult, if it's spoof, which it says very likely, which I'm not really sure why to say that. But anyway, medical, violence. It talks if it's racy. Now, Paul, you know, I'll go back to Paul for a second. You know what I did, Paul? I actually said to my students about, I'll download a picture with, say, a little child sitting there playing with daddy. So Paul's sitting there playing with his little son. And I uploaded it and I put, for example, Brighton, UK tourist resort. And I right-clicked and put properties. I put 5-star. I did all the alt tags and that. And it's still, I could not, and I named the image Brighton tourist resort, and it still picked up child, father, such and such. So nowadays, I'm thinking, Paul, no matter how sexy smart we are in the old dial up the top, it's really hard. And as you said, Google and YouTube can block us if we try to be too kind of, what would I call the word, Paul? If we try to be too kind of, I don't know, out of the box, if we try to really push the limits of Google and YouTube.
Yeah.
So there's another gentleman, lady here, Paul. She just said, thank you, Paul, for your advice about the YouTube channel. I don't want to be blocked.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Paul actually taught me something there. That's been really true. And again, coaches have coaches. I've never tested that out. So on a new channel, I'll get about 40 of them. I guarantee Paul's got a heap of them too. We've only got one each, of course. But
I've only got 6, actually. 6 channels.
Okay, whatever. And
actually, I've got 7 because I created a demo one that I play around on. But I've got 6 that are actually live and active and generating income and that sort of stuff. Yeah, and I've got one in women's health as well.
Oh, you have? Okay, cool.
Now, well, obviously I haven't, but I have.
No, of course you haven't. No, you just got the espresso coffee machines. You know what I mean? Okay, so what do you think, Paul? Someone just said, I think I might have messed up already using bought links. Well, my main thing, I don't buy links. I really don't buy links.
No.
Now, I will tell 1,000,000% the truth. I have tested buying some views. I have tested buying subscribers. That's the real truth. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, I haven't had my channels blocked. I haven't. But I only did it for the purpose. And again, I'm being very transparent here with you. I did it for the purpose. So if people see David and Paul and John and Harry and Mary's videos there, and they see 1,000 for Paul, 3,000 for David, and 6,000 for John, they might think, I'll click on John's because he's got 6,000. So I'll be blatantly honest. Yes, I have tested that out.
Can I impart something here? So that social proof that you get is true, right? If you go and buy some links or some services and somebody sees a video with 40,000 views against somebody with 10 views, right, it is going to have an effect because you see the views, right? But what I would say is again, this is just what we've found. And again, you might disagree, but if you think about it, right, say there's a guy over here, right, selling you views. He's going to have a network of people, right? So he's going to have a network of people that's going to get you those views, right? Now, he's a guy on Fiverr or somewhere that you go and get these views, right? But he is selling not just to you. So he's selling to God knows how many people the same service with the same network, right? He's not tapping into lots of different networks because he doesn't have that. He has one network or whatever he has, right? So the only thing that I would say is that whilst, yes, you're going to get social proof, like no denying that. And the likelihood is nowadays you will not get blocked, right?
Yeah.
what I would say to people, like, if you are starting a new channel, as of now, if you go and do that, right, Google's algorithm is going to go, this guy's getting all these views from this network over here. This guy over here is getting all these views from this network over here. This guy's getting, okay, so we, you know, I mean, I'm pretending that Google's a person. It's not, it's an algorithm. But so, and Google's algorithm goes, okay, so this is not genuine. So should we be promoting this video? Should we be ranking this video? Maybe not, right? So when you start to do that, and we've had, because I obviously I have my course, but I have one-to-one, like my students pay me $15,000, believe it or not. That's how much people value me at now. It's kind of crazy. But people pay me $15,000. And when anybody has done that, I guarantee they've tried to rank stuff and they think they've got all this authority on their channel. They've got none. And YouTube basically just won't give them anything. It just won't push anything. Now, you've probably done it on a channel that's already sort of gained some momentum and authority.
Yes.
Google probably let you get away with it. It's probably let you get away with it. But the fact is that what again, just going back to my earlier point, if you do that, you're not necessarily going to get a strike, but you're not necessarily, you could have harmed your channel. And that is the danger thing, is that you'll never know. Google's never going to tell you. They're either going to block your channel or they're not. And what we're finding is they're not even blocking channels now. They're just not telling anyone. And that is where it's really, really dangerous, because obviously if you start doing all these different things where you're gaming the system, and the weird thing is that if you go in with a brand new channel, you put up a little bit of authority, okay? And the fact is, you know, people try to block like how many subscribers or how many views they've got on their video. Well, that doesn't work either. You want to be transparent. You want to show your subscribers. You want to show your views, right? I always say to people, don't block all that stuff. Put it all on display. It doesn't matter if my channel at the moment, like I mean, I said this last night. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I've only got 4,000 subscribers. Yet my channel is generating me from one of my products just over $1 million in 4 months, and all of my products are doing it. And the thing is that I don't buy subscribers. I have videos that get 200 or 300 views, but most of those views are buyers. They're actually ranking on the front page of Google. So other people come and look at them and go, oh, he can't be doing any business. But the fact is that these are ads. So these are coming only from the front page of Google in most cases, and they're still making money. So all of that stuff only, in my opinion, in my experience as well, only serves to go against you. Whereas if you basically build that authority and you treat everything the way Google and YouTube wants it. And the reason why we sort of discovered this, and the reason why I do this, is because back in the day, I used to do SEO, right? And when they had all these penalty slaps, I was basically ranking these websites and selling them to people, right? And when they had all these penalty slaps coming in, the only way to rank on the front page of Google then was to game the system, right? You'd have to go and develop all these strategies. There was something called PBNs. You probably know of those. There's all these different strategies, link wheels and things like that. And we didn't want to have to play. We didn't want to have to do that, right? I would rather play the game and rank with Google, but Google didn't make it easy for us because, and rightly so, because they were fighting against everybody else gaming the system. So it was this cat and mouse game going on. And because I was selling all these websites, I actually one day came in, and because of all the footprints that were linked and all the rest of it, Google delisted my entire network, every single one of my clients' networks, bearing in mind I'd been selling these things for big sums of money. And I somebody tried to sue me. All this sort of stuff happened. So when I discovered this, I thought, well, there's got to be a way of doing this without hurting anybody. And there wasn't for years, right? And then when they started showing YouTube videos on the front page of Google, my eyes lit up. I thought, hang on a minute, Google wants to show these. This is different. Google doesn't want to show you websites, even though it has to, because people go away, right? They want to make money. So ideally, Google shows websites because it's a search engine. It wants to stay the #1 search engine. But ideally, it wants you clicking the ads and it wants you clicking the YouTube videos, because that way they can make more money. So, and I got that straight away. And I just thought, well, if people can just play the game and give Google what it wants. In fact, I actually phoned up my ad manager at the time and I said, how can I buy these? And he said, well, you can't, right? He said, because it's organic. And he said, you can basically give Google what it wants and it will keep them there. And if you keep them relevant, if people are still clicking them and watching them, they'll stay there for years to come. And straight away I was thinking, right, you know, and I did a channel and I tried buying views and that nothing happened with it. And I thought, hang on a minute. And I kind of put the two together. I thought, hang on a minute, over here, Google was penalty slapping like crazy. Who's to say they're not doing it over here? But they're not doing it with penalty slaps over here. This is my sort of experience. What they're doing is they're basically looking at you and going, okay, carry on with what you're doing, but we're just not we're not promoting you. You can go and promote yourself with those likes and views. And because of that, people are really struggling. And when people come with me with that, I say to people, just start a brand new channel, right? Just go get it. Just write it off.
Do you remember, Paul? Do you remember back in the days when all of us used to do those kind of things, and we all learnt lessons? When I also say that I did that, I do them on testing channels. I don't do it on ones that are my main clients' one. So the one thing I'd also say, I do agree with Paul there. If you've got, and in the past, Paul and I could try stuff with, say, the keyword stuffing that, but on client sites, I will again be transparent with you and say I have done the same thing as you were just very honest about with client sites. And if a client pays you big money, and if a client pays you for a website you've made with, say, GrooveFunnels, they've got you to do 10 like, trust, and credibility videos, and the next minute they go down the tube, I never, ever test and measure anything outside of the ordinary with a client's one they've paid you money for. Okay, if it's my stuff, and I don't really care, that's a different thing. But here's the thing, Paul. But here's the thing. If we, like you and I, could go on all day about this, but if a new person's starting off with, say, you and me and Mike Filsaime and Donna and Deb and that, and they wanted to start promoting the GrooveFunnels platform, I'll give 3 tips and say you give 3 tips because I know they'll all be great tips of both of them, of how they can get started. Because I even saw in the comments before, how can I get started promoting GrooveFunnels? And I know you had success before with EverWebinar. I've had success with a lot of different niches. You also did the one with Kartra before, all these kind of things. Let's be real, because we've all got our channel sitting up there. So here's what I'd also say. Here's what I'd say, and then Paul can also give you a few. So I look from the point of view, you can, first of all, you need to go into the back office or your dashboard, whatever you'd like to say, of GrooveFunnels. Now, as Paul and I will tell you, there are 3 links in there you can use. One is to the main GrooveFunnels page, one is the upgrade link, and the third one goes to the Grooveathon. So at the moment, well, the Grooveathon's coming to a close, even though it seems like it only just started yesterday, and even though we haven't had much sleep. So I would use probably the first link. So how would you, now you can write articles about it, and you can put all your keywords, but as Paul said, don't do a spammy article. Don't do something that the article sites are going to block you. Don't make the videos that every third kind of phrase is that phrase with ands and buts and these and everything all locked together. I would also say, think what the person at the other end wants to buy and match the video up to what they want to buy. Paul said a brilliant thing before about, say, for example, you've got your camera sitting there now, and if you mention that phrase, because as Paul correctly said, Google and YouTube have got ears. Okay, we just showed you how they can see the text on the thumbnail. Well, as Paul said to you, Google and YouTube have got ears. So mention the phrase, and again, Paul will probably agree or disagree, whatever, but maybe at the front, the middle, and towards the end, a few times the phrase. But as you said, Paul, you want to get the authority there. So make sure it's not a spammy, sales, pitchy kind of thing. Make sure you give them really good value. And if you say it's a review of, say, GrooveFunnels, make it a proper review. And so my last point, before I hand to Paul, just ask his few tips, I would also say, if you're scared of going on your iPhone or your Sony or your Xiaomi or whatever phone you decide to use, there's lots of sites out there that you can make videos, software sites now. Paul and I think probably we've made things with PowerPoint before and put voiceovers over the top. You can use, you use a macro PC yourself, Paul?
I don't use one of those PC pieces of
Yeah. Well, actually, just for this, I've got. If you have a look,
I basically, as soon as I get a student on board, I don't teach them about YouTube. I just tell them to get rid of their PC.
Well, the thing is, I'm using the PC here only for the fact of streaming, but my everyday machine is my
Why am I talking to you? Go away.
I know. I should be coming to getlost.com. But the thing is, here's what I'm saying. I've actually, well, if I can turn it around here, let me have a look if I can do it. No, I can't. It's too far away. I've got the iMac sitting down there. So the thing, I'm a Mac lover. I'm a Mac man. I love my Mac. But the thing is, here's the thing, folks. A lot of people I find, and I guarantee Paul will find on his courses as well, when you're a Groovester or you're a GrooveFunnel member and you're thinking to yourself, oh, but it's all right for Paul because he's very handsome. And it's all right for Dave because he put on a nice white shirt or whatever. Well, the bottom line is, believe me, I reckon I've got a face for radio. You know what I mean? That's what I reckon I've got. But
me too.
But you're still a very handsome-looking gentleman, Mr. Murphy, sir. But here's the thing. I've used tools which I find very good, like Vidnami, which used to be Content Samurai. And luckily enough, I struck up a friendship with the gentleman, Eugene, and them in Melbourne. That's a really good. But here's one thing. I've tested out the robot voices versus just me doing on Audacity, my voice. And you know what? My people, and probably the same with you, because they like, love, and trust you, and they've listened to you, I find using my voice for my people or your voice for your people is better, okay? Because some of those English voices in American, they do sound very robotic sometimes. But again, what I was saying about that, I would write out my spiel or write out my review or something in a Google Docs first. I don't use Microsoft Office or anything because that pastes all the stupid code in the background. So that's my little tips, and maybe use iMovie to edit it if you're using a Mac.
Yeah, free tool. Yeah, very good video editor for nothing. Yeah, brilliant.
Can you believe how good of a tool on the Mac iMovie really is when it's Can you believe it's free, Paul?
It's unreal. Yeah, I use ScreenFlow now, but yeah, it's unreal.
ScreenFlow, I love ScreenFlow. I think ScreenFlow, and as you know, I mean, you've probably tested. I've tested Camtasia by TechSmith. I've tested ScreenFlow. And I still prefer ScreenFlow. You're a million % right there. I agree with you.
I think Camtasia is a more advanced tool, but you've got to go more in, haven't you, and figure it all out. Whereas, I mean, I don't know. People might disagree. They might say they prefer Camtasia, but personally, because ScreenFlow is quite simple, you know, you just get in and you figure it out quite quickly. And I don't know about you, but I just like to go boom, 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 just get stuff done. I don't want to sit there all day, being
no. But what about, let's put it this way, newbies starting off with you and I and Mike and everyone else. What about Loom? We can use Loom.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or Zoom. I actually did a 21-day challenge recently, and I was saying to everyone, look, don't spend any money, go and make some money, go and record yourself on Zoom, trim it in QuickTime Player, because you can literally trim the ends, right? And then you've got a video. You've got, it's done. You can literally, you don't have to go and meet somebody on Zoom. You can literally just press the record button and then it will give you a video file. And Loom does the same thing, I'm sure. I don't use Loom, but I know, it's pretty similar, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and as you know, again, you coming from old school like me, even though I'm older and even though I get the boot, I look from the point of view, we used to have things, if you remember, TechSmith also put a Jing, J-I-N-G, that little yellow thing.
Yeah, I used to use Jing, yeah.
I used to use that too.
Yeah.
Now, but folks, what does this prove to you on this call? All of the guys, and Simon shared his tips before as well, what does it prove? Whether we agree, disagree, whatever, we're all here to help you, the whole lot of us. We're all here to help you. Paul and I, what did we say? We'll go and have a beer down the pub. We'll go and have a nice pizza and we'll share ideas. There's certain things that I've learned off Paul, and I think, you know what, I'll test and measure in my course. And I guarantee if I showed Paul things, he'd probably test and measure. Simon Leung, who's our fellow co-host there, Simon's got a really good YouTube course. He's been teaching in Asia, and he's getting really, and he's editing. Oh, my God, Paul, he's editing. I am not an editor. I am terrible. Simon's got things flying in and out. They look really, really super hot and cool. And, oh, my God, Paul, I tell you something, we could really learn something from his editing skills. But if people were, let's put it this way. Okay, we've talked about promoting, say, GrooveFunnels. Now, my suggestion, and tell me if you agree, my suggestion was GrooveFunnels is great to promote if people know and if people are actually searching for GrooveFunnels. So I'm thinking, look at best online website builders, mailing platforms for newbies, and I was thinking Groove member, so membership site creator, drag and drop. Do you agree, Paul?
Yeah. I mean, what I was going to throw into that, I think there's some really good points like you just made there, like incredible. But the thing is, right, as well, on top of that, if you are like, I always use this as an analogy, right? People come in and they see the Google carousel, right? And there's usually no more than 9 in the carousel, which has gone from, I noticed yesterday that I said vertical when I meant horizontal, and I said horizontal when I meant
vertical. They're coming down there, right?
If you rewind, you'll actually find a deliberate mistake, but it wasn't deliberate. I actually didn't know I'd done it until I watched it back. But basically, it used to be horizontal, but now it's vertical. But they'll probably change it again because they keep changing it around. But the fact is that when people come in and they say, right, okay, I want to promote GrooveFunnels, right? In fact, a big chunk of my audience want to promote GrooveFunnels. And they say, yeah, but it's saturated, right? The biggest common thing, and I even heard Mike talking about it the other day, and this is the biggest myth in marketing, right? And I'm not going to mention a name. You know, I'm obviously got more respect for Mike than that, but we all know who the Golden Chariot has been up until now, right? That company, right, is saturated in terms of YouTube and Google and stuff like that, right? But it's not, because as you just said, if you go and solve problems for people using those tools, right? If you think about it, how many businesses on the planet need a funnel, or they need to generate more money from their online presence? So they need a funnel instead of a website, for instance, right? And how many of those businesses know that Golden Chariot or GrooveFunnels or Kartra or anyone else, right? Who knows who they are? Nobody. The only people who know who Golden Chariot, GrooveFunnels, who is basically fast becoming the Golden Chariot, but Kartra, the only people that know those companies are us. Yeah, they're us, right? Nobody else on the planet knows who they are. So what we have to do is we go and solve problems that those people are looking for. Those people are going online every single day in their millions searching for problems that we can solve with those tools. And that is how you can basically, every single one of my 3,500 students could go for the same product. They could promote my product, they could promote yours, they could promote GrooveFunnels, any product on the planet, and they have got the biggest blue ocean of searches coming in on Groove, on Groove. I've turned Google into Groove. Google and YouTube every single second. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of searches. And all they've got to do is go and put those videos in front of those people.
Yes.
And that's it. That is it. Like Groove, if you want to go and rank for GrooveFunnels review, you're going to be up against it right now, right? But if you go and solve all these problems and then you try and rank for GrooveFunnels review, you'll rank. Because Google's going to go, this is what you do. We need to show you here.
Yes. So folks, Paul just gave you some golden nuggets there. So I want you to write in the chat box, what did you just learn of what I said and Paul said? Because Paul and I could, banter all day telling you what we feel works, what we feel doesn't work, what to avoid, etc. But write in the comments so Paul and I can actually read, what do you think you got out of this session so far that you can take with both hands, implement to start promoting GrooveFunnels, to start actually promoting your own business, other people's business. And I've had people say, I've sent messages, can you promote local restaurants? Can you do bars? Can you promote shopping centers? Well, Paul and I, when we hear that, we think, well, common logic. Well, of course you can, but give the people what, Paul, you and I are similar kind of ages as such. Let's face it, your mum and my mum.
Oh, my mum, by the way, she watched last night and she was delighted that she thought you said you were her age. So she said to say hi, by the way. My mum actually said to say hi to you.
Mrs. Murphy, I love you. You're a beautiful lady, and your son's a wonderful man.
You'll love that. I'm going to have to tell her to watch it.
When I come to Brighton next, Mrs. Murphy, Paul and I will be shouting you a treat, whatever you'd like, Mrs. Murphy. But here's the thing. I shared a tool the other day, Paul. I know you've shared a lot of tools. I'd like to show this one to people because Simon and I showed it, and there's no links, there's no affiliate links or anything like that. I want to show you this one. Tell me what you think, Paul. Yeah. Here it is here. I put up one, and if you want the link, hey, I'll give it to you. There's no opt-in. Like Mike said, he doesn't want you paying for stuff. It's all free. So I put up a little thing, and so thinking the same way as Paul was thinking back then, and when I was thinking back then, I thought, you know what? And I called it the best mobile domain names. Well, it's not really mobile, it's local, you know. But and it's funny, I had two coaches working with me at the time, Roger Borden and Eric Zeaton. So I went to England and I said it's based on the Borden-Zeaton principle, just for a joke, named after my two coaches. And you know what, Paul? I had people, I've actually heard about the Borden-Zeaton principle before. Yes, I've read about that. I'm thinking, I made it up 5 minutes ago before I got on stage. Like, hello, you know. But look at this. What I did here, and here's another thing. You can promote GrooveFunnels. You can promote the benefits of GrooveFunnels to get that buyer intent. But what I did here, Paul, say, for example, you looked at Brighton in England, where you and I are going to have a lovely pizza next time. We might even bring Simon Leung over. We'll get Mike Filsaime. We'll get everyone over there. So look what I'll do. I'll actually write on the screen, Brighton, Brighton, okay, and I'll press show me the money. Now, check this out. Straight away, what I actually did here, Paul, because, again, you're old school in that regard, I went into here and I made it search all of the things in the yellow pages, like all of the local businesses, and then add a .com to the end, but then go and find out, is that domain name still available? All right. So what I did here, Brighton Beauty Salons. Well, I know why that's available, because every lady in Brighton is already beautiful and they don't need a salon. Your Paul can vouch for that, of course. You know. So what I did here, Paul, and here's some tips for people using GrooveFunnels. I actually use this little tool, and I'll go and snap up some domain names. And then I'll go into GrooveFunnels and make up like a landing page, what you and I would call it. And folks, just a page. And for more information about Brighton beauty salons or whatever, put your name and email below. And then, of course, we can use Groove Mail to get sequences going out. Hey, you're interested in this. What do you need to know? And as Paul said, don't try to pitch them. Don't try to sell them. Just give them. And here's another thing, Paul. Back in the days, again, when you were a little boy and I was a little boy and we first started off, we can turn one of these with GrooveFunnels and GroovePages into a directory site. We could sell actually space on that, or we can flip the, you know, what do you think of that idea? Apart from actual GrooveFunnels itself, what do you think of little tools like that just to help the Groovesters make money?
Yeah, unreal. And the thing is that you know, if you go and put up a landing page, you can optimize it so that it appears on Google. And like you say, that you know, the domain name, you and I both know about SEO. The domain name in itself it's got the most weight, right? So if somebody puts in one of those Brighton associations, or I used to have a domain actually 10 years ago. I used to in another life, I had Brighton Socializing, and it was basically before Meetup. It came out of nowhere, and we had a little socializing group in Brighton, and we had like 1,000 members. It was like I basically became an alcoholic, right? Because I was out every single night. I was running all these events. I basically ran it for about a year, and then I burnt out. But yeah, you say what you're saying there is obviously put up a page, use it as a lead gen, and then worry about what you're going to do with the leads afterwards. Go and sell them to somebody. You know, there's people out there that will pay you. There's actually there's some people out there that teach how you can basically sell leads, right? You basically go and generate leads and sell them. So you know, some of these leads, if you did that for Brighton loans, for instance, some of these leads people will pay you like $200 a lead, right? So you could make like serious money if you can, you know, basically, like you say, and also it's real. all you would need is a template, right? And you could duplicate that template for different industries. And like you say, you're not promising anything. You're just putting an opt-in, give us your email, and then worry about it later. I like that. I really like that.
Yeah, what you just said there. And folks, I hope you're getting nuggets out of Paul and I, what we're trying to tell you here, because we're both saying to you, get out there. Don't, like people say, think outside of the box. I reckon throw the box away. Don't even have the bloody box.
And also, money loves speed, guys. Money loves speed. If you take massive action, if you spend 9 hours out of your 10 hours a day making it perfect, you're not going to make any money. I promise you. If you're going to be a doctor or a surgeon, you've got to know what you're doing. You've got to be a perfectionist before you go and do that first surgery. But that's not how internet marketing works. It's the other way around. You've got to be throwing spaghetti at the wall all the time and finding out what sticks. And this is the biggest thing. A lot of people come in from these industries where they've learned skills and then they think, right, I'm going to make this perfect. But the fact is that your feedback is your feedback loop that you have with your audience is going to be 90% of your entire marketing. So you can't know what's going to work until you're throwing all that spaghetti. So just go out there and take massive action, and then you'll find that something will start, working for you.
Here's another tip, because what Paul just said there was very, very relevant. Here's another tip. And I tested this out because I can't wait to go, oh, you know what, Paul, why don't you just come to Thailand, come and visit all of us, and we'll all meet you here as well. You can have a holiday.
I've never been to Thailand.
Well, okay, we'll make it. When we run an event,
as Patrick Stewart.
When we run an event over here, come and speak at our event, come and party with us.
I'd love to.
Here's another. Yeah, you're more than welcome. You know that. We'd love to have you. Here's another thing I did. I thought, because and here's a tip for you guys and girls: whether you promote local businesses, your own products, ClickBank, JVZoo, Warrior Forum, whatever you decide to promote, could be market health, more niche, whatever you decide to promote. Here's the thing. I jumped on StreamYard, what we're actually on now. And I said to my students, check this out. Let's see if it works. Because I thought I will get StreamYard to stream directly to my YouTube channel. And say, for example, I wanted to rank for David Kavner and Paul Murphy rock, whatever. Okay, let's pick, Brighton Plumbers, whatever. So anyway, I went in there and I tested out, Paul. I went in there and I pressed on record. And, of course, before you press record, make sure otherwise you look like... Okay, so I pressed record and I said, David Kavner and Paul Murphy rock. If you've been looking for that and you really want to find out about David Kavner and Paul Murphy, you want to get the ins and outs, the golden nuggets, guess what? I tell you now, David Kavner and Paul Murphy, they rock. I pressed stop. And of course, no one's going to search for that. But I pressed stop. Straight away, it was #1 in YouTube and it was #1 Google. And I chucked in a thumbnail and 10 minutes later, it was #1 thumbnail. So, and so there's another tool. And as you said, I myself prefer Zoom, and it sounds like you do as well yourself, Paul. I love Zoom. I think Zoom is really good. Yeah. So, okay, in summarization before we close, how can David Kavner and Paul Murphy help these wonderful Groovesters make money? So let's give them a few tips between us, Paul. First of all, look for people, look for what people have got problems with and supply the most ultimate solution at a price they can afford with a really good guarantee attached to it. Make sure you're giving them stuff that's buying intent, not just stuff for the sake of it. So there's a couple little tips. Okay, Paul, a couple of tips from you.
So basically take massive action, solve real problems. And, if you're going to go and promote products like GrooveFunnels, right, or digital products, which is what a lot of people are doing at the moment, right? Go all in. Take 2 or 3 days out of your schedule to really go and dig in, because what you'll find is that when you go and dig in and you start building funnels and you start connecting things and doing things right, or whatever it is you're promoting, if you try and promote something you don't know, I'm not saying you can't make money, because you can, but the fact is that if you really know what you're promoting, you're going to get ideas. I could show somebody over here what to do here, or I could show somebody over here what to do here. And by just taking that couple of days to go all in, you are going to kind of be, your brain's going to be going, and you're going to have all these ideas of all these things you can do. So I recommend going all in on anything that you've got. Oh, I can't hear you.
1 second, Paul. How did you say the brain's going to go again? What were those noises?
The noises?
Yeah. Oh, right. No, I just missed out. I wanted to quote those noises, you know what I mean? So I wanted to get the sound bites, you know?
Yeah.
Because I tell you now, I'm just drinking my cup of tea but the thing is, what I'm doing at the moment, I'm listening to Paul, and when I hear I don't want to miss out on the golden nuggets of the bip, 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 bip and stuff. I got it down pat there, Paul. But what you just said there,
that's technical.
Like it's Paul alien language Murphy, you know, you didn't know in a past life he used to speak alien language, you know. So okay, here we go. Someone, Raymond, who's on my course and maybe he's on your course as well, he said, don't close David and Paul. He wants us to stay here.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone just said here just now.
Thank you, Raymond. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you, Raymond. Someone said Zoom is not secure. I disagree totally. Now, with all the new updates, oh my gosh, no. And I've actually spoke to the gentleman, and you know how I spoke to him? I befriended him on Facebook, like you and I, Paul, and he actually reached out and spoke to me. And he sent me, and it was actually him. And I said to him, isn't it? He said, it's funny seeing an Aussie living in Asia, and I'm an Asian, David, living in America. I said, well, you're a very, very rich Asian, sir. Okay, so I spoke to Eric, and honestly, what he was telling me about the security of Zoom now, don't believe lots of things like 5 months ago or 6 months ago, because when I compare, say, GoToWebinar, Zoom, Demio, and this and that, I still prefer now. And the security, I don't know what you feel, Paul, but I feel Zoom now is actually very, very secure, and it's very good, and we can all really help a lot of people with Zoom.
Well, in all honesty, I'd never heard it wasn't. So that's the first I saw. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't want to throw anything out, but if you know it's secure, then I'm happy.
Oh no,
no one said to me before that it's not secure, so I wouldn't.
No, he brought a lot of security experts on when COVID's done that. People are trying to hack into the back of things and this and that. But now I think he's got a team of 19 new security people plugging up little holes and that.
I'm guessing as well, because Zoom, like the only people that knew Zoom was us, right? And now the whole world has got Zoom. So it went I think it kind of went from 10 million to 100 million or something ridiculous or whatever. Like it went to a massive company overnight. And as a small company, it probably did have a little bit of a thing to sort out, right? Because generally, if we're a small company, there's going to be little things that if we blow up, we're going to have to go all in on, right? And I reckon security must be one of them. I don't know, but it kind of makes sense because they literally blew up overnight, didn't they?
The funny thing about it, if you do a search, and I'll show this with you folks for a second. If you do a search here, check this out. If you look at that now, Zoom and things like this, and I can't wait for Mike to implement here. Look at this. The company added 2.22 million monthly active users in 2020. Now, Paul, you're not going to tell me when you look at that's a small company anymore. That's a highly... Now, Mike is now going to be putting in the Groove webinars. Mike's going to be putting, and as Mike said, his exact words to me when I spoke to him on the phone, he said, David, you wait till you see what I'm going to put inside GrooveFunnels, all included for all of the members. Yeah. So I'm looking, Paul, and I'm thinking, forget YouTube for a minute, forget everything. I'm looking inside of this platform. I mean, one of my good friends, Simon Colson from England, you probably know Simon as well. Simon's a great guy. He's on Groove. I mean, you're on it. Simon Leung's on it. Most of the world's best marketers are using it now and for all different purposes. So with both of our permission now, I'd like to bring back Simon Leung just for a couple of seconds because Simon Leung is a rock star in Asia. And I'm just checking. I'm making sure he's here. I'm looking in the back room. He's definitely there. So what I'll do, I'm just sending him a private message, and I'm going to tell him I'll tell him how wonderful he is online anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do for a second, we'll bring back Mr. Simon Leung. Simon, meet Paul. Paul, meet Simon. How are you, Simon?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Social distancing handshake.
Yeah,
nice to meet you, Paul. I've heard a lot about you. I've seen your YouTube stuff and huge fan, man.
Thanks so much, man. Yeah, and likewise, yeah, it's really good. I've been watching you on the Grooveathon as well, so yeah.
Nice.
Nah, hold on, okay.
Oh no, David, what's behind the curtain? That's been bugging me since yesterday.
My swimming pool.
Oh, cool.
My swimming pool.
I was expecting to find all sorts of dodgy stuff behind there.
Hey, hold on. Just because I live in Thailand, don't you go there, Mr. Murphy. But I've heard about these boys from Brighton. I'm wondering about I know what kind of things go on in Brighton now, and I know why the flags hang out the front of different pubs in Brighton and all that. I won't go there, Mr. Murphy. So
rainbow flags. That's what
sorry?
You're talking about. The rainbow flags.
Yes. I spoke to a couple of my students, and again, of course, Paul's got students and Simon's got students in England, and they said, "Oh, David, you'll love Brighton when you go there." And I went there and I spoke for a gentleman called Mr. Andrew Reynolds. Okay, and anyway, I went there and they said, "Go to the pubs or the restaurants without the rainbow flags." And I said, "Why?" And they said, "Well, if you go to the one with the rainbow flags, you'll have a lot of gentlemen saying, 'Hi, David, how are you? Welcome.'" And I'm thinking, aha, I know why. So, but listen, we've got about 24 minutes. I was going to try and get Simon Colson on as well, but I can't seem to get him. I might try to get him on the blower. Watch this. Let's see if I can get him. I'm trying to see if I can get him.
Live TV.
Live TV. Let's see. Hold on. Don't think he's going to answer. No. He might be having some brekkie. I was going to. Simon Colson is a brilliant marker in England as well. But folks, what I was there in the day. Oh, Bob said I was there in Brighton that day, David, and the weather was rotten, but enjoyed the event. You know what? Yes, I remember walking out of the front of Brighton, the convention centre. We turned left and we kept walking right down towards the pier, as you know, Paul, because you live there, and they got some really nice little restaurants and down the end there. But when it rains, there's not too many taxis around, and you try to get back to your hotel, and oh my gosh, there was Tom Hua, myself, there was Pat Mesiti.
So Rob Pritchard's one of my students as well. He's one of my guys. Yeah. Hi Rob, how's it going, man? So so I didn't know he was. I don't think I was at that event because I only really started going to. I was working really hard for quite a few years, and then I started going to events. I went to one in Birmingham, which is sort of Midlands. Yeah, Midlands. I went and had Ty Lopez and Gary V and all that lot. And then I went to one literally just up the road in the Metropole in March, just before lockdown, which was so that was the EMC. It was a brand new event that they put on. Yeah, well, really good event. I really enjoyed it.
My first ever MacBook I ever bought, because of the Thailand baht and the English pound, it was more favourable for me to buy it in England. And so what if it's got a keyboard, it's got a pound instead of a dollar sign? You can always add on the virtual little keyboard. And I bought it in the Bull Ring in Birmingham.
Okay.
The shopping centre called the Bull Ring.
Right.
So,
I think I've been there, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But listen, Simon.
I was on somewhere called Princess Street, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Simon, before, I know you do a lot of YouTube marketing. You do a lot. Let's get together and let's say, for example, we're all just starting out. We're all, well, not us personally, but I mean people on Groove. They're all just starting out. They all want a few little hints and tips. And I noticed there's a lot of people with different names who weren't here before, Simon, when you were on and when I was on that. So, Simon, what do you reckon are a few little tips before we all decide to go and have a cuppa and have something to eat and Paul can get on his day and walk down the road Brighton and go swimming in the beach and all that kind of stuff? What would be a few tips for you, Simon, if you don't mind just sharing with the wonderful Groovesters?
Sure. I mean, I think it all depends down on what you want to promote, right? What is your YouTube channel about? Is it going to be you? Is it going to be somebody else? Is it going to be a no face type of thing? Because the branding is going to be very important, right? If it's you, then you got to use your name. You got to know how to put up the right banners and the covers, the channel art and the logo and everything. And I think for many of us who might be watching this right now, especially if you have a goal of becoming an entrepreneur, you want to do some affiliate marketing or whatnot, I think probably, even though it might be uncomfortable, even though you might not want to show your face, that might be the route that you want to go. Okay. So if you want to take a look at how David does it, how Paul does it, how I do it, check out our YouTube channels. I've told you this already, but if you haven't actually seen some of the previous replays on what we shared about, for me, my channel is not my main channel, meaning that I've neglected it for many years. It's not the main one that makes us money. We don't have thousands and thousands of subscribers. And I think yesterday when Dave actually went off to his own session, I mentioned actually subscribers, they don't matter, right? If you have a goal of wanting to do affiliate marketing. Now, of course, if you want to make the YouTube ad revenues and you want to do all the other fun stuff, and you want the whole branding and you want to be cool, you got 100,000 subscribers or whatever else, then yeah, for bragging rights, it's a cool thing to have. But if you're going to be an affiliate marketer, you want to have different channels that market different niches or whatnot, then I would say, depending on your method, again, make sure that you get the branding right. Because if you're, for example, you're going to create a channel that promotes GrooveFunnels and you want to share, tutorials, and you want to make sure that people click on your affiliate link or whatnot, it's not going to make sense if your logo is of Peppa Pig or something, right? And people go to your channel and they see that it's all decorated in pink and whatever else. Pink as in the pink as in the GrooveFunnels pink, that's relevant. But if it's like the princess pink or light blue or all black or something like that, and it's not relevant, then I would probably say it's not going to be something that is suitable necessarily for that particular product. So branding is going to be important. Know what you're promoting, know who your target audience is, and just make sure that whatever kind of content that you produce for them, it's suitable for them and it's something that they're looking for. And more specifically, the reason why I say if you're choosing this one product or another, another mini tip, or it could be considered a big tip, just to focus on a product per channel, as opposed to having one channel that's going to promote everything under the sun, right? You want a GrooveFunnels affiliate program product. You want that to have its own individual YouTube channel. And if you want to promote another channel, Blue Yeti, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Blue Yeti mics, then of course you want to have another channel to promote, gadgets or whatever else. So being relevant, brand building specific to whatever it is that you are promoting, I would say within just a few minutes, that's all the time that we really have, would be one of the first things that you want to focus on initially.
Or the Road Podcaster.
There you go.
The Road Podcast, oh my God, between all of us guys, Simon and Paul and I think we could open a shop and we could make more money selling all of our gadgets that we've got. You know what I mean?
We should.
So the bottom line is, okay, Simon just gave you some real relevant stuff there for you. And I reckon with Simon and I and Paul sharing, there's no right, there's no wrong, there's nothing like that. It's just our ideas. And as Paul said, we're all open to sharing with each other. And what we're going to do, we're just delivering what we feel that'll help you. So here's my thing. And then I'll ask Paul, of course. My main things are, there's such a thing in YouTube, as Paul and Simon will tell you, you can put /channel_switcher and you can do different channels and all that. But when you first start, I find people, I'm just seeing if this was Simon Colson. No, it wasn't. No, I thought he was trying to get me there. No. Okay. Most people seem to try and want to know everything about everything, and they never get started. They procrastinate. Now, procrastination isn't where you live. You live in England. You live in Australia. You live in Asia. You live in America. You don't live in procrastinate. So to me, there's no such thing as being perfect. I'm definitely not perfect. I suck at 99% of things I do. But, hey, the things that I go well at, I make money. And as Paul said, he gets $15,000. I've got some of my Japanese students have paid $45,000 for a 2-year course with me. But there again, I go there and I fly backwards and forwards. I do long events with them. I do stays in a hotel, etc. So you have to justify the expenses of Japan, the rooms, the convention centers and that. But there's no reason why any of you can't do what Simon, myself, and Paul does and earn the money we do if you start from scratch, focus on one thing, put 100% into that thing, and put your blinkers on and stop looking at all the shiny object syndrome, as we call it, and just really, truly think, who am I, as Simon said, who am I serving? Who am I supporting? What is their problem? What's the solution I need to provide? And as I said before, at a price they can afford with a good guarantee. And this has got nothing to do with key phrases or thumbnails and that now. We're just thinking, do your research of what you're actually, why are you on this planet? Why are you going to help people? What are you going to serve people with? You know, as Paul said, he used to do websites. He used to go really well. Now he does YouTube. Tomorrow we could do, I don't know, Paul Tube or Dave Tube or whatever the thing comes up to be at the time. But the bottom line is, my main thing is get started. Because if you don't get started, you'll never, ever get anywhere. So click your upgrade link, get the full platform, start learning just the basics. You don't need to know the insides and outside of every bit of code. Just get it on there. And apart from YouTube, you saw the one I showed you the other day with Pattaya Taxis and Tours. All I did, Paul, is just in all the image alt tags on one of the Groove pages, just called it Pattaya Taxis and Tours, tours to Bangkok, Pattaya to Bangkok, transportation, etc. And I've got number one for the little one page, and it's a really, really, really average page I made because I'm not a designer. You guys are probably much better designers than me. That because I put the right words in the right pages, just one little page, it was number one in Google organic in 9 minutes.
Unreal.
And I did, but the one trick I did feed that to Google Webmasters and told it to go and ping it just to see if I could get it indexed. That is the truth. Okay. Yeah. So, Paul, what are some little, apart even from YouTube and that, what's some other tricks and tips you could say to people just to get themselves out there to start actually making money?
So you said about focus, right? Focusing in and basically going, you know, just tuning into something. I think that's so important. Did you know about they sat down Warren Buffett, right, and Bill Gates in the same room, and they asked them to write on a piece of paper what is the one, if they was to like put their whole success into one word and attribute it to one thing, what would they say? What would it be? And they both wrote the same thing on the, you know, independently on the same piece of paper. Do you know what that was?
No, I don't know. No.
Do you, Simon? No. Focus. They both wrote the same thing. Like, and if Warren Buffett and Bill Gates, like obviously two of the biggest entrepreneurs on the planet, basically wrote the same thing on a paper. And I think this is so true with what we do online, right? If you don't go all in, if you don't just get your blinkers on, right, you'll go onto Facebook tomorrow and there'll be another webinar. There'll be another thing, there'll be another thing. And it's, I call it squirrel. You remember that thing in the film Up where it's like the little dog's going, squirrel, squirrel, you know. Isn't it? You kind of like that. You will literally be pulled in 20 different directions. And only typically only 1% of marketers succeed that start a business. And it's not because nobody's capable, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm average intelligence. I left school with no qualifications. And, you know, I think it's just kind of like it's mindset and getting yourself in that, you know, getting yourself to kind of take that massive action, but just tune into something and go and just keep those blinkers on until you get those results. And I think that is the biggest thing. Like, I think, you know, I find, you know, people will do a little bit of something and then they'll go, oh, that doesn't work. And then they'll go on to something else, they'll go on to something else. And I'm going to hold my hands up because I did that for quite a few years. And I think it's you know, when you actually kind of figure it out and you realize, hang on a minute, I need to, you know. And so the other thing as well, I mean, I know a lot of people talk about the why, but I think that's the thing that pulls you, right? So if you can figure out why you're doing something and what your reason is, and, you know, it doesn't have to be to save the world, right? Like a lot of people go, oh, my why was because I just wanted to reach them. Okay, great. But obviously your why could be anything as long as it's pulling you forward. And I think like your why could be, you know, like for me, I started my business in 2002 and I was broke for 4 years. My why was that I didn't want to get another job, right? I didn't want to go and get a job. It felt like I was going backwards. I felt like it would really hurt my pride. And that was it. That was all I needed, was to keep pulling me forward. And I was like, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to lose it. I was actually applying for jobs because I had to, right? But I didn't want that. I wanted to, and I kept that to pull me forward. And I think that's the reason why, you know, sometimes people talk about the why and they go, oh, it's all a bit like Tony Robbins, whatever. But it's actually so true. If you can find a why that pulls you, it will pull you. You know, you'll keep those blinkers on and you'll keep going. So focus on having your why. And I know that's a big one, but and then that's a bit woo-woo for some people, but I actually think it's so true. If you don't find that why to pull you and keep your blinkers on, and if you do that, right, if you do that first, I guarantee you'll get success, because there's absolutely nothing that's going to stand in your way. You will cut out from everything, right? So yeah, so I would say focus, definitely. Just get that focus in, and if you want to know how to do that, just find your why, whatever it is. You know, if you want to go and buy 1,000 Easter eggs next Easter, or you know, whatever it is, it could be anything, but just make sure it's good enough to pull you, and then yeah, that's it.
So isn't it, when you're saying that, Paul, you listen to what I said, you listen to what you said, you listen to what Simon Leung said, and we're all saying very, very similar things. You know, we're all from different countries. We all run our own businesses, but we all know that we've made mistakes, and I still do. If I had 4 hands, I'd put 4 hands up. I listen, thinking, oh, I better buy that. And I'm thinking, David, why did you buy that? You knew it wasn't going to work. And I still go for all these offers. And again, I'm being honest. And 99% of the time, and I'm not trying to be full of myself, I'm thinking, David, you can do better with that without even any software. What the heck are you buying that crap for? But again, so folks, Simon's told you, focus on one thing, work out what you want to do. Paul's told you the same thing, like figure out your why, because that is a very important thing. My thing is, Paul, and again, I don't want to talk about it too much because I do get emotional when I say this, is my beautiful wife, Nisrat, and my 2 daughters. And so, of course, when you think of that, you've been on GrooveFunnels for 14 days and I haven't seen my wife and my little girls and that, well, it does get emotional, you know, because, you know, as much as Simon and I and you put in and that, it does get draining when you haven't slept much. It does get draining when you're helping people in your whole brain and you go to bed and all you're thinking of is GrooveFunnels or something like that. No disrespect to Mike, but the thing is, you do want to kiss your kids. You do want to hug your beautiful wife or ladies, your boyfriend, whatever. But I think to myself, I would seriously say my last tip before we end up getting going, I check my emails now at the end of the day, because you're always going to have some buffhead say to you, that was an English term, folks, you'll always have some buffhead say to you, I want a refund. I bought your 165-page book 2 minutes ago, and he's read it all, but it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't work, yeah. It doesn't work.
And yet you check
I've rinsed through 20 videos and it doesn't work. Did you take the action? No.
Yeah. You check your PayPal.
That might be a problem.
Yeah, you check your PayPal or your Thrive card or your Groove card or whatever, and you find he's bought it 2 minutes and 14 seconds ago, and he's read the whole 165-page ebook. So here's a tip. I now check my emails at the end of the day. So then I can focus on my YouTube. I can focus on, if I go and do a little bit of Facebook marketing, I can focus on my coaching, working out different syllabus and writing out email sequences for students, etc. And then I got a really cool day. And so then if I go and check my emails at the end of the day, and I do get someone who says, I want to refund that, I just think to myself, well, it's better getting that at the end of the day or at the start, because it puts me in a lousy mood. That's just me, you know, I get. So, folks, everyone's told you, take action. Make sure you do things that'll take you in the direction you want to head. Whether you want to go to Penang, whether you want to come to Pattaya, or whether you want to go to Brighton in the UK, we've all been here helping you. I'm just about to play a little clip by our CEO, Mr. Mike Filsaime, but I think this is my last session and also Simon and Paul's. So I would like to say, because I was hosting this session, I would like to say, Paul Murphy, thank you very much, sir. You're a gentleman, a scholar.
Thank you so much, man.
I can't wait to come over and visit you in Brighton.
Likewise, man. Yeah. I'm on the plane to Thailand when COVID's done.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I showed Simon before, just before we wrap up, I showed Simon before, I was having a joke with the CEO, Mr. Mike Filsaime, and I saved this one just to show Simon. And where was it? I showed it here. I said to Mike, and I can show you just here, you could probably see this. I was talking to Mike himself, and I said about Simon and I were joking, saying how we could have a wonderful GrooveFunnels Asia event in Thailand on the beach, and everyone should fly over. In his exact comments, if you can read that. Oh, I don't. Wait a second.
I went a bit blurry.
Yeah, hold on for a second. It'll go there in a minute. Yeah, it's a bit hard there with the camera. He said, yes, for sure. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So I reckon we should get Angie Norris to fly over, because Angie is born in America, but her background, of course, is Asia, is Thailand, Chiang Mai. So if Angie knows this, they say lam te te chow, okay, which means very tasty, because it's got great food up there. So listen, Simon, thank you very much, sir. I thank you for your support on my sessions the whole 2 weeks we've been on here. It's been my pleasure supporting you. You're a rock star. I know tonight and tomorrow your beautiful wife and little QQ herself, your beautiful little daughter, she's so cute, ladies and gentlemen. They will love to see Daddy and hubby back again. But Simon, I appreciate you, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart, sir.
Likewise, and of course, thank you for all of your help. Thank you, Paul, for being here. I think that we should take Mike up on the, yes, that's a great idea. I think the moment that anything is able to fly again, the first thing that we should do is organize the next Thailand trip, whether it's a seminar, whether it's a GrooveCon, whether it's a cruise or whatever. We all got to get out. You know what I'm saying? It's time for a holiday. It's time for a vacation. We've been stuck too long, and we've been meeting too many cool people to not all meet up and hang out together in person. So definitely looking forward to that. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be great. So folks, you've got, from all of us here, I'm just about to introduce you to the CEO of GrooveFunnels, Mr. Mike Filsaime, but from Pattaya, Thailand, from Penang, Malaysia, and from Brighton, UK, it's a big farewell, but it's not a farewell. It's just a see you really soon from David Kavner, Simon Young, and Mr. Paul Murphy. And thanks, with that being said, thank you, gentlemen. I think now I will get Mike to have a few words. And Paul, Simon, thank you, gentlemen.
Take care.
Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Grooveathon, and we hope you're enjoying it. Normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Grooveathon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important, and that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to groovefunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at groovefunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to groovejv.com. That's groovejv.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to